I'm here. I haven't gone anywhere. I was just getting things squared away, guys. I'm sorry. Yes, Eliza, I do have my tardy pass. Hello, we.
Hi, hey everybody, how you doing?
Oh, Lord.
How is everyone this wonderful Sunday? How are you all? I hope you're having a lovely day or a relaxing day as much as you possibly can. Lord knows Sunday's either the day that you cram everything into if you're working during the week, where you're like, I'll do it on Sunday. And then you
Right.
realize, oh no, there's only 24 hours in Sunday. And then suddenly you have to put all the things in one day.
Right. I'm still recovering. My head is killing me.
Why is that? Ert. Why be you have sore head?
Is that a trick question? I don't know if I want to answer that question. Gee, I don't know. Bangs, CS, crime sleeping. Um, I don't know. Is there any more nicknames for her?
Oh, I'm sure there's a few. Not many of them should be broadcast, but yeah.
No. I mean, there's not. I see Eliza spamming the chat.
Of course.
Hey, bubblegum, same shit, popcorn. Eliza, always spamming the chat. Hey, Eve, six up, Mr. Eve. Troublemakers here. I am making snacks for everybody. Hell no, I can barely make my own snacks. What are you talking about, Madison? A matter of time. Archangel, hey, honey. Oh, Lord. I took some aspirin, so I think I'll be okay. Hey, Clancy, honey, how you doing? Hey, Lenny. Hi, Pearl. How you doing? Are you feeling better? See, I left Pearl a message in Discord. See how she was doing? She didn't even answer me back. I was crying all night.
Look, we've had this talk before. You forget this whole thing of like time zones and shit. And despite the fact that Pearl and I do not sleep, we have our own little schedule of how to function. It's weird. We do this though, and it just means we cannot be technically, possibly legally allowed to communicate with the world 24/7 because Lord only knows what would come out of our mouths or out of our wee fingers. Terrible things. So sometimes we just have to, even though we're alive and well, still have to, we just have to slide elsewhere because we're like, yeah, maybe now's not the best time to talk. Yeah, I'll come back later.
But wait a second. It was at the right time. It was a perfect time zone. And she was still awake. So mm. I'm just messing with her. Hey, Rocco. I'm just messing with her. She's all right. I just hope she's feeling better. Hey, Rainbow Mom. Hey, Jeep Girl. Jeep Girl, happy birthday, by the way. I hope you had a wonderful day. Hey, Deb, how you doing? Okay, let's see. Let's see. Hey, Iris, how you doing? I missed a lot yesterday. I still got a lot to catch up on, but I did record something before I came live, so we may review some of that. Has to do with a certain color of the Crayola box. That's what it is. Now I don't use crayons anymore. I haven't used crayons since I was like 10. And not even at 10 years old, I stopped using crayons. But it has a certain color in the box. It's got like maybe, I don't know how many it has these days. Like 6 different shades. Starts with a P, ends with an E. Is anybody catching my drift? Because I heard some shit went down last night. And I watched a little bit of it. I recorded a little bit of it. And the name is Purple. And like what I was hearing. But hey, Crime Sleuthing, I think you support some of that thing, what was said on that panel. Because you were sitting up on a panel with another woman that hates transgenders. Even said so herself. But I won't play it because, I ain't put my channel through that shit. I'll drop the link in the chat so that people can go and listen to it. But yeah, you sit up on a panel with a vile woman. Now, I will say this. I do not condone what Voices did to you. I've already made the rule very clear in my chat. So, yeah, I don't condone what she did. But see, you also have to take responsibility for your actions for the things that you've done, but you refuse to. But you also sit in a chat with cop callers, doxers, real lifers, and a few addict shamers too. And one that likes to threaten to swing a bat at the back of someone's head, which I worry about.
No, none of that matters. None of it matters. No, no, none of
Hey,
it
Sunny Pat.
matters. And again, let's be super clear.
All
She's
right,
running
Tara.
around YouTube telling everybody about how badly doxed she was, crime sleuthing, how all of these things were. Look, Voices did say your name. She did. Is that wrong? Absolutely.
Hell yeah, it is. I don't condone it.
But is it doxing? You would need to ask your wee friend Purple Phoenix about that, because if that's the case, if you're so vehemently against such a thing, you would never go back to Purples again.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't know that because you haven't been there. Just the same way you haven't been there for a whole lot of things, crime sleuthing, and yet you claim to know anything. It's laughable at this point. But okay, go on with your bad self. Go on.
Yeah. Yeah. Get on. But let me tell you something. Above everything else, I do not feel a bit sorry for you. I don't. Does that make me cold hearted? Maybe in the eyes of other people, but do I care? No, I don't care. But when you parade up on panels and you state your first name and the state that you live in, you cry and cry out to be doxxed. But then when somebody even says your first name and the state that you live in, you cry doxing. Now, you need to ask yourself, why do I do this? Well, see, the short answer is you want to. You want the attention. You want people to talk about you. You want people to put out your first name and the state you live in so you can cry doxing, so you can get people to feel sorry for you. You have an issue. And I really suggest you get help for it because you ain't going to find it around here. Now, you can go up on panels where people you think are going to feel sorry for you, but really, they ain't going to feel sorry for you. They're not. They're just going to look at you like, who the fuck is this woman? You may have that little sweet voice that you can use on panels, but let me tell you, you are evil. You really are. And people are starting to see it now because they're listening.
I would like to give a
Lenny,
little shout out to Bubblegum there in the chat
Liddy.
because Bubblegum has literally just said that her orgasms last longer than conversations taking a break put together.
Oh my
So, ladies, even gents, anybody, if you would like lessons from
oh god.
Bubblegum, please form an orderly queue. She's very friendly. She's a very nice lady,
Eh,
charming, and she
I
will
gotta mute.
teach us
I
the
gotta mute.
wicked way of her world. You're welcome. We'll all have a good time. Bye.
Oh my gosh, bubblegum. Damn it, I haven't even made it that far. What the hell? Madison, stop. Madison, stop it. Madison trolling at this point. Oh my gosh. I've had enough grace. I wasn't spamming the chat. I know, Eliza. I know. I know. Hey, Kathy. Okay, look. So I got a little bit off topic here, so I forgot to tell everybody. Look, finally, the new tier of my membership finally came through. I don't know what really took so long. It was a simple tier. Okay, I put up a 99-cent tier for membership, so it finally came through the other night. So now there's a 99-cent tier for everybody. I'm sorry it took so long. Blame YouTube for that. I don't know what took them so long. But now it's up and it's there for you guys. I have
Yeah,
no
look,
idea what took so long. Everything else took. It was just like a
YouTube
finger.
has been having a rough week. Look, we all have those weeks, and certainly as you get older, you tend to get more of them, or it feels like it anyway. I feel like I'm permanently living in a rough week, but YouTube has joined the rough week, and whatever has been going on with YouTube, I can barely imagine the chaos behind the scenes because it's been a lot. They've had so many chronic issues that it's just like, oh, you
I know,
need like
chat.
a little hug and a blanket, YouTube, and just go stop that. No, that's too much.
Yeah, please go night night. Go night night. I'm still reviewing CS Disaster. Poor Lenny, she's got a bandage over her head. Aww. I think Banks took a banging too seriously. You know what? I'm gonna rephrase that sentence because I did forget the head part. She took a head banging too seriously. My bad. I rephrased the question, so don't even try it. Uh, Madison, she's had that effect. It's bad. If it's my Discord, I'll cry if I want to. She irks my being. She irks everybody. Oh, Pearl. I wish I
Pearl
could take that away from you. I wish I could.
Pearl has had a nightmare of a week also, and we love you, Pearl. That's all I want to say there. We love you, and I hope that things start to improve soon, love.
I do too. We do love you, Pearl. Let me see something. You know what? I should send this to Pearl her for the soundboard. I think she might like it. I'm gonna play it.
Eat a dick.
I should send that to her. So when she gets mad at people, she can just say that to them. It should make her feel better. You know what, Crime Sleuth? After last night, seeing as you don't fucking hear well, you really pissed me off. You're lucky I held it in as long as I did because I made Beats a promise. I did. Told her I would behave And for the most part, I did. And then we came up, and I actually had to behave myself with her because
Uh,
I
I
know
was,
we.
I could feel the frustration. It was emanating through the screen, and I was just a wee bit. Look, we all feel it, even when we're just sitting in the chat, because you're just like, dear Lord, that's a lot. Dealing with crime sleuthing is a lot. You would need to, even dates has her little complex moments where she's just like, I cannot. You get dates saying the cursey words and everything, um, which is beautiful, by the way. I love it when date swears, but that's neither here nor there. That's the only reason, and because she was
Hey,
trying to
Alexi.
trying to filibuster her way through the answers to questions that should be very simple. I would have a lot of us would have grace for whatever um, health, real life situations she claims to have going on.
Hmm.
If there was some sincerity there to back it up, it's that simple. And by sincerity, I mean just answer a question. Just answer it. It's not difficult. I don't understand why that's so hard, but apparently it is. And then people get frustrated. And then, yeah. So, yeah, there was a lot. Right, Madison. Oh my God. It was just like, oh.
Oh, geez, Madison. That's, I'm gonna put that up on the screen for now. Now, look, I don't want an explanation. I don't want another mental illness diagnosis because that seems to be your little go-to when you don't want to answer questions. And look, I don't knock anybody's mental illness or anybody's illnesses for that matter, but this is the thing that you do when you don't want to answer the question or when the pressure's on you, you make up shit. So, excuse me if I don't believe you because you are a pathological liar. So, miss me with the bullshit. And if I'm cold hearted by saying that, oh fucking well. But that's what you do. You're just deflecting from answering any questions that come your way. I don't want an explanation. What I want is a yes or a no. Did you say this? Did you say that? Did you do this, that, and the other? That's all I want is a yes or a no. No, I don't remember. I know I don't recall. I don't want that shit because you do recall. You do remember.
All right. Oh,
You just don't want to admit it.
I really would wish that she could be nailed down on at least one answer. One. We don't need the answers to everything. We don't need the key to life. Just one answer. Let's go there. Okay, give us the answer that you choose to, crime sleuthing, and let us investigate from there on. Let's see where you're going to take us. But it's a constant little bait and switch maneuver. It's bizarre. As Pearl rightly says, the level of denial and deflection, possibly, it is insane. I haven't rarely. I think I've maybe witnessed something similar once or twice, thankfully in small doses, but it's insane. The experience is insane.
Yeah. 1 second to go find something. Madison, will you go check your messages real quick, please? I need to get something out of the chat. I have to look for it. I don't know if it's been removed or not. Just 1 second, guys.
And yes, Rainbow Mum, it was not a planned thing. It never is. Look, I feel bad for dates whenever all of that stuff is going on because I'm sure she's just like, what? There's another person coming up and another person and another person. And then if you did catch last night's dates episode, it got even more confusing then, but that's a whole different story. Uh, there's times where I'm just like, oh, I wish people could understand. I wish people could see what's happening. Uh,
I got it. All right. I'm going to say this once, Tori. We are not going to drop Crime Sutha's name in my chat or where she lives. Do not drop her name anywhere in my chat. Otherwise, it will be removed.
right. I didn't see that either. Otherwise, I would have.
Yeah.
And before
I'm
Crime
sorry.
Season says, "Oh, you didn't say it. You didn't know." I literally did not say it.
Yeah.
And as you can see, Earth and her mods have gone back and looked for it, found it, resolved the issue.
Yeah. We already got it. No, remember, I don't feel bad at her at all. I feel disappointed. I think it's very disappointing to use health matters as a weapon as well. It's really a big issue with me. It is. It's just like when, okay, like I dealt with a woman on here before a couple years back when I first came around here, Mallory Williams. She used her transgenderness as a weapon. Okay. Nobody ever went after her because she was transgender. She just made it seem that way. And that really, really pissed me off when she did that. Just like when there's another woman that used her transgenderness as a political weapon. It's just, don't do that. Because that if that's your only weapon, well, if that's the only way you're gonna get ahead in life, well, I'm gonna tell you right now, it's gonna get shut down real fast.
Well, to me, that sort of suggests you've already lost your argument,
True,
really.
Eliza.
Because I don't care about your own gender identity, your sexual choices, your religion, any of the things. What matters on YouTube is what comes out of your mouth, what you say, what you can stand by. I mean, you could crack jokes all day. Can you stand by them? Great, then we're good. Um, but some people seem to forget that, and as soon as they're in trouble, that's the first thing they'll reach for. Equally, then there are some other unfortunate people on YouTube who, as soon as they want to cause hurt to other people, they will go for the one perceived level of weakness, something that will hurt the other person. And to clarify, yes, Tori, I agree. She has said that about 5 billion times. We all know, we know. But let's just not give her the opportunity to issue any extremely valid and well thought out and reasoned strikes. Because they're never full strikes. Never.
Hold on a second. I think we had a mistake in chat. Okay. Tara, honey, you got timed out by mistake. I'm sorry, honey. There's nothing I can do to reverse it.
Yeah, there is.
Only how?
Yeah.
How can I do it?
You just time them out again for a shorter amount of time.
Oh, okay. Hang on one second. I'm gonna put her in 10 seconds then. Okay.
That
Hopefully
should
that'll
resolve
work.
it. It should. Yeah.
All right.
That
We got you
that
guys.
only started working recently. It didn't until they changed the time uh, increments. And yes, true crime with A. For anybody who look, I knew Archangel was going to go there, but that's why I'm look. That Frank guy. literally goes around YouTube. For anybody who thinks they've heard my voice frequently, I don't know what to tell you. There are some people who will just pop up on any place that there is a panel. Literally, they could be talking about anything and they will pop up there. And Frank does that. And yes, Tori, that is also an issue, a constant and ever present issue with that particular person. Um,
That's true.
it's why I'm not normally, despite what people may think of me, I am not normally somebody who'll just shut somebody down the second that they'll start speaking. I'm really not. I have a large tolerance for a lot of things, and I have manners. I do. I at least give people the grace to abuse those manners first, and then we'll go from there. But
Yeah.
I knew where that was going to go. The minute Frank popped up on panel, and the other ladies didn't know, and that made me feel bad. I was like, oh dear. This is
Oh.
oh dear, 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 oh dear. We're already in hell. This is only going to get worse. Oh dear.
No, Mister, you're right. She can say it, but nobody else can. See, it don't work that way. It don't. Now, let's say this. I can get at least, actually, I can fill up my entire panel for as many as I can allow it. See, because I got the whole thing. Um, with a shit ton of people. And they can tell you what the true definition of doxing really is. They've been here a minute. And each and every one of them have been doxed. Doesn't matter. And they've all arrived under their actual legal names. And they've soon changed it to something else. But that is who they are known by. What they arrived with first, their legal name. But they ain't going around crying dox. But you are. But you want it. You want this. You want this smoke. You want victimhood.
Right.
Get the
Um,
fuck out of here.
and that's where I was sort of trying to like sort of focus last night because there is a reason for all of
History,
this.
we've said it more than 3 times. She still ain't showed up. And she ain't blocked either. Mm-mm.
Are you
I'm sorry,
going
baby.
to
Go ahead.
issue your open invitation once more?
Hey, didn't we do that? What,
Well,
3 times?
look, I think it's always worth the. You never know. You just
Okay.
never know.
I will offer the invitation to her. She could come up here. I will mute. I will go on mute. I mean, hell, I'll even throw myself backstage. Okay? She wants to come up here and have her little time to talk it out with herself to the chat and explain herself. I will allow her to do that. But that would be solely up to her. But she's got to answer our questions. And I don't need an explanation. I don't need a rundown. I just want simple answers, yes or no. That's all I want. That's it. That's all. Nothing more, nothing less. But she's got full reign over my panel. I'll let her up. So you have an open invitation. I know you're watching Crime Slip, and I ain't dumb.
All right, come on up and have a conversation. Despite what you may think of us or anything else, let's start somewhere. Please. That's all anybody wants. It's certainly what the girls from Decipher have been trying to do.
Yeah,
It's what most of Dietz' panel was trying to do last night, was just let's move forward from somewhere, because this ever insane status of nonsense, arguing what you have done, where, why, when, how, what possibly could have happened, when you don't remember shit, it's too much. It's too much. Let's just start to move forward. We're not going to be besties, but oh my good lord, you're
yeah.
making your own life real difficult. Really do. And you're obviously not capable and don't have the temperament to be able to carry off the level of aggression that you think you're portraying here. You've managed to upset an entire community. People who don't even like each other are
Mm-mm.
willing to chat with each other because of the nonsense you're doing. That's how insane this is.
You see, I've never had a problem with Melissa. Never. I've always liked Melissa. I'm a ghost watcher of her channel. Okay. But Melissa's got her own opinion. But Crime Sleuthing, you expect people to just take your opinion and run with it. Everybody else's, fuck their opinion. Their opinion don't matter. That's what you are doing. That's what you want. You want people just to go with your opinion and say, fuck everybody else's. That's not how it works.
And it's not even opinion. We haven't even got to the opinion part. Show
You
your
want
proof.
you take it away,
Receipts
Lee.
or it didn't happen. Show your proof of your claim of whatever. And then people can start to, if you want people to believe you, that's a good place to start. Then they can get to the opinion part. Then they might get to know who you are. You
Hey, Heather.
may, God forbid, make yourself more likable. I don't know. But doing it this way, where you're just claiming shit, don't prove anything, and then just attack other people and then strike them for their opinions, that's not gonna go well. It's already going very badly. Very, very badly. Stop that.
Oh yeah. Then we got Frank. Oh, we're gonna be listening to that dude. Oh my god. That one threw me for a freaking loop. I had to go and listen to it twice.
Well, there's layers to the
Yeah.
frankness, and no, Frank is not the Frank that uh, we know from
What?
our little sector of YouTubes, but
What?
he's another gentleman. He's from Holland.
Wait, is that the same guy? The one that spazzes out sometimes?
No, I
Oh,
don't use that word, love. But yeah,
sorry.
uh,
My bad.
you're all right. You're all right. I should have said it slightly nicer than that. I'm suffering from yesterday. um, uh, there have been multiple Franks on Susan's, to clarify, but yes, the recently this particular Frank was doing a tour of many channels and had ended up at Susan's, and even Susan said he was too weird for her. Make it make sense.
Too weird? Wait, you said too weird, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
I just wanted to clarify that's what you said.
yeah, yeah. And that, like, because there was a whole lot going on there, and that was technically before his channel got shut down, and then he came back again two more times, and yeah, even Susan. I think Susan, to be fair though, struggles to understand what he's saying. It doesn't help that his audio level is barely above that of a mouse. Yeah. It's yeah.
No, see, I've never heard of that one that was up on dates. I never heard of him, but what he mm.
The
who's
last the
who's scared
last
who's scared of me, Rainbow Mom?
well, technically Rainbow Mum said sacred. So
Oh,
maybe no, but you're right. I think she meant scared, but maybe she's meaning you're sacred. Like
yeah,
it is
she got it right.
Lord's Day. You never know. Uh, uh,
Hey, Tima.
recently, before Morbid was terminated, there was a whole conversation where Frank and a few others, and the person who I will refer to rather than give their actual name as Street Maxer, Do you know who I mean now?
Oh
Earth.
God, yes.
He was up there too. There was a whole very interesting and unusual conversation. Yeah.
Hey Amanda. God, Streamaxer? I haven't heard that name in a while. Not up until recently though.
No, he's been doing the rounds as well.
Yeah, I saw him a couple weeks ago. What was it? About a week and a half ago on a certain somebody's late night show. Ugh, it makes me want to throw up. I stay as far away from that one as far away.
Yeah, there's a whole lot going on there. If yeah, I'll probably be better leaving that. And yeah, maybe be careful what you're writing in the chat. YouTube tends to get a little bit sensitive when you use the real naughty words. We have to be creative, everybody. Creative with the naughty words. You can still say the naughty words or, allude to them. You just have to be creative.
Okay. Just be very careful about what streets you go on around here. Just be very careful. That's all I say. I don't tell people where they can and can't go. I just tell them be very, very careful. Very careful. I have to be careful because I wind up in the freaking oddest places. I ended up in the knitting community and I actually found it entertaining. Imagine that. Okay, so this is Frank, the one at the very bottom. Now, what he did, that actually, let's just say it was sick. That it threw me for a loop. What he did, I don't know who he is. I didn't know what he had done until last night.
Well, and the point sort of is that it's already been handled. YouTube has already taken his channel down. That's it. It's gone. So all that we're going to discuss from there on out is the theoretical merits on something that you cannot see
Hey,
on
Stacey.
whether or not that was good or not. So it's like, well, what are we trying to achieve here? We've already had the punishment meted out by YouTube. Now, should people know about it so that they probably don't have them around? Sure, until Frank probably admits that it's not content for YouTube. The thing he will later describe as morally complex or morally questionable, whatever. Not all things belong on YouTube. YouTube has a very clear set of rules for the content they allow. Some people seem to be under the illusion that you can put anything you want, anything on YouTube. That's not it. No.
Yeah. I don't even know who he like I said, I don't even know who he is, but I'm glad I do now. After last night, I'm really glad. All right. Hey, Esty. Okay. Let's see. Well, Mr. Eve, you're about to find out. All right. Yeah, there's already a trigger warning. Okay. So here we go, guys.
I have them. I showed them on my channel the other
Melissa,
day.
don't you bring me into this.
I'm sorry. I read the comment and it was true.
What
case
true,
are we
but we're
talking
not
about?
there yet. We're not there yet.
Oh, Frank, you don't want to know.
Smashing Rogers.
Who is Frank? What's
Well, I
happening right
told
now?
you
Is this
it was
another Denmark
pretty
Candy?
deep. That's why I asked if you had something to add to it because we're like pretty far in at this point, but
We're
I
trying to
don't
get
think it
Well,
would.
it's all good.
It would not be very conductive to go back and read.
That is In dates language, that is, if you could please, unless you have something pertinent to add to the discussion, this is maybe not the right time for you. That's what dates is saying there. But dates is nice. Dates is kind. And that is her way of putting that across. As you will see, that was entirely lost on Frank. And yeah, so it's one of the times when people wonder why you become almost slightly aggressive on YouTube. This is why, because there there's only so much you can get across with kindness sometimes. Not everybody picks up on the cues.
But see, what impressed me a lot was we. She impressed me so much last night when she grabbed something, and we're going to get to that in just a couple of minutes. But I was so proud of her. I really was. I'm always proud of we. I really am. And she knows it too. She's just afraid to admit it.
Weirdo.
You furry cute thing.
Rehash it all.
But Crimes Within, all we want is a yes or a no. We don't need a dance around. That's
But
all it is.
what's the question that you want a yes or a no to?
Did she say these?
Pearl, you are so lucky I have not taken a drink of my coffee yet. It would have been all over my computer right now.
I was trying not to read it out there. Just whenever you were being nice, and Pearl knows that I don't handle the niceness very well. As soon as I saw that comment, I'm like, keep your mouth shut, wait, keep your mouth shut.
I was so close. I was just a millisecond away from taking a drink of my coffee until I saw it. Pearl, goodness.
Or not. And every time we tell her or ask her, did you say this or did you say that? She dances around the answer.
Well, it doesn't
What we
say
want.
she's gonna
But
admit
she's
to
not
it
gonna
until
do
you
it.
bring
Okay,
the
that's why we have to
Did
bring
you
it
say
up.
what?
The video's right there on my channel.
Did you tell Eve that she's gonna see her kids through plate glass? Yes or no?
I
That's
don't
what
recall.
I love that. I love that. I really do. I don't recall. Those are becoming that's becoming my new favorite word. I'm starting to write these new favorite words down so I can remember them later on.
Right, for a
I don't
lady with so
recall.
many notes and receipts, apparently, it's amazing to me how much she does not remember, and yet will make the most stunning accusations, but remembers nothing. Okay.
Look, I have ADD, okay? I do.
No, I look.
I mean, I even had the vid, okay? Look, the only thing with the vid, mine was mild compared to what other people have had, okay? People have had severe case. Mine was mild. The only thing I lost was my taste bud, and I had brain fog. I still have a bad case of it. I mean, not, I wouldn't say it's really, really bad. There's times I still have to write shit down because I don't remember. Okay? And plus, I'm fucking 40, okay? We're getting at that age where we're going to start forgetting shit. But this one, she's not forgetting. She just doesn't want to answer the question because why?
Right. That's the truth of it. She does not want to answer. Even anybody who watches any legal coverage, any case about anything, it doesn't matter the subject. It's literally like a parade of red flags to any lawyer. As soon as some people start giving it, I can't recall, I don't recall, and you're going to hear a lot of that. There's a whole lot of not recalling.
Yes, and he kept a dictaphone. That was a good idea. Yeah, of course. I mean, hell, I may get one. But see, I don't record shit. I ain't like that. And I wouldn't use something like that as a means to record everybody because that is a snake ass move. Just
There's
because you
a
live in a one party state doesn't mean you can just sit there and record every single fucking person. Because what happens if you record someone in a two party state? Whose ass is it?
there's a voice recorder on your phone.
Yeah. But I have to activate mine. Mine's not
Right.
activated.
Right, but I mean, whenever people are like, "Go get a dictaphone," like, I mean, what in the 1982 are we doing here?
Yeah.
You have the technology at hand if you need to be able to remember thing, or Lord forbid, go completely old school. Get a pen, piece of paper, write it down.
There you go. And like I said, I don't record people. But see, this one does. And let me tell you, you're going to end up recording somebody in a two-party state. And whose ass is it going to be? It's going to be yours, crime sleuthing, because you didn't get that person's permission. You didn't ask that person's permission. And that's going to get you in a shit heap of trouble. But hey, you do you. Do it. Go for it. Have at it. Have fun.
Only if you
my
bring those
Jesus.
receipts to prove
And
Okay.
it.
All right.
I've already
So
said
crime
we
sleuthing,
were
here's
all
my
talking mad
question.
shit about her. We sure were. And I remind you one
Hey,
more
you know
time
what?
for the last time.
There we go.
I
You
am
know
the
what?
only
She admitted one thing. She admitted one thing. She was talking mad shit. At least she admitted that part. I got to give her a little bit of grace for that one. She admitted that they were talking mad shit. So how about it? Should I give her that much grace? Just like 1% grace of talking mad shit about Eve.
Well, you can. Again, that's where you have your own personal decision making to do here. How much grace, consideration, all the things you want to give anybody. But
1%,
um,
1%. I mean, that's hardly anything.
where was that admission weeks ago?
Yeah.
Why has it had to take this much to even get that far? Because this is episode 9 million of the Crime Sleuthing Diaries. That's where we are now. We live here. I hate that for us, but we're here. So somehow that she feels like that's a big revelation. You were more than talking mad shit, though, Crime Sleuthing. And again, for those who don't know, A Balance was the one that doxed Mr. Eve's personal information, all because of this perceived talking mad shit business that they wanted to do. They wanted to cause hurt to Eve's family, and that's what their chosen method was. So technically, was it crime sleuthing that issued the doxing? No, not as much as we have proof for, but she was there for it. She was up on panel with AB.
Yeah.
But apparently knew nothing about it. Imagine that. That's kind of crazy, right? If
Yeah.
you're going up onto panels with people that you know nothing about, you're basically the same as Frank at this point, Crime Sleuthing. Congratulations. Well done. Well done. If
Mm-hmm.
you want to live like that, go with God. That's not going to serve you well, especially not in the drama community. They're not going to take that as excuse for shit.
But you know what? We're going to still show those receipts again. Even though we showed them last night, we showed them then a couple nights ago. We're going to still show them again because, you still want to dance around them. And, well, you know what? We're going to put it out on the table. And it's only fitting because you don't want to admit anything, but it's right here in black and white, your own words. So whenever Eve is ready to come up, she's got the link. Now, I get it. You don't like being called out, okay? Hell, nobody does. I get that. But that's the way YouTube works. You screw up, you get called out. Whether you get called out in a nice way or a bad way, that's it's whatever. But think of it this way. It'll help you grow if you choose to go that path. Or you don't. But in your case, you don't want to go that path. You want to continue down the path that you're going. You want to continue fucking up. You want to continue getting called out. Okay. But stop crying. because it's nobody's fault but you. You want to continue. We don't. We've had enough. Now, whatever anybody else that you have looped together, whatever they want to do, that's on them. That's their decision, what they want to do. The only thing I can say is thank you. Because you know what? You've combined communities together and we've met some nice people, great people. And we got you to thank for that, Crime Sleuthin'. But just stop it. Quit your fucking crying. This ain't fucking preschool, okay? We're way past preschool.
Well, some of us are. Mr. Eve, I absolutely agree with you. I do. But in this place, as Eve also knows, you have to be oddly specific all the time. You really have to. Otherwise, because if you give people an inch, they'll take a mile. So that's why I put it in that way. I know exactly what you mean. I agree with you in the spirit of the thing and the intent of the thing. Their behaviors, absolutely. But you also have to just be extremely accurate on who did what when. Otherwise, then they think they have been given a gift whenever you're like, well, you did this, and they're like, well, no, I didn't. It's like arguing with a toddler, like that kind of thing.
Yeah, I don't get it. I mean, hell, I'm way past that shit. I ain't in school. This ain't school for me. This is a freaking hobby, okay? All right, this is a hobby. If I want to listen to grown people cry, well, I just go to a bar and listen to people cry over their alcohol, about their pathetic lives, their divorces. I mean, that's what people go to bars for. And I'm not fretting about that, nah. But it does happen. And there are crybabies at bars. So, yeah, if I want to hear them cry, I'll just go to a bar. But I'm not coming here to listen to you or anybody else cry because they're being bullied. You're only being bullied because you choose to be bullied. You want to be bullied. Go back to high school if you want to be bullied, okay? Grow up. It's the fucking real world. I'm getting sick of that bullying bullshit. I really am.
Right. Granny's watching is sort of onto something that I've been considering too. There's
Hey, Granny.
a reason for a good portion of this, and it's not quite the words that will come out of Crime Sleuthin's mouth. There's a whole level of intent here that, again, if you've been around YouTube for a hot minute, you see it. You see it. This is blatant self-promotion. Most of us would choose not to do it in this way because it's going to cause you damage in the long run, behaving in this way. But for some people, they don't care about that. They don't care. They'll say, do whatever. So it's fine with them, which is great. Go with God, live your best life. You'll find your people. All I know is you're not my people. Then, if this is the
No.
way you want to conduct yourself, like Crime Sleuthin does, no.
Oh, hell no. Shit. I thought my old community was bad until I met this one. Sure did. I hope you're doing well, Granny. Granny was cracking me the hell up in Deet's back chat last night. It was funny as hell. All right, let's get back to this.
Did
One of-
apologize for that.
Out of everybody, I am the only one who personally apologized to
But
Eve
you
and her
can't
husband,
apologize
so
to something
let
you
it go.
didn't even admit to. You won't admit to.
Yeah.
I
Yeah, that makes
apologize for
sense why-
talking mad shit. I am not going to go down the line. I'm sorry for blah, 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 blah. No, I'm not doing
Yeah,
that.
I don't think that either. But Crime Sleuthin', is it possible that maybe your apology, like if you're saying, I don't recall saying that, but
This is
I'm
what-
sorry, right? Is it possible that it may not come across as like,
All right, you hang on a second, babe. Listen, I thought I sent it to you already. Hang on a second. Girl, it's in your DMs. Go look, Eve. It's in your DMs, girl. Go get it. I put it in there earlier. So
like,
say, babe.
genuine to them, so that like that may
This is
be
what we
causing
want.
them to not like accept the apology that you have given.
Wow.
It just,
Crime sleuth, and this is what we
accepting
want.
acknowledgement
So
or not
here's
is fine.
hold on.
That's up
Okay,
to
so
her.
can you see the screen?
Uh-huh.
There's a comment in the chat that says hopefully one day her kids will see her through
I
plate
have
glass.
acknowledged everything that I said, and
What did she say before? I don't recall. And then when she say, I acknowledged everything. She didn't acknowledge this. Hopefully
Right.
one day her kids will see her through plate glass. See, she may talk a lot of shit in a chat, but she won't recall it if you confront her. That's the issue right there.
Right. I would have more respect for, and I have had more respect for people who will literally curse me or anyone else up, down,
Mm-hmm.
sideways, inside and out. But own it. Own it. Have the decency to remember what you have said. Have the decency to remember, because if it means that much to you that you're going to talk mad shit, then you're responsible for it. Just the same way as I have to be responsible for mine. I'll own it. Can you, crime sleuthing? Can you try? It's fun because this is a recurring thing that you're about to witness here. With every receipt, and these are only, again, the tip of the iceberg with crime sleuthing, of the receipts, of the statements that she has made either in writing or verbally. Um,
Hey, Eve.
she never remembers until it is shown to her, and then all of a sudden, yeah, I did it, yeah. But there's never a yes, I said it because I believe blah blah blah. Never. It's weird. it's craziness.
Mm-hmm. But once you just throw it in her face, then she'll just say, oh, I acknowledged everything. No, you didn't. What did you just say 3 minutes ago? I don't recall. See, don't think I'm not writing all this down. I'm writing all of it down. I am. I am. Trust me. You don't think I take notes? Oh, I take notes, and it's not just to remember. No. It's just to remember what you said. It's what you said. So, yeah.
Well, and here's the thing. I just
Go
want to
ahead.
put a baseline out for why I'm coming out very late in the game asking for the truth, if you will, or her version of things. Because this is going to happen again later down the line. Bad behavior that's repeated over and over is called insanity. And if we expect that that's going to change, it's not. So when this comes up again, or when some other situation happens again, at least it's out there for the truth when she's exposed again.
Yeah. That way we all know. And that way when people come around here, the new people, they'll see who this person is
Right,
and what she
because
does.
this is the third very public exposure on YouTube. The third. And apparently people have learned nothing. They still bring her into their little groups. They still, and as Eve rightly says, somehow expect a different result. If you don't see what's coming from the previous times that it's been done, I don't know what to tell you. You have been warned at that point, or as we say in Northern Ireland, you've been telt. If you've been telt that I've done my part, it's up to do yours. Do not come crying when it all goes sour. You've been telt. Soup needs to be heard. These are the important things of today. Thank you.
And I want to be heard. Okay? It's my right.
And we all need to be heard. You know what?
But if people like Frank and Andy from Denmark keep coming up on panels when I'm trying to express myself, I'm gonna have to say something next time because this is ridiculous.
Right? Oh my gosh. I can't. I cannot.
By the way, it was very interesting how Crime Sleuthen addressed Frank like she definitely has spoken to him on a, one-on-one basis
Uh-huh.
before.
There is
Yeah.
definitely some familiarity there. If you go back and listen to it, please do that. We heartily recommend you going and listen to the entirety of Deets' stream.
Oh,
There's a very curious moment where, and it's why I also asked certain questions from Crime Sleuthen. It's curious, her behavior. Very
oh,
curious.
but wait a minute. We're going to get to that part. That's where I started. We're going to get there. We're going to listen to all of it.
Right, but this is why I came up hot. People are like, well, look, I know I can have my very Irish moments, but if anybody has ever seen me, you will have never seen me come up on a panel like that. Never.
Mm-mm. You know what? I would have to. I'll say this. I thought you had just woke up and just popped up on that panel. I really did. I thought you had just woke up. I was like, is she okay? Is
No,
she
no.
okay?
I was awake all night, baby.
You animal.
Right? That's me and Pearl just living the dream.
Well, keep on keeping on.
Well, until Pearl get gets rid of her current maladies, I feel like the
Hey,
dollar
Tia.
store fill-in, I feel like somebody somebody has to try, and it's
Hey,
insane.
Tia. I would love to hear what you have to say
I do
when you're
too.
ready.
Yep. Just send
And,
me a
and,
message.
and I'm sorry that I came in hot and heavy while you were trying to see a resolution, which we all know wasn't going to happen. Um, but I do appreciate how you came about the situation with, look, where are we going to find this resolution, and are you? And it was very telling what happened after that. It was a brilliant move, honestly.
Yeah, you just let me know when you want to come up, honey, and I'll let you up. You know, you have a link here anytime. I don't think there's just going to be any resolution whatsoever. But you know what? We have a resolution. We can put an end to it. We could just stop. Now,
Right.
crime sleuthing, you ain't never going to stop. And that's a fact. But I think this will speak for all of us. I think this will. Has it come up yet? Yeah.
Can y'all hear me? 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 I need to be heard. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. You can hear us, crime sleuthing. You can hear us loud and clear. We're done after this. But we're going to go over everything. And this time it ain't going to be a 7.5 hour live stream. I can tell you that much because I ain't got all fucking day.
7 1/4.
Yeah, I ain't got all day. True Texas, shut up. Go stuff it.
6 hours 50.
True Texas, go stuff it somewhere. Boy, you really want me to troll you, don't you? I know you do. Anyway, so, yeah. Only in the Krama and TC community, a fight between fishes happen, and a true crime discussion breaks out.
Right? It's one of
Oh,
the most amazing things because, and it's one of the things that also makes Dates' streams in particular, very enjoyable. You never know quite where you're going to go because where you start and where you end up are very different places, but the journey is
What's up,
always
Frank?
very interesting.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you know what, Rocco? I'm the one that agreed to let things up here, to let her talk. I did. I did. Okay. Will I eat shit for it? Probably. But you know what? I said the same thing about Constance Sue. I would let her up here to have more than 2 minutes. But did she ever show up? No. Now, I did offer Crime Sleuth, we and I did actually, to have Crime Sleuth come up here and let her talk. Did she show up the first time around? No. Will she show up this time? Probably not. But like I
Right.
said, I would let her come up here. I would put myself backstage so she can talk, even though it's my own fucking panel.
That offer is not a never extendable offer.
Oh, what the hell?
This is very.
I put up my own stream.
Would you swear? Would you stop?
Sorry.
Can somebody make Earth stop?
I don't think that's ever been accomplished before. So that's a negative.
Negative Ghost Rider.
Sorry, I was gonna do a poll, so I left the window open just so I don't have to go
Look,
back in.
she's
And I
still
didn't.
doing it. She's still doing it. She's still doing the thing. Despite the fact I just said, would you just stop? She's still doing it.
Okay, so there's no need to make threats. So come on.
God bless us.
God bless America.
USA, USA.
Ah. Oh, what a jackass.
I know, right, Bubblegum? I was too, but no, no. There's specific rules in my chat now.
I mean, it's really
We don't let her in. We don't let her in my chat no more.
It's really sad when your own group of people go, no, don't scream like that. Don't.
Oh my goodness. Yes. She has.
I'm almost tempted to make that a soundbite, but
Oh,
I don't think I can.
I've been with you. I have been sorely tempted on. There's a few little snippets that are just juicy for the taking, and I've been like, no, don't do it.
When that came out, I had just the gut rolls with all of the stuff going on in that video. Oh my goodness.
Oh, but did you see her last night? Apparently, I intimidate her. She doesn't want to talk to me no more. Oh,
Hey.
what did I do? Crimson, what did I do to you? Seriously, what did I do?
She voted Ert off the panel.
But she didn't call me Earth or Earth. That's not my name, okay? Do I need to bring Eliza up here? Because see, Eliza doesn't know who Earth is anymore. Eliza has the link. She knows where to get it. But still, like Pearl said, I think that CS's allergy to receipts will keep her away from Earth's panel. Probably, I think she's right. I think she's right.
Nothing brings on brain fog more than having to provide a receipt.
Right?
That's a fact.
You're like, hold on, I know I have it, but I have it
I
somewhere
don't know where I
within
put it.
4
Damn.
terabytes of data. I know I have it in here. I'll be back sometime in the next 6 years. Give me a moment. Yeah.
Hey, Chris, Hey, Chris, I love that. I love when I went into Savages and she said that someone stole the A and the H. I love it. I love Savage. She's great. She cracks me up. Okay, yep. See, even Frank's from my community. He knows what's up.
I have to be honest. I prefer the art. I know I'm doing a dates as panel situation now by taking this on a slightly different path, but I prefer art rather than earth because yes, it started as a joke, but I think it's unique and sort of snappy, and I like it. I'm into
I
it.
do too. But I am going to admit that now when I see it, I go skeet skeet
I know Granny's watching said that it's she likes it. It's shorter. It's shorter to type.
Right. Look, can I make a PSA? I've had this conversation recently with two other people. If you're going to choose a YouTube username, you need to make it easy to type. For one, no, please don't add, little symbols and 400 numbers and all that kind of thing. Please, for the love of God, do not
Popcorn.
add a whole different font or flags. People struggle with the flags. Lord only knows where you'll end up from. But if you can keep it as short or as unique to you as possible, that is a very good thing. You want something that sticks in somebody's head, something that not 87 other people are called. And I know that those things are all difficult, but try and make it short, especially if people are going to type your name in a chat. If you want people to have a conversation with you, um,
I
yeah,
feel like
please
this
do
is a
that.
target to Chris for sure.
Well, Chris is a slight outlier because Chris is now famous on the YouTubes for always being Chris it or Chris with the Italian flag. So I think she is legally bound not to change hers. Yeah. All the flags. I try not to, Pearl. I'm so Pearl's like, damn it, way.
Okay. All right. Enough of our craziness. We're just being nutty over here for right now before we get into the serious shit.
We're helping the
On
people.
to past
We
Already
just
craziness.
said.
Huh?
We're
I said
helping
no
the
more of the current craziness. On to past craziness.
right.
Oh.
Past craziness, the craziness of yesterday.
Frank, you just crazy, okay? You got a 5-letter name. Crazy Frank. You just crazy. But I still adore you, dude.
No,
Hold
you
on.
didn't.
Hold on. Well, Crime Sleuth, when
Not
she
each and
asked
every
you,
minute. Is
hold
this
on.
what this is going to be now? An inquisition over something that happened
What?
a long,
Wait,
long,
No,
long
all
no.
I
time ago?
Hold
said,
on.
Everybody pause. Everybody pause. Take a breath.
Hey,
And
Reese.
then you
Pause
get
all
her
the time.
Hey,
question
Tiny
in.
Dancer.
Okay,
I
so
mean, everybody
I
in
just want to
chat is
remind
being
you
on
just for a
Thursday.
second.
We're all
Don't
talking
ignore
Oh
the
my
nonsense.
chat.
gosh. Y'all didn't even let me finish. Like,
Get over
stop
it, Eve.
breathing. Both of you get over it and stop. Let Nanya get her question out. And then you guys can, like, eat each other's throats. But let her get it out now.
So we were we were trying to understand what exactly happened, right? I asked Earth, tell me one thing she said. She said the plate glass stuff. And she said, just say yes or no. Did you say it or did you not? You said, I can't recall, right? And so we're pulling up this receipt. It is very clear that you did say it. So can you say, yes, I said it, even though you've already given an apology for saying it?
I apologize again. How about that?
No,
No.
no. See, because that's
What?
just like
No,
that's kind of
y'all aren't
that.
going to force me to say some specific
No,
sentence. Nope.
no, no, no.
Done in there.
No,
Mm.
here's my
I
thing though. I
said
think what they want.
I talked mad shit
But
about her.
That's what she was doing last night, just pecking on a rock. Kind of like
Now,
her friend was.
now that she said this, remember when she recently had been striking here, there, and everywhere?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so does that apply now that she's admitted she went hard at me and Mr. Eve? Does that apply, and will she cry foul if and when those things come back to haunt her?
Well, and what sort of apology is that? For a start, Again, I don't know about Joel, but if your toddler, because we're at that level apparently, gives you an apology like that, do you somehow go, "Oh, well, that's great"? No, no, no. You have to explain to them that no, if you're going to offer an apology, you're meant to mean it. Lenny, I love you. This was literally the first thing I said about this. There is a basic misunderstanding of building materials. That's one issue. She hasn't even issued the correct dig that she thinks she has. But that's neither here nor there. Her intent was of something more of a legal perspective. That's what she thought she was saying there.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
But I agree with you on the literal definition. But I was like, my soul is damaged by the fact that you don't even understand your own words. But okay. Um, and then she wonders why people are constantly at odds with her. Constantly.
That sounds like a little girl saying, "Oh, I'm sorry for breaking, I don't know, a glass cup or something, just so she can get out of being in trouble." That's just what it sounds like to me.
Right, but it
You
was
don't
how
care.
about that part? That part. I'm sorry, how about that?
Yeah.
But what? What? Catch me outside, how about that? Is that what we're doing now? uh, because it was the same vibe. It was kind of unmistakable.
Yeah, kind
Um,
of like the gloves on or gloves off type thing.
it was just like, what? I mean, would you all accept an apology offered in that manner? I'm genuinely asking.
It
Can we
was
get
hogwash. It was grade
Right?
A bull honking doo doo, and she knows it.
Thank you, True Texan, for the $2
Since
super chat.
we're both from the South, I figured we would use those kind of terms.
Well, I say it all the time. I'm from the hood, and I'm sure as fuck not misunderstood. Okay, I'm not.
But
So
CS is, she sure is misunderstood. We don't understand. We
no,
are ill-informed, ill-equipped, uneducated, whatever the name is that she wants to throw out. It's us.
I would like to
okay.
offer a personal welcome to one of our most special chatters of the stream. This is a slight callback to anybody who has witnessed this before, but welcome, Nightbot. Hello. It's good to see you.
I already don't like you, Nightbot. Sorry.
I don't even know who you are, Nightbot, but I think I've seen you around a time or two. I don't know. There's a couple of Nightbots around here, so you could be anybody.
Right. Nightbot Appreciation Day was one of the funniest things I've ever witnessed. For anybody who doesn't know, Purple, one day, well, many times, but on one particular day, she kept just chatting to Nightbot. She was like, it was insane.
Are you serious?
I'm
Oh my god.
very serious, very, very serious.
If you say, if you have been unfairly timed out, I swear I'm throwing digital hands on this panel because that is the most ridiculous Nightbot in Purple's channel that I've ever seen.
Oh, Nightbot has upgraded the ridiculousness, but I will save that for later so I don't derail the entire thing. And it's beautiful, and I'm let's just say I'm gathering. Let's put it like that. You'll see it in a future moment.
True Texan. I will put it towards coffee, okay, but without the Baileys. I hate Baileys. I think that stuff is nasty as hell. But thank you. I appreciate you. She can't accept responsibility for what she said by saying I said things without taking into account the exact words she typed. My observation is she has very low, if any, emotional intelligence. No, when she said I vote Earth off, she was sniffling and crying. But then when she said I vote Earth off, dude, you saw how high she was in the emotional stage, or no, how low she was in the emotional stage, and then boom, when she said I vote Earth off, how high the emotional stage went. She went from the emotional to non-emotional. See, that bitch can turn it on and off like a fucking water faucet. So that right there just told me you're just a fake. You cry so people will feel sorry for you, but then when something funny comes up, you'll turn it right off. You need practice if you're going to pull that shit. Anybody can smell that bullshit from a mile away.
The irony, the irony in Stuff It Crier, when I have not cried once about what has happened, but then someone knowing about her probate
Oh my
sends her
God,
into
Lenny.
a crying fit on Purple's Live. Blue Doggy, that was rich.
Lenny, I can't believe you said that. That's gotta be the highlight of the. That's gotta be the highlighted comment of the morning or the afternoon. But yeah, if you want people to feel sorry for you, work on the highs and lows of your emotional status. You suck at it.
I said a lot of things that I should not have said. We were trying
Okay.
to hurt her as
Obviously.
much as she had been hurting this family. Period.
See, that's what I loved about it because I wasn't talking about the family. I wasn't. That's not what the topic was. The topic was what
Correct.
she did to Eve and her husband and family. That's all I was talking about. I was not bringing up the family one bit.
And
If you
she
go
should
back and
have.
listen, yeah, if you go back and listen, you would hear that I never brought up the family at all. All I wanted was a yes or a no answer to these screenshots that she conveniently does not recall. I just wanted a simple yes or no. That's all I wanted. Just to put an end to all of this. So we can go on our merry way, leave it alone. Now, what she does, that's on her. Other than that, that's not what she wanted. She wanted to continue to she just wanted to continue, blaming Eve for going after the family, which was not the, that's not what the topic was. That's not what the hot issue was. The hot issue was her, the things that she said. That was it. But no, she wants to hide behind the family. That's what she wants. She wants to blame everything on just Eve. But here's the problem. What she's blaming Eve for, paying for like talking to the suspect. Well, what about crime lies and lines, whatever the fuck her name is? What about her?
Correct.
Didn't anybody listen to that recording? I mean, hell, I still have it recorded. I
Well,
mean, I won't
and it
even
would make
listen to it anymore. That
sense.
was gross.
Listen, it would make sense for someone who has been covering the case more than anyone for 2 years. Wouldn't it make sense to interview if the suspect is gonna do this? Wouldn't you want it from someone who's knowledgeable in the case? My God, Brooks thought that there was a two-story house they lived in. Ridiculous. I mean, they don't even have the basics down. So, but see, that wasn't the point for them. It was to exploit not only information that I had received, but also exploit the family that I'm getting blamed for doing, which I do not do. This is strategic.
Yeah. But no, there's no same energy. There's no nothing. It's just, let's just go after Eve and her family. Let's just do that instead. But this had nothing to do. In my belief, in my opinion, I think this was just more than going after Eve because of how they think she's handling the case. It's more of a personal level It could be both. I, on the other hand, think it's both because it's personal level and they don't want her covering it. But this is not a pick and choose kind of game. Everybody's free to cover the same case as long as you're putting out the correct information. That's how I see it with true crime. And I've always saw it that way. I mean, how many people right now are putting out misinformation about Sebastian Rogers? I'll wait. Can anybody give me a actual number of how many people are putting out misinformation about that case right now?
Can't count on my hands. That's how many there are.
Yeah. 10 fingers, 10 toes. That's all we got. So, yeah.
Well, on that note, crime sleuthing, I gave it a shout out last night. I couldn't get the chance to explain what I meant because crime sleuthing was being real slick. Crime sleuthing had been making community posts about the cases that she is interested in. She's well within her rights to do so. I swear I need a picture of a squirrel, and I'm just going to hold up the squirrel picture and just be like, it's a fucking squirrel. But she had made a post about the Sebastian Rogers case, and it was stated as a question deliberately. But her question was, is Chris Proudfoot taking down posters of Sebastian Rogers? ? And then she had shared a post made by, or a set of messages that somebody had sent claiming that they had a video of this. That was it. There was just a claim. No proof, no evidence, no nothing. Now, if Eve had ever put up even something remotely similar in connection to Michael Vaughan's case, there would have been a fucking riot. And rightly so. Now, since then, Crime Sleuthing has taken that post down. Isn't that curious? It's almost like, yet again, she's just putting stuff up that she cannot stand by. And now that there is no information to back it up, she's having to retract. Not with an apology. No apology to that family. Apparently that family doesn't matter. But you're going to burn Eve at the stake because of another perceived set of behaviours on a family. Well, if you hold that true for one, it has to be true for all. That's where I'm having a huge problem with crime sleuthing. Huge problem. And I don't understand why this community does not keep her to that standard. I don't understand. Please, if anybody can help me, write your answers on a postcard. Tell me all the things.
Hey,
because
Melissa.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
Yeah.
She's up there saying the most, saying Eve has done this, Eve has done this. Where's your proof? Show it then. Show us what Eve has done. Put it out there. Make a whole series. You could make an entire channel, Crime Sleuthing. Show us all the dirty deeds from Eve.
You know what her proof was? Her proof was it could be done. That's
right.
what her proof was. Wow.
I heard it might have been done.
Oh.
Oh yeah, those were.
I proved otherwise, and that's what hurts. That's what hurts a lot of the community of my content of Michael Vaughn. They cannot refute it.
Yeah, let me write that down. I'm gonna write that down right now. No, I'm not. Jesus. Oh, but she gets to claim whatever she wants. But we'll get to the opinion part, Melissa. We're going to. I mean, I jumped the gun with the opinion part. We had to stop me.
There is an important part, though, that it's a different topic or angle of attack, but she is also doing the same now to many other creators. The thing that Eve has been experiencing, other people are now experiencing. And it's horrible. There's no comfort in that.
Well, guess
Even
who got a pat on the back for interviewing Sarah Wandra's abuser? The lab did. He got the biggest pat on the back and sub grab you can imagine. And no one batted an eye.
Mm-hmm.
This man beat her way before Michael's case was even, he wasn't even born yet. But just to slander Sarah's name, yes, she's a suspect, but that's irrelevant when you're interviewing her DV situation with him. But no one batted an eye. So there are exclusions to the rule here. And I don't like seeing it. And I will put it out there. Aren't we supposed to protect all victims?
Well, that's why I
Yeah.
mentioned that community post, because it's clearly not. The behavior is clear for people to see if they go and look. You go and listen for yourself. You don't have to believe anyone else. Go make your own opinion. We're not certain creators who will tell you what to think without at least showing you the footage that you're meant to even consider. Go look. Go find it out. Make your own decision. I sure know what I see. And I'm not the only one. These ladies on panel are not the only one. A lot of folks in the chat, they're not the only ones. This didn't happen by accident. And it's more based on actual, factual evidence, not an opinion. I swear I'm about to...
I just thought that would make everybody laugh. Blame Eliza. She gave it to me. This is what I was starting to feel like last night. I really did. After just going round and round and round and round and round and round with this bitch. That's what I was starting to feel like. I was
Just
actually starting
like
to feel like
a,
that.
just not to tell people what to do. I'm not trying to say this. But if you have someone on panel who is trying to express that this is the issue and this is what they're basing that on and what they're wanting, let them fully do it with no interruptions, especially from someone like Crime Sleuthing. I mean, because it gets so muddled in the back and forth. So if anybody wants to help someone clear up some misinformation about them, let them do that. Please.
Yeah. Alright. Looks like Stinson's telling us to hurry it up. You know the rule. She's the managing mod. Alright, Sip, we're going.
I'm not hearing. I'm not hurting what she's saying.
Oh.
Okay.
Mhm.
So
But
I heard you say that like
we
3
were
times.
absolutely deliberately trying to hurt her. We were.
okay.
We were
I
very
feel like
mad,
that's fair
very
enough.
angry.
Like that's honest. I don't agree with it.
And
Okay.
We were
Okay.
trying to hurt her as much as she had been hurting this family. Period.
Okay.
Mhm.
So
But
I heard you say that like
we
3
were
times.
absolutely deliberately trying to hurt her. We were.
Okay, so there you go. They were deliberately trying to hurt her. Why? Because what? Because they thought she was deliberately hurting the family, or she was deliberately hurting the family. Either way, they went after Eve and her husband. Now, it doesn't matter if they were part of the doxing or not. They knew about it. Now, like I said before, when I did the stream on that whole doxing thing, I cut that part out. I would never do that to Eve. And I made sure Eve knew that I cut that part out. She was in my chat that day. She was up on my panel as well.
We don't do it to anybody.
Mm-mm.
Anybody.
No, I would never do that, but I would let the person know that, hey, I'm going to do this. Are you okay with it? I cut it out. And I would let them hear it first, just
Right,
to make
but
sure I got everything out.
there is a correlation though, because Crime Sleuthing is running around YouTube telling everybody that she's been doxxed by all of these people.
Hmm.
Where is your proof, Crime Sleuthing, that that has happened? Show it, please.
Her feelings about it is her receipt in her mind, which is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And look, if something that I did against whomever you're saying I did something to is so egregious that you went out of your way to say things like what's on your screen here, hopefully one day her kids will see her through plate glass, you would think that you could at least remember or jot down one example of me deserving this treatment and my husband. And my kids have been threatened. So you would think that this amount of hate, you would remember at least one example, and that did not happen.
But see, Crimson, you also made that threat too, that you would drive the 8 hours to visit family because they live not that far from Eve either. I mean, I'll be happy to play that part again too. I really don't want to, but if it just gives you a little refresher course because you have a little short-term memory according to yourself, but you did. That was your threat.
Always side-eye the one that screams the loudest of being victimized.
Oh
Get the
yeah.
receipts before you make a call and join in on the hate train. That's just my advice to YouTubers, I guess.
Thank you, LFT. We did. You guys tried too. You and Tia. You guys tried too. And she just doesn't want to let up on anybody. Melissa tried. You guys tried. We all tried. She just doesn't want to. But you know what? After this, we're done.
Okay.
We were
I feel
very
like
mad,
that's fair
very
enough.
angry.
Like, that's honest. I don't agree with it,
And I
but
and
that's
I
No,
said
honest.
but
that.
it's
I said that
honest.
to her that night
It
on
is
that panel. I
honest.
said this to her. I said,
I
"Yeah,
got-
we were absolutely coming at you hard because this was after 2.5 years of her coming at this family hard, and then having the audacity to assist a named suspect in any way financially." Nuh-uh.
And to
Okay. See that's where I wanted to get at too, but I did keep my mouth shut on that one because I didn't want to screw it up. The whole aid and financially. Well, Crimson, what did the other creators do? Didn't they pay to talk to the crime suspect too? Didn't they do that? But you want to make sure that Eve thought she was committing a crime, that she was going to see her kids through plate glass, that she was going to go to jail for all of it.
I mean, does that mean that
Hey,
Justin
Fez.
is going to jail also? Does that mean
Ooh,
that Brooks is going to jail also? Did you pay him any money, Crime Sleuthing? Are you going to jail?
yeah.
I just want to know. I mean, if that's the standard, please tell us. But please also show your proof. Rather than what you've heard, what you believe, what you feel in your bones, what your waters tell you. I don't know any of the things, what you've read in the tea leaves. Show the proof and
Yep.
hold the same standard for everybody.
Mhm. Yeah. And how long you've been working on this case too? I'm curious because you talk as if you've been working on it since day one. I find that hard to believe because automatically you just pop up out of nowhere. I ain't seen you around here, not since the Quentin Simon case, and trust me, I'm fucking everywhere. Why do you think I have the name Earth? It's not just because it's catchy. It's because I am everywhere. I would have seen you around these parts. And you were not around here. You just up and bailed. But then you just automatically show up out of nowhere as if you know about this case. Which is why I find it hard to believe that you've been on this case since the beginning, like, because that's just how you talk. But then you want to jump on the bandwagon to go after Eve and her family. Okay. But you hang around a tragedy pimp. Jaundice. Do you know what he's done? He'll never live it down. I'll go through that later.
And
Well,
to
that's
be
actually
clear,
all the time, though.
to be
Hold
again
on,
to
guys.
be
This is
fair,
important.
What?
This is important. We
What?
need to show the receipts of Crime Sleuthin wanting to interview Stacy and he backed out. Can we please put those up so that that could be cleared up? Because you were doing the same thing that
The
you're
text
accusing
messages.
everybody else of. Do it.
Can
Well,
you pull
The
them
text
up?
I
messages.
think Brandy,
You know,
The text
Brandy
messages.
asked for that not to be gone
you
through.
guys seem to be discussing something
Yeah.
that is a commonality.
I will be putting up those because those were given to Eve by Stacy Wandra. I do still have them. We'll show them.
Did you hear what Frank just says?
Yeah, I'm going to go back a minute. Here we go.
Because it's important. I mean, that sets the tone for the whole thing. The man hadn't even a clue what was going on. He just
No.
came in, took the link, up he went. And there, again, there's nothing to stop him from doing so. But Deeds
Wow.
offers one of the kindest, sweetest, please get yourself down off the panel situations. And he still just carries on. He just still sits there. It's like, what?
I
I'm
would
gonna
have,
skip that
not
part,
me. I
Brandy.
would have just booed. I'm like, bye bye. I wouldn't have been kind about that if I had found out what he had done. I
I'm
wouldn't be
very,
so kind.
No,
I'm
but
very curious though,
no,
y'all.
even before that, I'm talking like right at the start, right? This bit, right at the start. What are you doing there if you don't understand the discussion?
Oh well, yeah, that too.
What are you
All right,
doing?
Well,
you two are in
real
charge for a
quick.
minute. I'll be right back.
Okay, I'm really curious as, and no slight against Jones, but I've never heard, and maybe I'm wrong, but I never heard of this particular instance to not be spoke on. Now, the hate train that, me and Crime Sleuth were arguing about in a previous Deets Live, that was what she was speaking on, Brandy. I'm not sure why this particular instance of her wanting to interview Stacy, meaning Crime Sleuthing, Brandy didn't want me to speak on. I am I confused here?
I think some people have understood it in that way. I say understood rather than misunderstood because I can see why there might be a level of confusion when, if you go back and listen to what Brandy said during that, what she wanted to stop was the arguing and
Right,
the hate within the situation, just to take it down
right.
a level or 20. Um, Brandy has made it very clear many times before she wants the things to be talked about. She
Everybody has their opinion.
wanted
That's,
focus on these people. Um,
she said to go after them
right?
straight up.
So it's not twisting her words. If you go back and listen to it, you'll see it's more the animosity that she wanted removed from the situation. And clearly that hasn't happened from certain people.
And no offense to Brandy Neal at all when I say this because it's not at her at all. But she doesn't get to dictate that. Um, what situations in this case that can be discussed. However, I try and have tried to be mindful going forward in the past few months what I say and how I say it regarding, her and what she said in the past. I've already done the accountability live on that. I feel like I've done a good job so far, and I'm not perfect, but I've already, established that. So I just want everybody to know and I don't think Jones meant any harm by it. She was just assuming that was lumped in. The specific situation was lumped in with that. It was not, in my opinion. Brandy just didn't want the vileness to continue.
Right.
Not case specific stuff like that.
Right. And again, if that's the claim, then show the proof. I feel like a broken record at this point, but I don't understand why other people have to produce their evidence for everything they say and do, and yet certain others don't. So if you're going to make a claim like that, then show your evidence thereof. Simple. Real simple. Then we could all be on the same page.
Right. And when I said I would really like for, if you're on panel and someone's trying to clear up some stuff, to let them do that. It was more about
All right,
the
I'm back.
panel thing. The panel, they can wait. I've had to wait. They can wait, And it's no slight against Dietz in particular or anyone on panel, but it was the second time that happened to me. And I don't think it was a coinky dinky. I think it was very purposeful.
Yeah.
Unbeknownst to anyone else on panel.
Sorry, guys. I'm a little off my game. I put in the wrong earbuds and I started talking to myself. My fault. Okay. Hey, Magpie. Long time no see, Magpie. I hope you're doing okay. Okay. Here we go with Frank. Brace yourselves.
You're
text
using
messages.
everybody else up. Do it.
Can
Well,
you pull
the
them
text
up?
I
messages?
think Brandy,
You know,
Brandy
text
asked
you,
for that not to be gone
you
through.
guys seem to be discussing something
Yeah.
that is a commonality in YouTube.
If they're the text messages, Eve, I've already
Sorry,
sent
we
them
ain't
to
got
you.
time to
Yeah,
explain.
Pause.
Brandy
Frank,
has
they're not
asked for
going to let
that
you
to be let go.
explain. Not today.
What he says is, are you guys going to be discussing something that has a commonality on YouTube? Now, that's your first indicator. So he hasn't listened to, and this panel had been going for hours at this point. And he just turns up like, hey, what's happening? Hi. Great. But it's maybe not the best time for that. You can hear that there are heated voices. The level of awareness is situational awareness, conversational awareness, self-awareness is real low there. That was a problem for me. I was like, what are you even doing? And it only gets worse from there on. Carry on.
Brandy
Well,
has asked for
Brandy,
all of this to
and
be
that's
let go.
no,
And I've already
no, this
said
is
that I
between
feel
me
this
and
is
you.
no,
Okay,
this is
okay.
actually
So-
inappropriate and disrespectful to her right now.
No,
Well,
you just don't want
wow.
this coming out.
It
but
really
we
is.
need to
She
get
asked
this
for
out.
this matter to be laid to rest.
Oh, but she also asked you
and
something,
we agreed.
didn't she?
Me and Eve agreed. Me and Eve and her husband agreed. So and I'm not
No,
the one bringing it back up.
Wow.
This is
I recall
about
that.
that was
being
wrong.
accountable for
I don't need
getting
to be
involved
accountable
in
to
a
you for
case.
anything. I don't need to be
Not to
accountable
me.
to you.
I'm not saying that.
I don't need to be accountable to anybody
You
for
are
it.
involved in the true crime community, and you blame other people for doing X, Y, and Z. But
nope.
because
I own
it's
exactly
known
what I
that
said
you
to you.
do, well then let's roll it. Let's
What are you
show
ta-
everybody that you wanted an interview with Stacey, but he backed out because his lawyer said no.
Dietz, you
And
But
remember
that's
I'm
what
what you said.
confused, though. I
So
don't
it's on
understand
you.
why that
Pause.
Don't
matters,
don't
though.
sit there and threaten me.
Please.
Don't threaten me like
Did
that.
you
Like
see
you
the
were-
live in which
What'd she say?
We were asked to let this go, and we
You-
all
you were
agreed.
not-
and now she's bringing it up now.
Hold on. Wait.
You were not asked. You were not asked to let this specific thing
Oh
go.
my
She
God.
wanted you guys to quit arguing in that moment over the
Over
timelines and
this, over
and
this
that.
exact thing.
No.
I agree with that. It was over this exact thing.
No.
Okay. All right. I've
It was.
here, take my word for it. I've seen the proof right here. She absolutely will just say right, yes, she did ask Stacey Wandra and make offers to him.
But I guess I don't understand.
No,
So
he
And I
asked
will
me
show
for
it.
money.
Are
The-
we
the
Don't
saying
think
page
I
she
won't.
can't
on my
have that
channel.
opinion of Eve
Tomato,
because she
tomato.
did it herself? Is
Can
that
y'all
what?
hear me?
Don't think I won't show it, because it goes to what Crime Sutton said on her stream yesterday. When a troll went in there and asked her, and she said no. So, please tell me, was that a lie or what? Because that was a lie. I mean, was that an interview or what?
No.
No, for Crime Sleuthing. Was she going to interview Stacey Wandra?
But she wanted to, yes. So if, like I said, if this particular thing is something that Brandy did not want discussed on, because they're saying this particular problem should not be addressed, why? That is weird. But I never heard that. So how am I supposed to know what I can and cannot say, which that's not a thing. I can say whatever I want. Why is this particular issue that I've never heard of being a problem spoken on is an issue?
Yeah.
Well, we're basically saying
No, I never offered him money for a freaking interview.
no,
He's
no.
the one who asked me for money, and I said, "Hell
Crime
no,
Sleuthing.
buddy, kick
Yeah,
rocks."
Hang on.
If
I'm
he
trying to
sent
understand
any
why
text
we're even
claiming
talking about
otherwise,
this.
they're bullshit.
How could you aid and abet a suspect in a missing child's case crime? That's what you said to me.
I didn't.
That's what you said to me.
He's
That's
a
what
freaking
you
liar sitting in prison right now.
So then why would
I
you need to
posted
interview him?
I posted all of our messages, him asking me for money, telling me his hotel was 280, and then he knocked it down to 170, and then he was like, oh, maybe 120. He was the one negotiating with me for money, and I said, no, I will not. And he said, well, then you're not getting an interview.
So you exploited the situation.
Well, how was that exploiting the situation? What are you talking about?
Bro, y'all are
Because
still
he-
going
he
to
was
sit here
the
and
one talking
argue
about
about
it.
exactly what she asked y'all not
Yeah,
to sit
just
here and argue
stop.
about?
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done.
I also don't understand what the
But
purpose of
she
it
was
is.
okay.
Like, what do you
Wait.
what like? How
She
it
was
doesn't
okay.
make-
Okay. Now, I'm a little leery about the money thing. That's why I didn't speak on it. Was she exploiting the situation or not? I
Well,
didn't
first
speak
of
on the
all,
whole money thing. Okay, that's why I'm not speaking on the
the
whole money
money
thing.
thing is nobody's business, honest to God. But I'm transparent. And I told everybody exactly what happened on that. And they lied about all of that. Again, I proved it. At the end of the day, this is the facts. Somebody wants to go on a platform to clear their name of a crime against a child. That is very serious. Very serious. And he had already been on a panel with Brooks from Crime Lines and Lies. And the most egregious shit you could imagine was spewed out onto that channel. And it was harming Michael Vaughn, the victim. This was horrible what they did. So if we're worried about money instead of the child and the victims in this case, that's a problem for me. That was my baseline reason.
Right. What, in other words, to keep everybody up to speed, because some people, this is their first time of hearing this. Other creators had given money to this person, whether it be for their time, their information, the communication, whatever variation of words you want. But yet the only one that is being vilified for it is Eve.
Yeah, I'm the whipping post. for all of their sins, if you will, because I have an opinion. That's it. And it's not really a bad opinion. And if anybody wants to know what that is, it's very simple. I feel like there's some knowledge missing here when it comes directly to the Michael Vaughn case and the immediate family members. That is not guilt. That is not saying they're guilty. It's saying that the timelines don't add up. What has been said from the horse's mouth doesn't add up. And the only ones that can clear that is law enforcement. That's it. Which is obviously what they're struggling with, right? um, and there's no crime in that, in my opinion. But you don't have to like it. You don't have to do anything but not listen. You could definitely not listen. That's for sure.
Okay.
Say anything.
No.
I
no
only
one
said what I said
stepped
because of
in.
what Dee
Brandy
said,
didn't step in
and
and
I
say,
offered him money.
don't
That's
do
not
this
true.
to her. Don't do this to Eve. Until it became very apparent that it could go back on.
No, I only said what I
Susan,
said
and
because
other
of what
people
Dee
who
just
were
said.
guilty of it.
I don't know what fake
It
shit
was
you sent
Y'all
her
are
because that's not
literally
real.
arguing about
Yeah.
what she said. Like that.
Yeah.
Do you know how crazy this sounds right now?
I get Nanya. I literally, when this first got brought up, I'm the one who said, "Hey, wait, no, this should not be discussed. This was already resolved. I already apologized a long
9
time
times
ago,
out
and
of
it was
10,
asked."
you say don't discuss something. That doesn't necessarily mean
But I said it was
doesn't need to be
because of
discussed
what she
when
said.
there's,
I said,
like-
no, she asked for this not to be discussed. And they said, well, we're
I've
going to
never heard
anyway.
of that.
So I did ask that. I said, please, let's not do this.
Okay.
Well,
So
here's my
then
thing.
what can we do? What can we do without bringing this situation up? What can we do to resolve this with you all? Or is that pointless? And if it's
I don't
pointless,
think that they can
that's
resolve
fine.
it, Deets.
There's only one thing I want to know. One thing. Okay, Crime Sleuth, I want you. And I want you, because since you made this accusation, I want you to find me the proof right now that the jerks dox people all the time. Please find me that proof, and I want to see it
I
now.
don't owe that to you.
Yes, you do, because you made this
No, I don't.
accusation against them, because that is not true. That is a false statement. That is, you have to show proof.
Again, go back to the definition of doxing, honey.
No, you made that against them. That's not.
Go back to the definition of doxing.
They did not dox you. You cannot prove they doxed you. So,
and that's where I was trying to get to her, because she was just, again, flip-flopping around when it came to that whole doxing. Go look for the definition of doxing. Why do I need to go look for the definition of doxing? Girl, I've been around a long time. A lot longer than you. I don't need to go look up the definition of doxing. I know what the definition is. I don't need to read it out every stinking time I go live. You're the one that made the accusation. You did. Don't you know what the saying is? The one that makes the accusation is the one that has to show the proof. Well, girl, you have to show the proof. I don't have to do it. I've told you, I don't do bitch work. I don't. If I'm going to make an accusation against someone, I'm going to show that proof. You bet your ass I would. I mean, haven't I done enough showing proof against you? I sure the fuck have. But have you? Absolutely not. So I want to know. Where's the proof that the jerks have doxed any of you? Where's the proof that this woman here has doxed you? Where is it? What about her? What about this one? Do I need to go on? Do I? What about this one? I mean, this one, I can tell you right now, this one can give two shits about you. She's already made that quite clear. And she'll tell you flat out. So, what about this one? Where's the proof that she's doxed you? Because everybody that I'm clicking on right now that's popping up on my screen, they're in and around and part of the jerks. They haven't doxed you. So, where's the proof? I'm waiting. And I'll keep scrolling until I can't scroll anymore. And I'll keep popping them up one by one. What about this one here? Has she doxed you? No. Can you prove it? No. Am I going to keep going? I guess I am because it's still letting me scroll.
Are you
So
gonna
how about it?
show the receipts of uh,
Oh yeah.
Crime Sleuthin and Wandra? Because that
Oh yeah.
it's
We are.
I don't know why it was such a contention to show those receipts when that's all they do. That's all we do. I don't know why that was an issue, but definitely would like to see those.
Oh yeah, baby. We're going to show them. And what about this woman right here? Pearl DeVere. Has she doxed you? Because this one right here is part of the jerks. Has she done it? No. I got one more, don't worry. Got one more for you, Crime Sleuth. Where'd she go? She left chat. Eliza, get back here. She must be busy. Okay. Damn. I'm still scrolling. But I ain't done. I still got a point, Crime Sleuth. Because see, I know what this is about. I know why you said that. Because you like to think I'm dumb. I ain't dumb. What have I told you for weeks? Don't underestimate me. Has this woman here doxed you? Because she's part of the jerks too. Has Tango Ray, has TJ Jerk, have they doxed you? Has Bugsy, has she doxed you? Absolutely not. So that little statement that you made in Purple's chat, that they dox all the time, that was bullshit. You cannot prove it. So don't say shit that you cannot prove. However, I can prove it. So, you want to know why I believe you said it? It's because your little buddy claims that they doxed her, and they continuously dox her all day, every fucking day. But really, she doxed herself. Proven time and time again. So, miss me with that bullshit that they dox all the time. You think I'd be around these people if they were doxers? Are you fucking kidding me? I don't associate with doxers. I call doxers out. I call real lifers out. I wouldn't be sitting in a chat, let alone talking to them, if that is what they do. So until you can show the proof, it's put up or shut up. Don't accuse them of it. And if I were you, I'd bet the people that you're around. But that might be your go-to thing. You want to get in where you fit in. But hey, you do you. But don't be crying when a ton of bricks falls on you and you're going to be held responsible for when your friends go down for the things that they have said, they have done, because you're part of it. You're all about receipts, right? Maybe you should start asking for them, even from your friends. Because I even ask them from my friends, where are the receipts on it? I don't just take people's word at face value. I ask for the receipts. So again, put up or shut up. Show the receipts or just keep your mouth shut. That's it. That's all. Nothing more, nothing less. Got it? Don't go around accusing folks of shit that you have no idea if it's true or not. And I can tell you one thing, these ladies are not doxers, they're not real lifers. And every stinking time they're accused, what's the one thing that they do? Eve, what did they do? Where do you go? Wait. What is it
Sorry,
you
I was on
said?
mute. Show the receipts.
There you go. They show the receipts. Like I said, I'd love another round with Crime Sleuthin and one with Purple Phoenix, even if there would be no point it would be great to show how utterly ridiculous they truly are. You see the man's comment. There you go.
It will never happen.
No. I mean, no. Never mind. That would be too much to ask of Crime Sleuth, so I'll just leave it at that. I won't even say it. Hey, Bugsy, honey.
All right, Earth. I'm gonna drop down and get some dinner rolling. Thank
All
you
right,
for
baby.
having me on panel. I appreciate you.
You're
Much
welcome, honey.
love.
Much love, baby.
Thank you, chat.
Be good.
Thank you.
And I'm not interesting enough to get Pepper. You sweet thing. I've never seen the jerks like, no. Again, you think I'd be hanging around people like that? No. I shy away from people like that. I move away from people like that I'll just, I'll throw it out, just let other people know, hey, these people are doxers. They're real lifers. That's right. I'll spread the word. I got a big mouth. I know how to use it. Carrie. Hey, Carrie, there's a couple of managing wrenches in here, girl. They're going to be throwing some at you. Yes, please go sub up to the jerks. Okay, so let's get back. In my opinion, even if CS would bring some receipts, I'd never watch her again. She's a rude, condescending person. Agreed. All right.
Opinion over the
No,
definition.
because see, here's the
Y'all get
thing.
on my nerves.
Here's what. No, I want to hear. I want
No.
her to hear this. I want her to hear. See, here's the thing. You
I
said,
don't want to
no,
hear you
stop.
anymore.
I don't give a,
I don't
I
want
don't
to
give
hear
a
you
shit.
anymore.
Then mute
I'm not
yourself. I
letting
don't
listen
care.
to you.
I don't care. Now you sit up in a
I
chat
don't care
on a
what you have to
panel with
say
Purple Phoenix,
anymore.
who constantly accuses them of
She's doing it
doxing.
again.
You
Doing it again.
are doing that because of her. You are standing up for her because she does not like the jerks. So you're going to go after them and call them doxers? I don't think so. That is
No.
the only reason why you're doing it to them. So
Sure.
again, find the proof. Find it. Put it out.
I'm not addressing anything with you.
See, I really touched a nerve with her. She's not addressing anymore with me. I'm hurt. I'm hurt. My heart is broken. Crime Sleuth, I thought we was buddies. Girl. Why you gotta hurt my heart like that?
I don't give a shit because you know I'm coming with the facts and you won't answer them because you keep dancing around them. You don't have the proof, so you're going to sit there and slander their name.
Come at me with a clip video. I don't care.
With a what video?
What video?
Another clip video. She does clip videos.
I just didn't hear.
All right. Look, Bullhorn Betty, she graduated us clip channels. We're no longer hate channels. We're called bitch channels now. I'm honored, okay? I don't give a shit what you call me as a clip channel. I really don't. I'm still going to put out clips. It's what I do. Therefore, at least I graduated. It only took 2 years for Bullhorn Betty to call us something other than hate channels. Thank you, Bullhorn. I appreciate you. Now, here is what Crime Sleuth thinks of clip channels. Not just me. This is for all clip channels. Keep that in mind.
With a what video?
What video?
Another clip video. She does clip videos.
I just didn't hear what
I'm
you
a clip
said.
channel. Get over it. There's a million clip videos out there. Hello, duh. Think about it.
I know I came in like
no, I
here,
don't.
what is that entire point here? Who are we trying to admit what?
they're just, it's the same stuff. It doesn't.
So, any of the clip channels that are put stuff out about you, those are all bullshit too, right? Good to know.
Most clip videos are quite full of bullshit. Yeah.
Good to know.
There we go. We're all full of shit. I'm so glad. Since I'm a clip channel, I'm so full of shit. Okay. So not only did I graduate from a hate channel to a bitch channel, I'm also a complete full of shit channel. Awesome. She did. She hurt my feelings. A bubble gum. Yes, she hurt my feelings. Come on. As if like something like that would actually hurt my feelings. I mean, come on.
Well, if clip channels are so full of shit, why was Crime Sleuthing on the live that she did about voices? Which, I mean, if I was good to give my opinion about that, we'd be here for a while. But at the end, she had written a cute little speech for voices that she had even put in her description, and then she was like, "There, clip that." So again, crime sleuthing, if you want people to clip things, they're going to clip the things that you don't like being made public as well.
Exactly. Be careful about what you say. Now, if you're going to just say that I'm a shit channel, okay, say I'm a shit channel, but don't say that the other clip channels are shit channels because they're not. Honey, I've been called worse. Okay, I say that all the time. Am I hurt? Am I hurt over it? No.
And I'm with you, Soup. There's only one shit channel on YouTube, and that would be Pooh. If you aren't subscribed to Pooh, and I don't know what to tell you, you are missing out on one of the best experiences you will have on YouTube. Pooh, like ourselves, watches a lot of unfortunate shit so that you don't have to. Go subscribe today.
Already dropped in the chat. Yes, go sub up. Enjoy, because let me tell you, I can't get enough of this channel. But yeah. Oh yeah, because we're gonna watch a couple of hers, whoever it is. You know what? I'm gonna play Pooh today. You know what? I'm Pooh. How about that? I never get called Pooh, so you know what? I'm taking the bait. I'm Pooh today. Screw all of you.
All right, I've noticed a lot of people doing that recently, doing the whole his, hers thing. I'm not quite sure where you are getting that from, but okay.
I mean, I don't know who it is, but you know what? I don't really care, but I'm going to play it this time because everybody else gets called Pooh. I don't. So I kind of get a little butthurt over that. So screw you guys. I'm taking over. It's my channel now.
Why are you assigning gender to a Pooh?
I don't know.
I mean, if that's what you want to do with your time, good luck. God bless. Have a great time.
Okay. Oh, well, you know what? You don't know where shit comes from. It can come from a male or female. It doesn't matter. There you go. Either way, it doesn't really matter. I'm taking over the channel this time. So it's mine. Sorry, Pooh. I'm taking over. Now, we're going to get to Frank finally. Because, like I said, I already touched a nerve with this bitch. She don't want to speak to me no more. That's fine. That's why I don't really see her coming over here. Even though I've said I would give her the floor. The offer still stands, Crime Sleuthing. I'll give you the floor. I'll let you say what you need to say. I will put myself backstage. Hell, I'll even go jump in chat. If that's what it takes, I'll let you speak. I'll even let you speak to we one-on-one. If that's what she wants. I won't even say a word. Okay? It's up to her. It doesn't matter. But if you want to get things out, get it out. The offer still stands. The panel's yours. I leave my panel open for anybody who wants to speak. Been that way since day one. But again, up to you.
That's kind of the point.
And only you on your channel is getting the information correct. Anybody else on these panels who are defending themselves, they're all wrong.
Yep,
Melissa, do you not know the difference between content and a clip video? Honey, I can't help you with that.
I'm not either, right? But you're saying that you on your channel
you are
discussing whatever
really
you want.
good at comparing
oh my
apples
God,
and
you really
oranges.
can't
I'm
let anyone.
talking about clip videos. Pay attention.
You have like a major issue.
Well, she
like,
did
it
say it
seems
on her
you
live
are
stream.
Can't
We're
move on to
obsessed
that
with her,
one if we
so.
can't finish the last one.
Well, she
So
did
it
say it on her
sounds
live
like, and I think the categories as well, there's not going to be a resolution for Eve and Crime
Exactly.
Sleuth. They will continue
No.
to go on.
You know what?
That's fine.
That's fine
That's
because that's
fine.
fine.
I'm sorry.
But
I'm
don't
being
put out
honest.
false
I am
information about
am
people
being
that
honest.
are
I
that are
don't.
respected around here.
I-
For one,
I
two, do
do
not group
not.
people together that have not done
Okay,
shit to
dear.
you,
Yes.
and stop telling people that they're obsessed with you when they're not, because you are the one
Yeah.
that is obsessed
Okay.
with you. You
Okay.
think people are obsessed with you.
That
That's
is
not
her
true.
opinion. Okay, dear.
You said that
You know,
on your live stream.
Okay.
Yeah, people are, but okay.
I mean, how does somebody
All right.
Welcome to that
Can
opinion.
we? All right.
God,
Okay, so we're obsessed with her. Let's get to know. Let me. I'm just gonna say this. I'm gonna put this in a very, very nice way. Crimson, you are nobody to be obsessed with, and I'm putting that in a very nice way. In a very nice way. Just now, I can be a real bitch right now, but you are nobody to be obsessed with. Get that through your thick skull, okay? Okay, we got that out of the way.
ridiculous sometimes.
You
Since we
don't
know that
think
there's
that
going to be no
somebody
resolution
taking
for this particular situation, can we move on to the next one, or do we want to stay here? I'm not trying to run your panel.
I think
I'm just asking for a friend or 10.
I think we're good.
I'm trying to be honest. I have, and I've tried. Believe me, I've tried. I just honestly don't have any respect for her, and I'm
No, she has no respect for me,
That's
and
fine.
she's
And
done
I'm
with
done
me.
with you. I don't want
Aw.
to talk to you anymore.
No.
What I
Yeah,
do
you know
want,
what?
though,
Yes.
hold on. What I do want is, if Dietz is okay with it, to show my side of my truth on the location data, because no one
It's on your
got to see
channel.
that.
No, it's on your
Or-
channel. You put it out already on your channel.
Hold
Yeah,
on.
This
I
was
don't
part
think
of
I
the
wasn't
thing
talking to
that was
you.
supposed to be let go.
No, the location data, like it's just the location data from Stacy's phone info, right?
Yeah.
Why in
Okay,
the
yeah, I
This
don't
is
mind
already
sharing
in the
that.
discussed.
first place if you
That's-
make content and we are all in the true crime community? Why would you?
Hi,
in the
No,
first
it's
hi,
place?
Dates. It's me. Hi.
He's
Thank you.
Hey,
they're just
we-
pissed off because I debunked Eve on that one. I really
No,
did.
you
You know,
did. That's
No,
why
you
we're
didn't.
Okay,
here.
I did.
Okay, pause.
You muted Earth?
Yeah, I had somebody come into the room. Sorry, I shoot him out. Do you still have that under your name? You do. I'm just not noticing Snake Whisperer.
Yep,
I had
it's good.
someone come. Sorry, Soup. I had someone come into the room. I shoot them out.
Right, but look, Soup gets very upset with the dead air. She is not psychic. She does not know why you would be muted. So if
Sorry.
there's just dead air, Soup gets she starts throwing things. She becomes very violent.
Sorry. I locked the door so nobody can come back in. I locked them out.
Pause. So this is just an don't girl, you gotta stop that. So
Sorry.
it's no problem with just showing the location data, and then if you know, I have no problem dropping the link to your debunking of it, Sleuthen, and then people can compare and decide for themselves what they feel on that. I have no
Okay.
issue with that at all.
Okay.
Can I just
That
offer
was
Dates
just
a
my question.
virtual Mr. Pibb and a virtual hug, virtual just all the things. All
Hi,
Dates, you
Pibb.
get them all today.
No, I
All.
need
Look how
anyone.
pretty she is.
I know, she's
Lovely.
stunning. Stunning.
This is like bags
hey,
under
hey,
my eyes.
Hey,
I'll take those bags any day, girl.
hey,
Any day.
hands off my weed. Hands off my weed.
So
Um,
what do you want me to show, Eve? Do you have a link or something specific that you want me to show?
Yeah. Let me grab it.
Okay.
Sorry. 1 second.
Dates, can I ask you another favor, please? Could you also, there's one crucial thing that's been missed. I know it's usually just one way. One, really? I know,
Just
I know.
one.
I'm sorry.
Really?
I'm sorry. There's a repeated thing that Crime Sleuthen has stated about what Eve is doing to this family. She'll repeat that refrain over and over and over again. Does Crime Sleuthen have any evidence of what that might entail exactly, please? Any of it?
Her own words.
Isn't that like a learning curve? If you-
Frank, please,
if you-
just please, just let her answer, please.
Her own words. And then
Yes, ma'am.
and then what Stacy told me.
Right. So if that follows for Eve doing that, do you realize you're doing the same thing to Sebastian Rogers' family at the moment?
What are you talking about?
Have you checked
You know what
your
she's talking about.
Mic
own
drop
community
moment.
posts?
Mic
Your own
drop
community
moment.
posts?
What?
When you're making statements about what Chris Proudfoot could have possibly done, and you put up your little, are you taking flyers down? Okay, love.
What are you talking about where I talked about what Chris did? What are you talking about?
What,
You got me confused with somebody? I don't
no,
go
no,
after families.
no, it's you, love.
What?
Do you want to go and check your own community posts? I think that would be a good idea.
Oh my God, it's fucking deflecting bullshit. We're gonna stay on topic.
Oh,
Okay.
Oh, that's
No,
funny.
it is the topic,
No,
because if you're
it's
saying,
not.
if you're
It's
saying,
distracting. It's just
no,
distracting.
it's entirely the topic, because
No, it's not. You're bringing
it
up another
suits,
case, another victim.
it suits you when it's your opportunity to go at Eve.
Well,
It
then
suits
just
you then.
we can. I already addressed that on my last
Unlike
live
you,
on my main
crime
channel.
sleuthin, I have
Unlike
been
you,
here
crime
the
sleuthin.
entire duration of Michael's case. Unlike you,
You
I have
have
been here, love.
no idea. If you're going to sit there and say that, then you haven't watched my live in which I addressed that. So
Your
I would
live
just
in which you addressed.
everything related to Sebastian. So you
Right,
can
but
go and watch
now you're
that.
flip flopping. So we were talking about
Flip flopping. I'm
Yes.
directing you to the correct information, ma'am.
Please do carry on. Carry on.
What I was going to say before I got pushed is that I mean, arguments are part of true crime, right? I mean, it's all about debunking each other.
we are not true crime.
I mean, of course, we're all going to make statements. I mean, we all have our personal feelings based on, I don't know, trauma, history, whatever.
Mm.
But making a big deal out of it, I don't understand that. Like, just do like a 2-part episode about that and just leave it be. Don't
Frank,
push
respectfully,
everybody.
but do you have the context of what's going on here?
I do.
You do?
There seems to be like a pattern, and I know.
Okay, what are my issues with crime sleuthing?
I do not know.
Okay, that's the problem. You know, respectfully, but you don't know what is even going on here.
Well, sorry for giving my opinion.
No, I'm just respectfully, you know, like I think it's very easy to sit there and say, yeah, can't we all get along? That would be great. But there's a lot going on here, a lot of dynamics, a lot of issues, and it's easier said than done.
No, it is okay for them to debunk me, Frank, but it's not okay for me to debunk anybody. That's
you
basically
did
what
it
we're
on your own channel.
That is
you
what
just get mad when there's a response defending ourselves.
No, that is what
But you
this
just-
bullshit from Eve is
nobody's-
all about. Her response has been attacking. It's just stupid.
For the record,
So
for
my
the
record,
content,
not for anybody else.
I am free to do whatever videos or lives I
And
wish to
we
do
are
and express.
too.
For
Don't
the record,
interrupt me.
I wanted to hear what Frank had to say.
freedom.
Frank's voice matters.
No, it's all good.
Hashtag justice for Frank.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Well, it
Frank,
does.
if you want to say something real
does-
quick, go ahead, and then we're going to take a little break.
And look, maybe I just wasn't feeling the funny. I wasn't embracing the chaos at that moment. But that's where I personally felt that Frank's level of confusion into this matter was not helpful. And that's not a statement on him as a person, his actions that you'll hear at probably another point, but the dude had no idea what was going on. And maybe others are finding it funny because they haven't had lies spread about them throughout YouTube. Maybe that's why it's funny for them. I don't know. Will they find it funny when it's their turn? I know I won't be laughing.
Mm-mm. But what he does, there's no words to describe it. But like I said, I'm proud of Wee because she caught something. We'll get to that.
Watch this, and then I will. Sorry, I just burped in the mic. My bad. That was really bad. Then we are, if Sleuthen, if
You're making
you
a
have
habit
the
out of
link
that.
I know it's pretty bad.
She is.
If you want to drop the link to your debunking of this, I will drop it as well.
Could you tell me
Hold
if you
up.
can go? I have a question for Dee. Could you
Frank,
hover over
did
where
you
it
just
says-
have a channel terminated recently
Here we go.
for interfering in a true crime case?
No, circumvention, because I had a second channel.
Because you were already banned, so you got
Because you were
banned
already
again?
banned.
Yep.
Yeah.
My second
Yeah,
channel
he
is still
explained
up.
all that.
No,
on
but
another
just like you
channel.
said, you're not allowed to have a ban evader on the channel, right? You can't even have somebody who's on a 7-day ban, right?
You can.
You can.
Oh,
we know,
okay,
Frank.
that's
She's
fine.
using
Yeah, we
it.
know that you can. We can be
Uh,
facetious, but
Frank, if you had
Can-
been here for the
Good
prior
try,
part
MJ,
of this
good try.
conversation, you would understand why that's pertinent right now. It's
Yeah, we
not
know
a
you're
direct
fine.
attack at
Oh,
you.
so
It's
somebody isn't. Okay, gotcha.
it's a reference to something else. It's not towards you per se.
And it's
Feelings all
twisted a
hurt,
bit
so
there,
what's
Frank. But anyway,
It's not
Dee,
twisted at all.
Could you get? Could you hover over where it says 2 months ago and tell me that date so I can look at my videos?
Again, she needs to know what the dates are of the videos. I mean, hell, I know what the dates are of my videos of everything I've put out. I don't
Well,
need to know the date.
here's the thing. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head the actual dates of my videos, but does anyone in the chat have an idea why somebody would want the dates of the video that we're about to discuss? Why would that be important to Crime Sleuthing right at this moment? She is seeing the footage that we're about to watch. Why is the date the important part to her right now? I know I have my thoughts, but I want to see if anybody else in the chat has a similar thought before I poison the well. Why do you think the date is important?
Well, let's let the chat have their opinion about that.
It's curious. Just curious. It's not a trick question. It's just I'm just curious to see because I'm like, am I wrong or what's happening here?
I mean, because I can remember how many months ago, how many years ago, but the dates, no. I can remember the year, 2022, 2023. Yeah, month and day, no, I won't remember that. I'm just saying, that's just me.
Where it says 2 months.
January 26, 2024.
Thank you.
All right,
That's
so
so funny, Melissa.
You showed crime
grab
scene
your
photos of Delphi?
enjoy what?
Is that what you showed, Frank?
Yeah, that's
You
what
showed
I'm
the
talking
crime
about.
scene? No, did you though? Is that what happened?
I showed an AI version. I didn't show the original. The AI version was already out. So that's not what I got.
I don't know how to feel about this.
I don't know either.
Me neither.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't
Trust me,
laugh.
it can't be morally questionable.
Yeah, I think Frank.
Well, I think it's against terms of service. You're not allowed to show AI victims of minors in a crime.
Well, you should check some bigger communities that still have them on.
This is true. Honestly, that is true. There are several that we can name that do have those on there. I'm not defending
The
them.
chat is saying it was not AI. It was.
So this is where again there's another question because Frank's answer to this. Now, for those of you that can't hear him, because the audio range on the panel is a lot more striking than I was aware of. I mean, Frank is exceptionally quiet, and I sound, in comparison, exceptionally loud. And I wasn't talking loud, so that's kind of weird to me. But the point is that Frank says that he had put up AI crime scene pictures of 2 minors, but it's okay because other people had done it. Dietz rightly points out, well, YouTube doesn't allow that. You're not allowed to do that.
That's sick.
And Frank's response is again, well, other people had done it. Then Crime Sleuthing says, yes, other people had done it. Do any of you see the problem there? Instead of following the rules and guidance that we all have on YouTube, all of us, for a reason, it's now suddenly, well, it's okay if everybody else does it. What? Again, did you not learn that as a child? Just because somebody else does it doesn't mean you can do it. If you need to be told that putting up crime scene pictures of minors on YouTube is not acceptable, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, as a child, we were told not to play follow the leader. Just because one person does it, I've been told walk away. Isn't that what people are told to do as a child? But this one here, I think she's just always been that type that wants to go where she fits in.
right? Or you take responsibility for your own actions. Just because somebody else does it doesn't mean you have to do it.
Bingo.
You take responsibility for what you do. And I think it's part of the reason why we end up with a lot of the problems that we see here, either within this community or within society as a whole, that the lack of accountability and responsibility for someone's own personal actions, their choices, is startling.
Exactly.
But when we busted this part out, I started to question a little bit of it, and then the more it got serious, then see, I don't question we. I don't. Never have.
Is the actual photos.
Well,
I never
no,
saw
I
it.
get it.
What was it?
So can you tell us a little bit more about it, Frank? I'm sorry. I know we want to get to this video, but before I stay up here, I got questions.
I know. This is very interesting. So yeah, you're.
Question.
I know.
You should check some bigger communities that still have them on them.
This is true. Honestly, that is true. There are several that we can name that do have that on there. And I'm not defending it.
The
I'm just saying
chat
that
is saying
a
it
fact.
was not.
See, the question I have is, how does she know that?
Well, and she's very keen to report things. She wants to report all the things that she believes are against terms of service. She's very keen on reminding people that that is within your right to report things that are against the terms of service. We've seen that very recently. So if she has knowledge of these things that being out there, did you report them, crime sleuthing? Or is it only people with a personal grudge that you report? Just curious.
Asking for a few friends in the next county over. Hey, Mel's Bells, how you doing, honey?
AI. It was the actual photos.
Well,
I never
no,
saw it.
I get it.
What was it?
So can you tell us a little bit?
That's where I have a problem when she says she never saw it. But how does she know?
Right, she was defending it a minute ago, saying other people had done the same. So that would lead you to believe she has knowledge, right?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Or is she entirely talking out of her backside and has not seen any of the things and is just pretending like she knows things? Only one of those two things can be true. But neither one makes sense right now. I know that much.
Yep. None of this when she just opened her mouth during this, it did not make sense at all. I think she actually no. I know she knows more than this.
Bit more about it, Frank? I'm sorry. I know we want to get to this video, but before I stay up here, I got questions.
I know. This is very interesting. So yeah, you're up, Frank. We'll pause this for a second because this is.
The reason why I did that is because one YouTuber with a certain narrative that was extremely disturbing, going for the defense, showed the partial images of one of the bodies.
Hey, Laura.
And I decided, instead of that false narrative, to show the images so people can make up their minds. And
of the minors.
Can you guys all hear what Frank said?
So you showed.
Can you guys in the chat hear what Frank said? Because again, I know the audio levels make it difficult, and his mic is exceptionally quiet. He wasn't using the regular mic he normally uses, so it made it almost impossible to be able to hear the guy. But he essentially says that his reason for putting up these images was because of another YouTuber's narrative and he wanted to disprove it. Now, Crime Sleuthing is sitting there quiet at the moment. So let's see what happens next.
I was sitting there messaging somebody at the time when he was talking.
Dead.
So you
And
showed
naked.
2 minor females dead and
In
naked
their
so
crime
that
scene.
you could debunk what another
didn't debunk
YouTuber
anything.
showed partially?
Yeah,
I
because
don't
they
think
were.
you have any room to speak, honestly.
That is fine. Really, I still have good contact with the family, and they understood what I did.
Oh, and you contact the family.
No
Oh,
wonder
Do-
you
I
act
don't
crime
always.
sleuthen get
Lord
along.
have
Okay.
mercy.
I just
Yeah,
think this
respectfully,
is.
Frank, I don't think
I don't
this
know
is the
anything.
space.
So that's one of his other prime areas for contention, is that because he has contact with the family, what he does is okay. Again, the similarities here are important. When you draw comparisons between behaviors, because I think that we should be doing that. It's not whataboutism. It's more, well, if you have these rules for one person, they should surely apply to everybody. And crime sleuthing is particularly focused, very focused on Eve's behavior, and yet she appears to know about Frank's behavior and actions and is okay with that. Just on, we're watching a recording, but Frank no longer has a channel. Oh, well, the channel he had, let me rephrase because you have to be specific here. The channel that he had was taken down by YouTube for circumvention, not by. Now, that can cover a wide range of issues. It's not just for ban evading and that kind of thing. It can cover some other issues as well. It can be basic flouting of the YouTube rules as well. So his previous channel was taken down. Does he currently have a channel? I am not aware.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never seen this guy before. Never even heard his name until last night.
About
For
this
you.
situation, but just knowing that you showed
Like
I thought you said they were
those
AI
photos.
and
Yeah,
just
you did
partial.
just say they were AI, but people are
Yeah.
saying they were the full video or full pictures.
I should know. I mean, what other people like to
Delete.
have contacts to, that is fine. Didn't show the originals.
What did you show? Because it wasn't AI,
And it
Well,
wasn't the originals.
and it's not the original. So what was it?
Well, it was a layover. It was AI, not an AI layover over there.
Hang on, let me ask my Dell.
Hold on.
Pause.
Somebody just said he was trying to debunk.
Now,
What is a AI layover? What does that mean?
it means, well, what the specific circumstance he is describing is, instead of showing the actual crime scene image, he produced, or someone helped him produce, an overlay to slightly alter the imagery that you would see on screen. So a bit like whenever we're showing footage from another channel, where you would add an overlay to the video so that there's another image on top. So he had deliberately taken steps to show the images, but by adding this overlay, thought that the YouTube AI would not pick it up. That was the whole point. He had done this very deliberately.
Got it. So
So
that's what
he
it
had taken extra steps. It wasn't even just a Zav girl, I got the pictures and I showed them. Like, there was planning and effort that went into this. Not an accident.
That is so gross. I can't. Mm-mm.
Bunk the Odin slant from the defense. Was the defense who you were trying to debunk,
No, that part was
or a
wrong.
YouTuber?
What was?
Well,
That
okay, so
part was
friend, what do
wrong.
you
The Joneson part that she read out from the chat. It's one of the dangers of taking something from the chat. Sometimes you're going to strike gold with people who do know things, other times people are incorrect. On this particular subject of debunking the Odin slant from the defense, that's not quite why he put up those pictures, not in its entirety. And it different argument. So it was just wrong.
Got it. Yeah, that's the thing with me. I don't run with what people put in chats or in my chats at all. I always encourage people to go do their own research. And if there's something I see in my chat, I'll take a screenshot of it, put it to the side, or I'll star the comment. And at the end, I'll go and check out what they put in my chat, and I'll go see if it's legit or if it's something that needs to be addressed or checked on, and that's it. I just don't run with my chat. There's too many people that run with the things that are in their chats, and they never go and fact check it. They just talk about it, and that's it. And I will say, at least 75%, that is a lot, they get it wrong. And that is kind of dangerous.
And to tie into something that Sunny Cat is sort of saying, she's not saying this entire thing, but whenever Frank has been on other panels talking about this exact thing, and I've heard him 3 times now, his explanation is slightly different every time. And you'll hear me, like I asked him to explain, because he had previously focused on the fact that it was to do with the whistleblowing issue, the fact that these pictures were leaked in the first place. And it's curious that the story had changed, but that's just a small aside. Why you have done it is irrelevant. Whether it's supporting either side, whether it's disproving anybody, why is irrelevant. You're just not allowed to do it on YouTube. Period. Simple. You just can't do it.
Yeah. I know there's one creator, never does the research, always goes by what her chat says. And I won't even mention her name, but yeah. One person knows what I'm talking about. I mean, hell, I listen to her just about every couple of days. It's disgusting. And you see how many things that woman gets wrong. It's unbelievable.
you call it? Maybe we just have a different terminology over here. So
Yeah, it's possible.
because you were saying that somebody was putting out this specific narrative and you knew it was wrong, so then you showed like the full thing so that the correct information could be put out there. That's debunking to us. What do you call that?
I gave my vision on it.
While showing the crime scene
Using
photos.
the crime scene photos of 2 female minor
Leaked.
girls who were
Naked.
How did you get that?
murdered.
Well, I
They're
do know
saying
that
he
he
added
adds to
a
a lot of
filter.
creators.
Pause.
Oh.
Crime sleuthing's question. Now you can hear there are multiple questions from multiple people. It's one of the infuriating things that I find about panels. I'm like, can just one person talk? Can we all take turns? But that's me. I'm very ordered in that way. That's my problem. But crime sleuthing's question is, how did you get those?
Yeah, why would you want to know that though?
Right?
I mean, that kind of gives me the vibe. I wouldn't say it gives me the vibes. I mean, to me at the time, I thought it was something that he wanted to do. It's what Justin wanted to do. do the outline of a 16-year-old who sadly drowned in her car when she veered off into the lake a couple years back. And he took still shots and did an entire live stream about it. Still up. He hasn't gotten rid of it yet. He won't get rid of it. And a lot of people were so angry over it. So people know who I'm talking about. That's what kind of vibes I'm getting with her asking.
Well, I'll be even more blunt. It was almost like, can you give me advice on how I can do that for future reference? That's the vibe I got straight away.
Yeah.
That was it. And I know that could be my particularly not too pleasant view of crime sleuthing, but I just thought it was a very unusual question. Like, lots of people are asking why. Crime sleuthing is usually very rule orientated on why it wouldn't be allowed according to YouTube. Lord knows she has struck so many people. And again, she's not even focused on that right now. She just wants to know how. Huh. Almost like she has heard this story before.
Boom. That's why, see, I may not have been paying attention. I may have just been sitting up there, typing away while everybody was doing talking because I knew nothing about the whole Delphi case. I only knew about it on the outside because that's just where I followed it. On here, ain't going down that rabbit hole. No way. Because that one, that's a touchy subject. It's best, so I stayed away from it. But her questions kind of caught my attention. But then again, I really didn't know what her angle was while she was asking questions. I didn't ask any of my own. I just let we and everybody else do the talking while I just sat back quietly.
And you're correct, Wendy Blank, to an extent, but there was a key part of this particular story, this particular situation of these pictures having been released that were to do with whistleblowing. And I believe that when the case is resolved, that will be important at a later time. Usually that's how we rectify certain things. Both in our judicial system, in our legal bodies, because public scrutiny is important. And I think it will be important for that specific case because those should never have got out there. But it did. Now, just because it got out there doesn't mean it's okay to put it on YouTube. Again, I keep repeating the thing because some people don't seem to understand it. Not you guys in the chat, but people elsewhere.
Wait, Angela, you know this guy? You've seen him before?
I agree with you, Angela. There's, yeah.
Oh, okay. How you doing, Angela? You doing okay? It's good to see you.
They were sent to a lot of
But you chose to show him.
But I got
publicly.
Hey, Tragedy Pencil.
Yeah, you chose to show him.
One of the phrases that Frank has used before to explain this was whistleblowing. Would that, if you explained a little bit down that path, Frank, I think it might help you a little.
No, I get why people find it morally questionable, but I did it for a reason.
I'm asking so that you can make other people understand, because right
Got
now
it.
nobody understands. I think that would help.
Well, that
if
is
you
it.
tried that.
I showed them to let people understand the seriousness of the question.
Pause.
Got it. That makes total sense.
What?
So the question that I asked, he completely ignores it, and that's fine. He can ignore whatever I say. And people ignore me all the time. Everybody ignores we. Nobody listens to we. We know this. It's a
I
fact
listen
of
to
life.
we. I listen to we. Otherwise I get chewed out if I don't. So I have no choice.
But he doesn't answer. He doesn't answer at all. He's stuck on giving you he thinks that he agrees that it's morally questionable. That's not what I asked, Frank. It's curious that you choose to give me that response, but okay. And again, whether you find it morally questionable or not, YouTube has literally outlines the words very clearly for once for YouTube that you cannot do that. So whether you find it morally questionable is irrelevant. It's almost like you're trying to deflect. Do you see what's happening here? Do you see it?
All right, Angelo said go back a bit and see his face. Let me see. All right, let's see what his face looked like.
You chose to show him.
One of the phrases that Frank has used before to explain this was whistleblowing. Would that, if you explained a little bit down that path, Frank, I think it might help you a little.
No, I get why people find.
Was that the face he made? The whole whistleblowing? Was that the face, Angelo? I agree, TP, because I was in shock too. So it was the face he made about the whole whistleblowing thing. So what was that, like a guilty admission or something? He was guilty? Let me see.
It was like I don't want to talk about that right now. No. I'm sorry. Please don't mention that. Whistleblowing. Would that, if you
look at his face.
The look of realization. Oh shit! Somebody remembers what I said. Oh shit!
Oh man, damn! Nice job, Lee. I didn't even realize his face. Yeah, you make me so proud, Lee. You make me so proud.
If you explained a little bit down that path, Frank, I think it might help you a little.
No, I get why people find it morally questionable, but I did it for a reason.
I'm asking so that you can make other people understand, because right now nobody understands. I think that would help.
Well, that
if
is
you
it.
tried that.
I showed them to let people understand the seriousness of the question.
Got it. That makes total sense.
What did he say? He cut out for me.
I know he keeps cutting out.
sorry.
So you showed it for what reason again? Can you repeat that?
To show how serious the leak was.
To show how serious the leak was.
Excuse me.
Okay, so I just got confirmation that you did show the
What?
pics with an oil overlay filter. However, you could clearly see the girls underneath of it.
Yeah, they.
Oh, see, that's a good question.
Well,
Besides losing his, go ahead, Beth.
Before you even get there, do you see what just happened as well? He changed his mic over. Now that you need to hear what he has to tell you, he changed the mic over.
Got it. That makes total sense.
What did he say? He cut out for me.
I know he keeps cutting out. So you showed it for what reason again?
Yes,
Can you
he
repeat
did.
that?
To show how serious the leak was.
To show how serious the
Okay. Yes, he did. Frankie. So, Burden of Proof is asking, how you doing, sweetie pie? Besides losing his channels, do we know if he had any legal consequences? I know laws for AI-type crimes are much slower than the speed of what's released and them being used to harm others. Just curious.
In short,
I'm oblivious.
Not currently, although as that case is still ongoing, the main body of the case, whether that would happen in time, I'm unsure. I do believe there is already an investigation on how the leaked photos became a thing in the first place. So whether or not there become some legal ramifications there, who knows? And again, then whether the actual AI part of it becomes an issue or not, who knows? I know that other people have been called to testify in ex parte motions because of the information that has been given to them. And Frank later also says that he has had to have ex parte discussions with the judge as well. So currently, no. In time, who knows? Would I like to be in his position? No. Would I put myself in his position? Hell no.
No freaking way. I'm good. Kind of weird he didn't think this would come out with a bunch of sleuths. Didn't this guy fake an accent just a couple days ago, or was that someone else? But I have no idea.
I don't think he's faking an accent. That's his accent. He says he's from Holland. I believe him. Where he currently lives, I have no idea. But his accent certainly tracks. His English is very good. Very good.
I don't know.
But he does have a genuine accent.
He's trying to sound like the actor from the Goonies that is all over Twitter. What the hell is that guy's name?
Part of the other issue, I think, is maybe a lot of people are only seeing this guy for the first time. He's been around. He has.
This is the first time I've seen him. I might have heard him. I just never seen him on camera. But I just don't remember.
Oh, he loves looking at himself. He's definitely one of those people. And look, that's great. Turn your camera on if you want. Turn it off if you want. I don't care. But it does add an extra level of communication. It does. Whether that is what's intended or not.
Viper, check your DMs.
Leak was.
Excuse me.
Okay, so I
Oh.
just got confirmation that you did show the pics with an oil overlay filter. However, you could clearly see the girls underneath of it.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
That is
Daniel
right.
C
And
said
I
the
am
same
not the
thing in
first
chat.
content creator to do it. Just
So
look
does
at
that
True
make it
Crime
okay?
Design.
And
If
and
you
you
murder
Like I
said
said,
me,
it can be
somebody
it
murdered
can be
before
morally
me.
questionable. I totally agree with you. I have the
It
same
is.
feeling.
That's really gross.
So you
That
sent
is
numerous
gross.
emails and letters to the judge. What for? What did you do that?
Yeah, that's right. The two ex
Why?
partes.
Bro.
Because I knew the origin of the leak.
So
And
you knew
Which was him, wasn't it? He was part of that leak, wasn't he? That part I caught. He was
Well,
part of that leak, wasn't he?
part of it, yes, but not in its entirety, obviously.
No. But he was one. I mean, there had to be others, though, right?
I would say so. Well, there's obviously look. Let's just call it what it is. Whichever legal entity had possession of those photographs, there was a process for them being released. They weren't meant to be released, and yet they were. They were released in a very certain manner as well. Again, is that unusual? We've seen leaks of information before. So that's where I'm saying I do think this whole discussion will come up again at another time. I think it's going to be important.
Got it. Happy Sunday, Burn Proof Honey. I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you.
The
So
origin of
you
the
are
leak,
the
but you
leak
still
too. You
leaked them
get that,
even
right?
more.
No, I'm
Like,
not the leak.
You are part of the leak, Dennis. You
bro.
are. You are part of the
You
leak.
Were
would
you
be
named in
part of the
the
leak
court
if you
in the
put.
docs?
What was that? Sorry.
Were you named in the documents and all that, and had to go to court with the other YouTubers that
I
were
was
a
not
part of all
named.
that? You were not. Okay. And you're glad you did this.
To be
You
honest,
feel like, yeah. I mean, I just want to
really,
know, like, you
I
felt
wouldn't
at
be
the
glad to
moment,
do
at the
something
moment,
that'll
it
fuck up
felt
a
right.
case, possibly.
And in this moment,
To be honest, I really do not have an opinion about that because that was a in the moment thing. Would I do it again? I don't know.
Pause.
I don't know. I don't want to know.
So
What?
he admits himself he made an AI overlay for these images and describes it as an of the moment thing. How do you think that process went down? Where do you think those pictures would have came from and then sent to someone? They had to get to him somehow. Where is the of the moment part? And I agree with you, Angelo. He's lit without saying it. That's why he keeps using that term, like morally conflicted or morally vague or any of the things. He feels no shame in that, and that's fine. That's his choice to do so. Now, whether that's acceptable or not, that's for society and for people to form their opinion. But he's not ashamed of it.
This is just this goes way beyond true crime. Wow. You and me both, Magpie. You and me both.
Where he lives, please don't say where. I mean, this
Netherlands.
person just said you don't live in the U.S., and that's fine. But like,
Danny
you wanted to
seems
be
very
named?
knowledgeable. Yeah, Danny's been right on everything so far.
When Frank previously
Yeah, what
talked
is?
about this with Morbid, his explanation, whether it was led there or not, more orientated towards that phrase of the whistleblowing and the leak thereof rather than the detailing within the imagery. I find it kind of curious that the story has evolved slightly.
What? Yeah, like, what do
It's still
you?
the same.
can I
What
ask
is?
what credentials do you have to track a leak and things like that?
I have no credentials whatsoever, but
Huh.
apparently I'm pretty good at it. So
I have another
Obviously
question
not.
though. When did you do this?
I gotta argue that.
let me see. October the leak happened. Month after that.
So after this leak happened, and you know they were trying to shut it up, you knew, or shut it down, you knew that like the defense was taking all this heat for it, and you then decide, let me just
Yeah,
put an
tragedy
oil
pins.
overlay on it
The
and
Delphi
show
case.
these brutally murdered minor girls.
Because this happened way later, right?
Hmm?
That I did it. It was just I think 2 weeks ago.
Were you messaged to
So
come here?
So way after all this, so after you know that they're in court for it, that didn't make it any better, Frank.
Yeah, because it shows the severity of the situation, doesn't it?
Did you hear that?
Oh, when
Was he messaged to come there? See, that's what I had thought if he was messaged to come there to derail something. Because I have a
Right.
hard time believing that he had just found her in the algorithm.
Also, do you notice how quiet Crime Sleuthing is
Yeah.
this entire time?
She's doing something. What is she doing? I have no idea. It's kind of freaky, kind of scary. I don't know. But with her, you never know.
Abnormal, you might say, considering the normal behavior of Crime Sleuthing, but curious to me also.
But still, I have so many questions about that. What is she doing? And how did Frank actually find her? Because, like, Denmark Andy, I don't believe he found deets in the algorithm either. Someone from um, that specific community I will not name. I mean, thank you, Mystery. I appreciate it, honey. But still, how did he find deets? I don't believe it was through the algorithm. But that's just my opinion, though. It's my opinion. I mean, everything is just, it's just my opinion, especially when it comes from all sorts of weirdos from different communities. And I say weirdos because, you know, it is. They are weirdos.
Well,
Especially when you
Wendy,
come from a community like Cyrax's. I mean, come on.
right, but we're getting on to a different thing. If we just keep it on Frank.
But what I'm pointing out is, like Frank in Denmark, I don't believe it was from the algorithm. Somebody had to call them over.
Well, my question is a lot more literal. It's like, well, he'd already been on multiple other panels, and Queen Bee kicked him off.
Yeah.
He'd been on Morbids for a long time, retelling this whole story. He's been on several others over the over the course of the past couple of weeks. Why? Again, it's just very odd. He had no idea at all, apparently, of the discussion that was actually ongoing when he came up on the panel.
I
What
guess,
is your input here, Frank? What did you have to add to the discussion?
or does he want people to think what he did was the right thing? Is that what he wants people to give him praise to? That he did the right thing? Is that what he wants? You can tell the story all you want, but I don't believe for 1 second anybody's going to believe that he did the right thing. I mean, Morbid probably would think that, but I don't know. I don't watch Morbid. I don't care to watch Morbid. He's still a royal piece of shit. But that's besides the point. The point is this what he wants?
Well,
Frank?
his channel was snatched too, so you can't even go and grab that.
Oh, thank goodness. I
No,
don't
but
really care.
it's important. It is important though, because it's the only way we have of showing what has happened before now. But yet somehow he just happened to turn up with his little story. Another curious thing I find, and it's just a personal perception, is that Frank seems to be regularly enjoying some alcohol. And that's great. Live your best life. Do all the things. You can do whatever you want. Now, sometimes he's coherent, other times not so much.
Well,
It's curious that that person happened to be the one with a connection to somebody so strategically involved in a ongoing crime case. It's very curious.
well, I might know somebody who would have his recordings from his old channel because that person does record all his streams. So I will ask and see if she's got any of this one's appearances, to say the least. I hope so, but I'll ask.
Didn't we find that out in trial?
Right, weren't we just
Oh,
talking
yeah,
about the
kind of.
emotional damage that's inflicted upon the families of victims a wee second ago, and here we are. This is
Shit.
cool.
People,
I
it,
mean,
it could
what?
affect people who don't want to see it.
Right.
Absolutely. That's
How
me.
did you find this panel tonight?
That's like Nanya, yeah.
Just by sheer
How'd you
luck.
find this panel tonight, Frank?
Yeah.
Just by clicking on the live button.
Just clicking? You just found it through the algorithm?
Yeah.
Okay, algorithm, go ahead on
Sure.
Deets.
I mean, that's fine, but I do think like everything that you have done is completely opposite of what I stand for to the victims and their
Absolutely.
families. So I'm going to ask you to please step down if you don't mind.
Yeah, I'd
Thank you.
rather have Denmark Andy. Please.
Absolutely.
Thank you for respecting that. I
What,
just needed to understand that a little better.
what do you
That was crazy. I just don't know what to say anymore after that. But the awkward silence with Crime Sleuth in this book got me. It's the awkward silence later on. What does she know? I'm curious. I don't know. I just have so many questions. Why does she want to know?
It was just a happy coincidence, Earth. What are you talking about? It was just a happy coinkydink.
If you okay, I'm almost done with the words. Yeah, lie eyes, raised voice, changes tone. Yeah, Angela, it does. I just don't. How did I miss this guy? I mean, if you guys say he cams up, then I've never seen him before. Okay, wait. I haven't taken it completely down. It's still up. Goodness, calm down, Angelo. Calm it down a minute, bro. I got it. All right.
Well, okay, so Frank, what do you call it? Maybe we just have a different terminology over here. So
Yeah, it's possible.
if you, because you were saying that somebody was putting out this specific narrative and you knew it was wrong, so then you showed like the full thing so that the correct information could be put out there. That's debunking to us. What do you call that?
I gave my vision on it.
While showing the crime scene
Using
photos.
the crime scene photos of two female minor girls who were
naked.
How did you get that? My
murdered.
Well, I
They're
do know they
saying
were
he
sent
added
to
a
a lot of
filter.
create.
Okay. I missed that part. How did you get that? Why do you want to know that, Crime Sleuth? Why do you want to know how he got that?
That's why I brought
Freaked
it up.
out.
She says nothing. But her question is not why, considering she's a little miss indignant whenever Eve has questions. And yet here we are, where this guy has done 100 steps above and beyond anything that Eve would even consider doing.
Right.
And her question is, how did you get that? What? What? Angela would like a link, please, Ert.
I already sent it to him. I'm not going to tell him to go check his DM. He knows how to go check it himself. He's a big boy.
Go check your DMs, Angelo.
Why do you got to tell him that? He knows how to go check his own shit. He's a big boy.
It's my job, stating the obvious. That's what I do here. It's my role in life.
Okay, you know what? Then I'm just going to put management of my channel now.
Oh, God bless us all. Nobody needs that.
Hurry the hell up, bro. I got a new banner to show you anyway. I got a couple of them. How do you like Crime Sleuthing?
Did you call me fat?
No, I did not call you fat. You heard shit.
Said big boy, like I'm overweight or something.
No, I said you're a big boy. You're a grown man. You're a grown ass adult.
I'm not overweight. I'm food happy.
Whatever. How do you like this new overlay of Crime Sleuthing?
It's all thumbs.
I know. Well, how do you like this? This is purple.
No, that's too pretty.
Okay. Well, this is purple.
I've seen that chicken somewhere.
Well, this is purple and this is Heidi.
Perfect.
Courtesy of Eliza.
Oh, that's so nice.
All right, what do you got to add? How you doing, bro?
Well, Ewok's done a really good job analyzing this fool, which impresses me and scares me at the same time. So
Right?
I'm gonna make sure I'm careful when I talk around her.
She might
But
analyze you.
yeah, she's using. I mean, you're using very similar tactics that we would use in counterintelligence, especially when we're questioning people. The reason why we question people face to face is because we're not looking necessarily at their words, but what the body does while they respond to those answers. Because you can't fake your body movements. Your body's going to move based on the actual truth of what your mind and body and heart feel, in conjunction to various techniques to ask questions in ways that elicit responses. So, in the beginning, it's gauging truth versus lie, and then you're able to understand the emotional aspect of how the body's moving. This guy, especially just this question that he was just asked by Crime Sleuthen, his eyebrows raised, his face tensed. He wasn't expecting the question, which means he has, in my opinion, some sort of background with her in some form, whether it's talking behind the scenes, talking through email, talking through text. Some sort of conversation has happened between those two prior to that question. So it surprised him. And then his answer has nothing to do with the reality of what he's saying, which is, I wanted people to know that the photos were released or falsely given, or whatever happens, that he's using an excuse because he said it's for his own interests.
Yep.
See, that's the very definition of a gray hat, because when it comes to obtaining information, whether it's through hacking or malicious intentions or whatever, there's a classification of different types of people that do things for various reasons. Black hats are notoriously malicious. They do it for personal gain, personal influence, personal whatever. Where white hats have an ethical means behind what they're doing and ethically how they release that information. They're not going to run to YouTube or Twitch or social media and release sensitive information. They're going to report it in a way that is within the ethics of what it is they're doing.
Right.
So that's why I call him a gray hat. He's not exactly a great black hat. He's definitely not a white hat. So gray hat is kind of what fits him. He does it based on this narrative that he's a good guy doing the right thing, but his entire body is lying to the audience that he's talking to right now.
Right. And even literally says it to you that he wanted people to see his vision.
Yeah.
That's the literal terminology he uses. And I'm like, well, that's odd. So it's not that you wanted people, I mean, and it's just really odd to me. There's a whole lot of odd, a whole lot of odd. And he is entirely disconnected from the severity of what he is showing, what he is doing, where he is, the people he's talking to, all of it. Disconnected from all of it.
You do see that he actually gets off on this, right? He tries really hard to hide that.
Yeah.
But he gets off on this entire, the whole process of obtaining, releasing, and then now talking about it gives him some sort of euphoric. I don't know. There's a term for it. I'm not medically sure what that term is, but there's a term for the kind of feeling that he gets from this, and it makes him feel good, and that's why he's doing it. It has nothing to do with proving something. It's to satisfy a hunger that he himself has. And that's what I noticed when he was up on Queen Bee's panel too.
Well, when you told me to go back a bit and look at his face, yeah, that I didn't even recognize that because, like I said, I sat back quietly because I had no idea what the hell he was talking about. If we had this one in the bag already, but that look gave it away. Like
that's a lot
about it.
That's a lot of the reason why a lot of these crime channels, like the really the gross ones, it's really important if they're on camera that you're watching them and their body when they're talking about these crime scenes, because that tells you so much more than what they're actually telling you verbally. Just be mindful of what you're watching and what you're listening to, and if they're not on camera, that should be a red flag too. Like true ethical reporters, they're on camera. Watch their bodies and then look at crime channels and watch their bodies. There's going to be a vast disconnect between the two.
Yeah.
This is my personal opinion. I don't want to.
No, I agree with you. I agree. I think a certain amount can be argued because of how normal some of the most egregious things become. But anybody who has worked in any sphere where you deal with trauma and tragedy knows that you still feel it. You feel it. You might get better at hiding how you feel for a little bit, but you should feel it. And the disconnect in a lot of people is frightening to me, personally.
That's why I only watch certain true crime creators. That's it. Certain ones. I can't. I can't with some of these people. It's just the vast misinformation that they put out. They just don't put out the correct information.
Well, and another important thing I think is I know it's one thing that upsets people, the way that I behave, but it is important to me what you say, how you say it, when you say it, how you repeat the thing again. It shows. It tells you a lot more than the actual words. But whenever you hear the words that he actually uses there, they're very specific. Again, his vision. Why are you trying to portray your vision of a crime scene? Why is that the important thing? Not you're not showing the actual thing. It's your vision. You're not making a movie here. What are you doing? Is your aim to distort, to detract? I don't know, but it's not to be factual if you're sharing your vision. It's unusual.
Very unusual. And what's unusual is crimes that they're wanting to know where you got them or any other. I'm just flabbergasted right now at this point. Did you want to analyze what he said at the end, Viper?
Yeah, when somebody asked him how did he find the channel, and then zoom in on just his face if you know how to do that.
Yeah, I know how to. Mine's a touch screen.
I want everybody, Ewok, you probably already saw it, but everybody look at his face when that question gets asked.
Yes, sir. His visuals are very interesting. Very, very interesting.
Is that big enough?
Can you go a wee smidge bigger?
And can you go up a little bit?
Let me try.
Up a little bit, down a little bit, left a little bit, right a little bit, just right.
Do the contra, left, right, BA, start.
Is that better?
That's perfect right there.
Oh, your pause game is hilarious.
And in this moment,
to be honest, I really do not have an opinion about that because that was a in the moment thing. Would I do it again? I don't know.
Pause.
Oh, you don't.
He sure as hell would.
Well, now that you look at it from a closer angle and close up, yeah, when he says, I don't know. Yeah, you would, bruh. You would. Oh, by the way, Viper, we have a special guest coming up.
Uh-oh. Is it somebody else pissed off, pissed on, or pissed with?
I don't know. You'll have to figure that out when she comes up in very soon. If you stay up here long enough for a minute. I mean, this isn't drama, no, so. But yeah.
Oh,
all right, go ahead.
Right. Angelo's like, do I need to be ready to fight here? Just tell me what's going on. And it's like, well, I mean, it could be anybody.
Well, I'll just say you don't want to fight with her because you'll lose. So we'll just put it that way. Anyway, go ahead. You're up, Lee.
It's curious if you rewind that wee section again, you'll see him look left, look right, look left, look right, like he's literally searching for answers. Like you can see him processing. And then whenever he focuses on the answer he's going to give, he looks down and to the left as you know, on his or the right as we look at it, but his left. He looks down and to the left, and then he still is not making eye contact with the camera. It's again, it's just all a whole lot parade of little red flags. Beep 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 beep. What are you doing? Why are you being so shifty, sir?
Weirdo. And look at this cute little Ewok on the side here. Isn't she just adorable?
Right. Questioning her life choices.
She doesn't need to. Don't listen to her. Her life choices are great.
I don't know. I don't want to know where he lives. Please don't say where. I mean, this
Netherlands.
person just said you don't live in the U.S. and that's fine. But like,
Danny
wanted to
seems
be-
very knowledgeable. Yeah, Danny's been right on everything so far.
When Frank previously
Yeah, what
talked
is-
about this with Morbid, his explanation, whether it was led there or not, more orientated towards
Why does he
that
look?
phrase
I
of
don't know why he
the
looks so nervous
whistleblowing
to
and
me
the
now.
leak thereof, rather than
Because he
the
knows I was
detailing
listening.
within the imagery.
Yeah.
I find it kind of curious that the story has evolved slightly.
What? Yeah, like what do
It's still
you?
the same.
Can I
What
ask
is-
what credentials do you have to track a leak and things like that?
I have no credentials whatsoever, but apparently I'm pretty good at it. So,
All right.
Oh,
Did
I
you
have
see?
another
Did
question.
you see that? Did you see
when
that?
did you do this?
Did you
Oh,
see
yeah.
that? His eyebrows did raise. There was no contort. He was telling the truth. I have no credentials. I'm just good at it. And that's the truth. He told the truth there.
Yep. Yep. And he's proud of it at the end, that little smile of, I did a good job. I'm good at this. Well done, me.
Yeah, okay. Say
I
that
have
again.
no credentials whatsoever, but apparently I'm pretty good at it. So,
I have
There you go.
another question though. When did you do this?
I think I'd argue that.
let me see. October, the leak happened. Month after that.
So after this leak happened, and you know they were trying to shut it up, you knew or shut it down. You knew that like the defense was taking all this heat for it, and you then decide, let me just put an oil overlay on it and show these brutally murdered minor girls.
Because this happened way later, right? That I did it. It was just, I think, 2 weeks ago.
Pause.
Were you messaged to come here?
So way after all this, so after you know that.
There we go.
Now, these were his actions with him obtaining information, him releasing information, his channel getting shut down, and yet he's asking us? Why do you not know, Frank? You're meant to know this. You were there. We weren't there. You were there. You're the information provider at this point. So why are you so confused all of a sudden?
Unhoused person, I have no idea. This is like first time I've heard this story. Last night was the first.
There are named individuals with some curious charges to answer for. I believe very strongly there will be a lot more.
She knows more about it than I do. Again, I only heard about this last night.
That they're in court for. That didn't make it any better, Frank.
Yeah, because it shows the severity of the situation, doesn't it?
Oh, when we find that out in trial?
Does anybody not understand the severity of 2 minor girls being unalived?
That's pretty self-explanatory.
Right. I mean, you don't really need the
Agreed.
handy dandy pictures. You don't.
No, you don't. The fact of the matter is that they're no longer here on this planet anymore. They're in heaven. I think that says enough, in my opinion. You don't need photos. People don't need to see what happened to them. I mean, I wouldn't want to see it. But why does he want to see it? Why does he want to make anybody see that?
Well, that would be more my question. There's a lot of people who can handle
I
the
can't.
graphic and brutal details of a thing. There's a lot of people that can process that, and that's up to their own personal choice. But the need to publicize that in particular.
I also want to point out, and I think maybe I'll be alone on this, I don't know. He is more dangerous than the tragedy pimps we're dealing with, and here's why. He's charismatic, he's good looking, and he's believable to an extent to somebody who's untrained to look for those things if they're just watching a stream. Which means he can sway opinion and mind from fact to fiction like that. That makes him more dangerous than these idiots who are untrained going to these crime scenes.
Yep, the vision.
Yep.
But yet they only, again, to tie it all back to where we started, Crime Sleuthing attacks Eve for that very thing. She believes Eve is doing that very thing on one particular case. She does not say boo to Frank. That's weird, right?
Absolutely. Make it make sense. And I still stand by what I said. This is it's personal when it comes to Eve, Purple, and Crime Sleuth, and this is personal. Now, it doesn't really have anything to do with the case at hand, but this one here, Crime Sleuth just stays completely silent. Hey, Precious Chaos, honey, how are you? Eve has never put out anything that couldn't be backed up with facts.
Well, I can tell you Eve has not put out crime scene pictures. Eve has not done any of these things. And again, if Eve is supposedly doing what Crime Sleuthing suggests, which is leading people to believe a certain thing, why is this guy not a problem?
Right.
Exponentially worse. He literally showed evidence it should not be out in a public arena, put it on YouTube to share his vision. But it's only Eve that she wants to go after. It's weird.
And I have okay, this makes me question: does she have a problem when Zab Girl did the same thing to that boy when she put it on her Patreon? Does she have a problem with that? I mean, she sat here on this panel, just silent. But does she have a problem with what Zab Girl did? Because everybody pitched a fit when she put out those crime scene photos on her Patreon. And with Zab Girl, she didn't believe she did anything wrong. And she did a 3-minute half-ass apology. So make that make sense too.
Well, to be fair, so did Crime Sleuthins was 4, and her apology was 4. And I quote, because it stuck in my head again as a very curious thing to be sorry for. She said her emotional reaction to inaccurate accusations. That's what she was sorry for. Her emotional reaction to inaccurate accusations.
Oh, if only I could just use that excuse for everything on the internet. Hey, I just want to apologize blanketly to everyone on the internet for my emotional reaction to inaccurate information that I've received from 2010 to 2024. If I've hurt your feelings, please go get yourself a cheesecake, sit down at the table, eat the whole damn thing.
Cheesecake for everybody. Yay!
Oh, by the way, Viper, I'd like you to meet Crime Sleuthin, Purple Phoenix's bestie.
No, it's not.
Bullshit.
You would not let Purple Phoenix's best friend on this panel.
No, but she is on Dee's panel.
Whose panel?
Dee's on the street.
Oh.
She's on this very panel, staying quiet. But I have had her on my panel on the 14th of February with me and Eliza.
Yeah, don't put me on a panel with her. It's not going to work out well for either side. But I'm telling you, there's something.
There's a wide draw, and I know
there's something behind these two. These two have some sort of communication with each other. It's clearly evident. You'll see it when he gets that question asked him. How'd you find the panel? What? See his face here on these two things. Nothing raised. No tense. He was 100% being honest with what he feels. That was his true feeling.
Hey.
So his body reacted the same exact way. But when he's lying, his body reacts differently.
Yep, I agree. Absolutely agree. Hey, Soup.
Hey, y'all. Where did this guy come from?
I have no idea. He just stumbled upon here.
Well,
or which one are you talking about? Are you talking about Viper, or are you talking about
Right.
the one on the video?
That's the beard. I like the beard.
Right?
No, the guy on Deets.
You're muted. What a goof.
I just hit the live button and I saw this live and I figured I'd just come up.
That's where you think that actually happens.
No.
No, the guy on Deets.
He said the algorithm pointed him to
Okay,
Dee's
that's
panel.
a troll. Okay, yeah. Well, you
Right.
know, trolls do.
But go ahead.
Well, look, this is where I cannot state where he came from is a whole big question. That I mean, but why he happened to be on dates, he claimed was just because he was happened to be looking around. Now he has been on multiple previous panels. That's where there is a little bit of an outlier to the usual trolls that just pop up out of nowhere.
Yep.
Because
Definitely.
he does take that opportunity, including Susan's. He was going to Susan's for a little bit too.
Yeah,
You
I
know,
just saw that.
he was everywhere. Morbids, Queen Bees, you name it. He was everywhere, and it was. So the fact that he ended up on dates at any other point mightn't have been unusual. The fact that Crime Sleuthing was so utterly silent while he was there.
I
That's
peeped
where
that
I'm like,
too. I peeped that too. She
Wait a
was,
second.
wasn't she?
yeah.
Wait a second. Mystery. When was he on Queen Bees? Was this a while ago?
I would say it was within the last month or so.
Definitely within the last month, because it was after his channel had been terminated. Mystery would probably know too.
Yeah,
There you go. Look
Yeah.
at it. She even has a date. I love you right now. That makes
Yeah.
my little
I
heart
have
so
it.
happy.
She
Look
sent
at
it
that.
to me. I got it. She sent it to me. Because she's sitting up on that panel asking him questions. Why didn't she? Did she even ask him the same questions up on QBs? I mean, Is she asking the same questions
She
at
who?
all?
But I like what Eliza said.
She who?
Bangs, whatever the
No,
fuck you want to call
no
them.
is the answer to that. No.
Oh,
You will
okay.
see that if you go through it, and I think that there's definitely call to go over that. But in short, no.
Real quick, what kind of stuff did he have that Bangs asked him? How did you get that? That part I missed.
He had the actual crime scene photos of the victims from where they were recovered, and those are CSI photos. Those are photos taken by crime scene investigators,
Right.
and given only to the prosecution and defense team.
How would one like him get something like that? That is very strange.
In a court, documents are transmitted either electronically or by personal courier between teams and evidence areas. And in some cases, if you think about 20 or 30,000 court cases a month, there are cases where photos can be misplaced or released accidentally sometimes.
Accidentally purpose.
Yeah. And then people outside of the case can obtain them. Ethically, what you should do as a crime scene investigator, whether fake or real on YouTube, is turn those documents into a respective court for them to secure and then investigate, not release them through social media platforms and give your own spin on it because, hey, I just wanted to prove that somebody released. No, that's not how that works. That's not, there's nothing ethical about that.
Right. And
And
again,
that's most likely what happened. They were released accidentally on purpose to sway evidence,
well,
to you know,
the case
cause
that
it
we're
into question.
this case in question is Delphi. So Abby and Libby, two minor girls, and to cut a very long story short, this case has been ongoing now for a couple of years where they're trying to gather all the information. Things aren't going well. No matter which side of the fence you are on, things are complicated, messy AF, and there's
The
a
Delphi?
whole lot of craziness. Absolutely, Delphi.
Okay. Wow.
None of this is going well. So it seems to be that there are several little weak points in the chain that are releasing certain parts of information. These photographs are only one part. There have been other pieces shared that should not have been. And that's where, as you saw on that panel, Dietz asks, were you one of the named people within that case? And he is clear to say he was not named. That's his answer. Not that he had questions to answer.
Right.
Not that he was asked to go and testify. He says
just-
he was not named.
Oh, that's where he leaves it? Interesting. Okay.
And that's not to say that he cannot be named later. Netherlands and America do have a pact treaty, both electronic and extraditionist. So at some point, if evidence can point to that he had a role to play in it, which clearly he did, charges could be brought and he could be, brought over to the U.S.
At the very least, there's testimony to give there. At the very least. How did these things come to be in your possession? At the very, very least. Most basic bare bones of information. So how we got to that point, and it's not the first. This is several leakings in conjunction. So it does seem to be something they are definitely investigating. So only certain parts of which they have been close to naming as such. And I believe that the actual charges and investigations will take a lot longer because There's a lot going on there. A whole lot. More than the actual case itself.
What was Deet's reaction to this?
um,
She seemed
I see.
disgusted actually looking at her video.
Right.
Yeah, she didn't even. I don't even know how to describe it. It was just crazy. Hey,
I
baby,
think
could you
I
come
think
in?
she ended up removing him at the end too.
She
She
did.
asked him to leave.
Yeah.
In the because Dates is polite and kind, and she did it in the most Dates way possible because she is an adorable human being with an unusually large tolerance for craziness. She
Yeah.
allows us to play at her channel. That should show you she is a very
Yeah.
kind and patient lady. But as Angelo rightly said, you can literally see it on her face. She is disgusted. You can see that she cannot understand why somebody would not say there's a problem with what they have done. She starts talking to him as if he's a teenager in trouble. You know that
Yeah.
she goes down that where she's being very direct, which is unusual for Dates as well.
Yeah.
But she's still polite, still kind, still respectful, but direct. And he thought he was pulling a whole fast one there that wasn't happening. It just
No.
wasn't.
Well, that's
Yeah.
the reason why I said accidentally or maybe on purpose, Wendy, because when you do FOIAs, because you can do FOIAs on cases that are currently ongoing, on what information is currently available, you can do a FOIA. And in some cases where photos are supposed to be stored on one part of a server versus the actual evidence, the other evidence, sometimes clerks can mistake that and send everything. So it could very well, and we have to stay that it could very well have been an accident FOIA request where the information was sent and combined without understanding that the photos weren't supposed to go.
It wasn't a FOIA request. I can state that categorically.
Oh, well, then somebody's in a lot of fucking trouble.
Sounds like it. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I'm just at a loss for words. I thought I had seen just about everything, but this topped it for me. I'm just glad I'm not in true crime anymore.
Deets is fine. She did end her live abruptly, but everything's okay.
But in all fairness, I did promise her I would behave myself, and I did. For the most part.
Who? Deets?
Me. No, I did. I promised her I'd behave myself.
Well, I don't know why she believed that.
Right? She's too nice.
I know.
I did. I was nice, but Angela, could you believe it that
No, I don't.
Crime sleuth
that you were behaved? No, I don't believe that.
She wasn't behaved. She don't do look. Angelo knows better than to be.
Did y'all see that unhoused person comment? Sorry.
Yeah.
The story is out. There was a guy caught for this and charged. He said he saw a conference room with the photos and he took his own pictures of them.
Right.
That sounds like a story.
There's more to it than that, though. But I mean,
okay.
That's where I was very specific to say what I said. If that's what you want to, there are two named people. Two.
Okay. Let's get to the part where he's asked, "How did he find the life?" Get to it. Watch
the
this.
algorithm. Yeah, you said the algorithm. Okay, let's see.
This is awesome.
That's why I upped it.
The algorithm. The algorithm.
Yeah, the algorithm led me here.
I like the Susan version where it's the algorithm, where there's D's in the middle of a word that doesn't have D's. It's beautiful. Algorithm.
Algorithm.
Okay, let me see. Okay, now we got it. I think we're good. There we go. We're good. We got it.
It was the algor solution.
Here's you're everywhere. We was sitting beside this weirdo. Bless her heart.
I know. Literally questioning my life choices, Soup. Literally.
Excuse me, Sue. Look who I was sitting next to.
Oh hell.
Yeah, excuse me. But I felt worse for we though.
All was not well. All was not well.
What happened to his
Excuse me?
shirt? Whoa, pause for the pause. What happened to his shirt?
Look,
He's the only man on a panel. What do you think happened to his shirt?
He's got a U-neck.
right,
Yeah.
right. Somebody's
Lots
been
of things.
swinging on that V-neck at some point and turned it into a U-neck.
To be fair, I think that's a sweater vest.
No, it could be.
He also
Okay.
has a very fetching chain on as well. Now,
He's got a sweater vest on and a chain.
mhm.
I'm
Another little interesting part. Whenever he was on Morbids with the person I'll refer to as Straight Maxer. Again, if you know, you know. If you don't, God
God.
help you.
No.
But he was this person here, Frank, claimed to be a model, and then he was showing his model pictures, which he was.
hell.
I mean, like, great, live your best life, go for it, sir. But I don't know. Maybe I'm just broken. But it just didn't do much for me. Sorry.
Don't think it would do much for anybody. Let's see what he's got to say.
Eliza. Hey, Nikita.
Leak happened a month after that.
So after this leak happened, and they were trying to shut it up, shut it down, you knew that like the defense was taking all this heat for it, and you then decide, let me just put an oil overlay on it and show these brutally murdered minor girls.
Because this happened way later, right?
Pause.
That I did it. It was just
Who's he asking? You're the one who released it. You should know.
Right.
He redirected that. I don't like people that do this.
There was a whole lot of that soup. Every time he was asked anything, it could have been, what is your name? And he would have said, when I was 7, I was walking down the road. It just always went somewhere else. And I'm like, tell me you're bullshitting without actually saying it, Frank, because nobody's buying this. Come on now.
See, yeah. Like, ask me the question. I'll tell you how you should answer it. If you're gonna lie, make it good. 74 years ago, my father, your forefather, gave me this evidence, and I then released it to the public to give you my own spin on it. That's the way it is. That's the way it's gonna be. Thank you very much. Next question, please.
Y'all look at him. I want y'all to pay attention to him for a minute, though. Look at the face. He looks so uncomfortable. He looks like he looks like a hostage.
He is a hostage. Have you ever been a male on a panel with 6 women? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay,
Let me tell you something. It's uncomfortable. Nothing again. I apologize in advance if that offends women. I've been in the drama community for many years, and I've been on panels where it's just women, and I was the mortal enemy of those women, and it was a very unpleasant experience.
Oh, well, that ties us into something else. Look, it's totally irrelevant to what we're watching at this particular second, but it's super important right now. Congratulations, Angelo. Congratulations. Because Crime Sleuthing has decided to make it her business to panel up with another member of the drama community. And
Lord.
They're going to be talking about all the things. So she's heading to your neck of the woods there, son.
Look, let me speak for the very few men that are in this community. Okay. As a man, we're not wired the same as you women. Okay. We can only fight one crazy motherfucker at a time. Okay. We're limited to one person because our attention span is very limited. My wife will tell you, I hear about 10% of what she says 100% of the time. Go ahead, say it. You're on live. Say it.
Yeah, I have to remind you.
Constantly, because my attention is focused squarely on one logical fight at a time. Because the moment you start fighting as a man with multiple women on this platform, it's a lot like anybody ever seen that show Sisters Wives? That guy's a fucking that guy's a nutbag.
Oh God, Cody.
Like
Yeah.
I could barely handle having one woman in my life. Okay, I'm not gonna put 5 of them in 5 different houses, and they're not synced up. Let me just say, you guys know what I mean by sync. They're not synced up. I don't want to live with 5 weeks of fucking pure hell out of every month. No, that's not gonna happen. No. So online, one crazy woman at a time.
Right.
Well, I guess I'm out. So he's used to me now. I'm
Well,
out.
look, he says that, but we clearly know that Angelo has already found the best woman, aka Mrs. Angelo, at this moment.
Mrs.
And
Angelo,
then,
yeah, that offends people too when I say I love my wife. That offends some people. Well, what do you mean you love your wife? What? We don't care about you. Like, I know you don't. It's because I'm in a 28-year marriage and you're on marriage 7, working
Right.
on 6.
Right.
So, like,
and
yes,
then,
I am that person. Leave it to Bieber. I am that asshole from the WOG, Vinny, Boyd. You name it. I was probably there at some point.
yeah.
Hey,
And
Harlot.
then when Angelo comes to YouTube, then he gets all us. We're like little deputies of Mrs. Angelo.
Yeah, deputies.
Yeah, just to keep him under control, and it's not working. It's not working, everybody.
I'll tell you the one thing I've never done on this platform is I've never flirted in any way, shape, or form with any female on this platform. And it's not just because I'm married, and it's not just because I'm in a committed relationship. It's because it's disrespectful.
Right.
That's my personal opinion.
Yeah. If I want to feel
disrespectful.
comfortable, I hate when guys start doing that and they think they're slick. So that's actually good that you don't do that.
No, I've never seen Angelo do that. Never, not
No.
once.
Nope.
That's unusual for the internet, but it is. It's wonderful.
It is. Yes, it's unusual in the time of the internet where people are sending dick pics to people. I'll tell you,
God.
I don't think my wife and I would have ever gotten married if my first answer to her when we went on a date was to send her a picture of my dick through her phone.
We don't want to see that.
I
Pretty
agree.
sure
I
I
agree
wouldn't-
with her.
Yeah, pretty sure I wouldn't have gotten a second date. No,
Nope.
that wouldn't happen. So, men, here's a little lesson for you: stop sexting.
Right? It's weird. Stop being
Please and
weird.
thank you.
It's disgusting. It's disgusting. Don't do it.
Oh, and
And
let
don't
me say,
email it either.
women,
Don't email it either.
women, stop sending pictures of yourself to people on the internet.
Agreed.
These men, for the most part, these men that are collecting these photos, they don't give a fuck about you.
No.
And eventually that photo will come back to bite you on the ass.
Absolutely.
It always does. I've never really heard of a good ending there.
Doesn't make it right. Doesn't make it right. Don't get me wrong. It's still revenge porn. It doesn't make it right. But just don't give people ammunition. Protect yourself.
Right?
Mhm.
It's the same as your name and address and all the things. If you want to keep that stuff private, the best way to stop it is by not putting it out there in the first place. The same with images of yourself. Just don't do it. Just don't. And then you don't have to worry about it after that.
Yeah, and don't come up on panels and do that shit either, because you know what? You'll end up on 5 different platforms. Just ask the guy who did it to, 5 other people on a panel. He ended up on 5 different platforms, courtesy of myself.
A P-bomb.
Oh yeah, he ended up on 5 different platforms.
Yeah, we've seen that before. The P-bombs. Yeah, overlays are amazing.
And yes. And at that time we didn't have one. Well, we didn't have a chance to put one up, but I found the person just recently who did it too. I sure did, 'cause I remember his name. His name.
Wow.
In the chat. I sure did. And it's the same dude.
Ert on the case.
Because see, I edited out that portion of my live stream because we were all doing a dual live.
Mhm.
I edited that part out, but see, my buddy, he didn't edit that part out. He kept his up.
Yeah.
He sure did. So all it took for me was to go and get the guy's name because he left his name up. So I put the two and two together. And I found them in a live stream not that long ago. So yeah, I got you, bro. I got you. I see you.
There. I just sent my wife her first dick pic.
Oh my
Lord.
God. That
It,
poor
it,
lady. I feel bad for her already.
it's a picture of Dick Cheney.
Oh my God.
For all dick pics of all descriptions, darkness was
Liza.
made for a reason, and that doesn't matter whether it's Dick Cheney or your nether regions. Please just don't. Thank you.
I got Eliza. Oh God. Eliza, why do I love you so much? All right, here we go. Eliza cracks me up.
Cat in the headlights. That's what that picture is right there.
Yeah.
Were you messaged to come here?
So way after all this, so after you know that they're in court for that didn't make it any better, Frank.
Yeah, because it shows the severity of the situation, doesn't it?
Oh, when we find that out in trial?
Right, weren't we just
Oh,
talking
yeah,
about the
right,
emotional damage that's inflicted upon the families of victims a wee second ago, and here we are. This is
Shit.
cool.
People,
I mean,
it could
what?
affect people who don't want to see it.
Right.
Absolutely. That's
How
me.
did you find this panel tonight?
That's like Nanya, yeah.
Just by sheer,
How'd you
luck.
find this panel tonight, Frank?
Yeah.
Just by clicking on the live button.
Just clicking? You just found it through the algorithm?
Yeah.
Okay, algorithm.
Boom! Right there. Right there. His face and his eyes. Just by clicking on the live button.
That's not how that went.
No.
Rewind
Nope.
that a couple seconds. Oh, that was perfect. He told the truth up until he entered that.
Yes, he did.
But
panel
also,
tonight, Frank.
to be fair, it's one of the places where panels get in the way a little bit. If he had just been left to answer it instead of being helped along,
Yeah.
I think we would have found out a little bit more.
Oh, by the way, who was helping him along?
Was that Jones? And
Nunya was saying a little bit, and then Joneson was saying a little bit too, and then I was like, what? I think they thought it was just a little bit of a game. They maybe did, to be fair, they didn't realize a whole lot of the undercurrent that was going on, and were trying to lighten the mood a bit. They were.
right.
It was heavy. It was, with a whole lot of chaos that had been happening. But I was just like, make him answer the question. Shine a light in his eyes. I don't care. I want to know.
Hang on a second. I think we have a little problem.
Oh,
Me
you
full
broke
screen.
it.
Yeah, me full. It's your fault, mofo. It's your fault.
Yes,
You wanted me to
Tanner,
full.
they
There we
said
go.
they
Excuse
said
me,
he
I'm
was
not
there a
touching
few weeks
you.
ago too. Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
Sinner.
He's been making his rounds for like the last 2 months or so,
Okay.
all over the place.
Yeah, longer even, because he has been around literally everywhere. But since his channel got shut down, it feels like he has been on tour constantly.
Kind of like
Ewok.
sleuthing, kind of like her.
Ewok, why did his channel get shut down by any chance? Did it have anything to do with the fact that he was showing sensitive information that is against the terms of service of YouTube?
Oh, I think so.
It's cute. Well, dear listener, he states it was because of circumvention. Now, following that train of thought, that can only mean a couple of things. And obviously, most people will go to the fact that he's either had a channel and been terminated before, or it also would lead to flagrant disregard and abuse of the terms of service. And I would suggest to you that, again, putting up such pictures that are, it literally states it. YouTube is messy. YouTube doesn't give you outright no's for a whole lot of things. The few things that it does, it's very specific on. And it literally states about imagery to do with crime scenes and things to do with minors.
Which was updated January of 2024 to further include active crimes.
Yep.
But, you know, I mean, who reads those things, right?
Right? So circumvention, and yet he's just sitting looking like a wee lamb, just like it was nothing. Just nothing. YouTube, we're just big meanies. Oh.
Oh, you two, get your shit together. Hey, Kathy, honey.
Right.
Absolutely. That's
How
me.
did you find this panel tonight?
That's like Nanya, yeah.
Just by sheer
How'd you
luck.
find this panel tonight, Frank?
Yeah.
Just by clicking on the live button.
Just clicking? You just found it through the algorithm?
Yeah.
Okay, algorithm, go ahead
Sure.
on, Deets.
I mean, that's fine, but I do think like everything that you have done is completely opposite of what I stand for to the victims and their
Absolutely.
families. So I'm going to ask you to please step down if you don't mind.
Yeah, I'd
Thank you.
rather have Denmark
Yeah.
Andy.
In other words, Frank, the algorithm has
Absolutely.
determined
Thank you for
that to be a
respecting me.
lie.
I just
Okay, well, she said what she said and didn't mince words. I'm going to ask you to go. Oh,
Yeah.
that was awkward. Why would he put himself in this situation? Clearly, he has no problem embarrassing himself like this, I guess.
Well,
Because he gets off. There's a population in this world, Soup, that gets some sort of enjoyment, whether it's physical or physiology, psychological, I don't know, off of revealing these kinds of things to people.
Mm-hmm.
They're it's an I don't want to use the wrong term because I don't want to slander, but there are people in this world that get some sort of euphoric satisfaction, similar to couples, let's say, loving couples that get some sort of satisfaction out of something like that, and they do that specifically to reach that level, and then once it's done, they can only relive that experience by repetitively talking about that experience with other people.
Was that what he was trying to do on Deeds?
That's what I saw somebody getting immense enjoyment out of the entire panel. The uncomfortable aspects that you saw from his face weren't because he was uncomfortable about the conversation. It's because he was uncomfortable trying to lie about it while masking that he's lying about it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's my I'm not a trained investigator. I am military intelligence, counterintelligence, interrogator. I've done a lot of things. This guy, I'd have had a fun day with him. He's lying.
Yeah, and it's not for the first time either. I, however, am a specially trained Ewok, and this Ewok has Ewok, correct? Ewok Bish, if you will. But Ewok Bish had seen this person around and about, and it's interesting how he comes up onto the panel initially, clearly, and it was, again, I'll repeat it. Those who've been here have heard me say this 3 times already. I'm sorry. But he comes up onto this panel that has been going for hours at this point, mid-discussion, mid-argument, mid-dialogue, clearly has no idea what has been happening and tries to insert himself into the middle of it. And then it goes sideways from there for him. But it was his choice to come up there.
Yeah.
And it's, again, curious. Why in the middle of that would you insert yourself?
Why?
His opening statement is, again, interesting.
I would like to hear it.
Got it.
Because that would be interesting to see where he comes in at, what conversation is happening. I feel like this guy we'll see him on the news one day.
Oh, I think we will.
Yeah, and the algorithm will say defendant.
Yeah.
Hey,
Katie.
Sorry, I got to keep throwing that algorithm. Like I'm so tired of hearing that from these crazy creeps that come up on panels, because he's not the only one. He's not going to.
Oh no, I've seen it for years. It's your classic, first time troll move. The algorithm brought me here.
Yeah.
Now, if you've been around for a minute, that ain't going to work.
The only other dumber excuse I've ever heard is the one that goes, "Well, I don't watch those people." Oh, yes, you do. Yes, you do. Everybody watches everybody. Who are we kidding?
Oh yeah.
Right? You're meant to know. You're meant to know. You're meant to engage. You're meant to like study what's happening. If you want to have an opinion on it, you should be watching. You should be.
You should. Don't tell me that all your opinions on something say you don't watch it. What?
Right?
I mean, I had some serious issues with the whole Denmark Andy. I did do some looking around, and yeah, it was true. It sure was. The fact that he didn't know what Kiwi Farms was, that kind of threw me for a loop. I mean, I knew he was full of shit then, but hey, it
Oh
is what
my
it is.
god.
Right.
Where
What
did
was true though?
where do
You
all
just
the
stated
kiwis
it
come
was
from?
true and then
Right.
left it. What was true?
Right. That was true.
What was true, Earth?
I don't know.
You really want?
Stuff. I swear to God, she's going to make me have an aneurysm.
See, I'm not alone.
yeah, but you deal with me. You deal with me all the time. So you dealt with me for how long, Angelo?
she's like, Angelo, you could come up. I'm like, what? You and Ewok are doing a great job. I'm just gonna overtalk
Well, you
people.
had a lot to say, so you had to get your ass up here and start talking. So shut it.
I don't like to do that. I want to hear.
care.
I want to watch Ewok
Oh, shit.
and you analyze one of my game streams just to hear her talking in the background, and then I'm gonna clip that and I'm gonna put it on our ad on our Underlight game site so people just hear. What you see now? I can't even fake your accent, but what you see now is the guy pretending to be a dragon while he's dreaming in a city.
I agree. Leave it to Beaver. I'm the same. I got to laugh sometime. This
Right.
drama, true crime, drama, whatever.
I think if it wasn't so sad, it would be funny for me. But it's like to see a grown man show up at a crime scene wearing a Ninja Turtle mask. I'm sorry. What the hell have we turned into in this world? My child's missing. The first thing I want is some guy dressed as a Ninja Turtle screaming outside of my house with a bullhorn
Who the fuck
looking
did
for him.
that? Sorry.
Dolly Vision.
God almighty. I give up.
Right, and then to add insult to injury, then he strapped his little camera to himself, about 3 different light sources, and was walking down the road like some sort of little glowing toad.
Yeah.
It was the weirdest thing. It felt like you were having an out of body experience.
And
I've
I'm
never
supposed to
done
take
any of the no
serious?
medications, none of them, and it felt like I had. I was like, what is even fucking happening here? Because what is that? What is that?
And did Bullhorn Betty get her lips done?
Which ones?
The ones on her face. I could have sworn she said something about her lips getting done. I could have dreamed it. It's possible.
Damn it, Lee.
Nope. Anything's possible in this world.
Do we need a lip inspection? Is this now going to be the next live stream? Oh dear, bless us all.
Oh hell no.
Top 6 up media.
The answer is no. I ain't. Nope. Not unless she's threatening somebody with those lips. There ain't no way. Even if she is, I'm gonna let somebody else take over on that shit. I ain't reviewing Bullhorn.
I'm sorry, leave it to Bieber, but when he did that, I never wanted the Loch Ness monster to be more real in my life than at that very moment.
What do you mean you wanted it to be real, Angelo?
Well, it's not. It's in Scotland. It's not in America.
Oh,
right, but Scotland's real, love.
Well, yes, but I wanted there to be one in the Horseshoe River.
Ah, right. So you wanted there to be more, like little relatives.
Yeah,
that
like
were
maybe
in other...
maybe it made it and somehow found its way to America. And
little deputies, if you will.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're still
Oh,
here,
Lord.
Iris. I'm trying to get back to the part where the guy first comes on panel. This is
Got
one
it.
strange little feller.
Here we go.
Well, sorry for giving my opinion.
No, I'm just respectfully, like I think it's very easy to sit there and say, yeah, can't we
I
all get
was
along? That
already
would be
into the
great,
stream a
but
wee
there's
bit.
a
I'm
lot
not saying
going on
that.
here, a lot of
Do I need to go
dynamics,
back a
a
little
lot of
bit?
issues, and
She want
easier
go
said
back
than
to
done.
just
No,
before
it is
he
okay
comes
for
on
them
panel.
to debunk me, Frank, but it's not
No,
okay for me to
no,
debunk
crime
anybody.
Oh my
That's
god,
You
that's got to be
making it
crime
on your
sleuthing. That's
What?
crime. That's
What?
crime sleuthing, right?
Yep.
Now, for perspective, he had already been on panel for a little bit before he gets to utter these little bits. But
I have
that's
no
where
problem.
that initial part is curious, and then the dialogue that you've just witnessed also curious. Wait till you see what he says at the
Mhm.
start, and then in the next little bit, it tells you a whole lot, none of which he's actually saying.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, Angelo. That's Purple's bestie up there. Sorry.
Dropping the link to your debunking of it, Sleuthen, and then people can compare and decide for themselves what they feel on that. I have no
Okay.
issue with that at all.
Okay.
Can I just
That
offer
is
dates
just
a
my question.
virtual Mr. Pibb and a virtual hug, virtual, just all the things, all
Hi,
dates, you
Pibb.
get them all today.
No, I
All
need
of
to
them.
know
How
when.
pretty she is. Isn't
I
she
know, she's
lovely?
stunning.
This
Stunning.
is like bags
hands
under
off.
my eyes.
Lovely.
I'll take those bags any day, girl. Any day.
Hands off my weed. Hands off my weed.
So, what do you want me to show, Eve? Do you have a link or something specific that you want me to show?
Yeah, let me grab it.
Okay.
Sorry, one second.
Okay.
Dates, can I ask you another favor, please? Could you also, there's one crucial thing that's being missed. I know this is you just one way. One, really? I know,
Just
I know.
one.
I'm sorry.
Really?
I'm sorry. There's a repeated thing that Crime Sleuthen has stated about what Eve is doing to this family. She'll repeat that refrain over and over and over again. Does Crime Sleuthen have any evidence of what that might entail exactly, please? Any of it?
Her own words.
Isn't that like a learning curve?
Frank, please,
if you-
just
What
please, just let her answer, please.
Does he think he's funny? You're
Right.
not funny. Why? This was so awkward. Thank you for going back. This is so weird and awkward and out of place. He's just up there. They're having their own conversation, one that was there prior to him coming up there. He comes up. He really thinks he's something. I don't know what exactly yet. He's looking back and forth, doing all the goofy eyes shit. He thinks he's funny.
Right.
And then he gets checked real quick by who will. He tries to, interject something that makes no sense. And she's like, Frank, excuse me. And then he looks even more uncomfortable and awkward. Why is he up here? I've got questions.
Yep.
The eyes darting around is too much. I think he thinks he's funny or something. I don't know, but this was embarrassing.
Yes, it was.
Oh, Sunny Cat says, no, he thinks he's Crime Sleuthen's defense. Okay.
Right.
Interesting.
I just love when his voice just raised up a little bit. My eyes just bulged out a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, before this had even happened, he had been up on the panel for a few minutes. By this point, like 5-10 minutes. And I just thought, like, it was like 6 o'clock in the morning, my time. I'm watching this, roughly. And I'm like, look, it's very late. Your judgment is probably not the best at this time.
No, it's fine.
These ladies have this. You just stay out of it. Just
no,
don't.
You had it. Good job.
I waited another 5 minutes. It started to get worse. And then he said something about, like, he made this comment about, like, is this something to do with the crime community? Like, and you could tell he had no idea what had been happening. Again, we thought, leave it, we. Resist your inner Irish. This is not the time and the place. Just don't do it. They'll see. One of them is bound to know who this guy is. So I waited another wee bit. And then he did something that I just thought, that's curious. He kept sort of trying to speak whenever something was asked of crime sleuthing.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, my full Irish kicked in. I'm like, no, I see you this time. We're on now.
Yeah.
off we go. And that's where we ended up.
This is embarrassing. Can you hit play? I want to see what
One
he
word.
does when.
And then
Yes, ma'am.
and then what Stacy told me.
Right. So if that follows for Eve doing that, do you realize you're doing the same thing to Sebastian Rogers' family at the moment?
What are you talking about?
Have you checked
You know what he's talking about.
your own community posts?
What?
When you're making statements about what Chris Proudfoot could have possibly done, and you put up your little, are you taking flyers down? Okay, love.
What are you talking about where I talked about what Chris did? What are you talking about?
What,
You got me confused with somebody? I don't
No,
go
no.
after families.
No, it's you, love.
What?
Do you want to go and check your own community posts? I think that would be a good idea.
Oh my God, it's fucking deflecting bullshit. We're gonna stay on topic, okay?
Oh, that's
No, it
funny.
is the topic,
No,
because if you're
it's
saying
not.
if you're
It's
saying
distracting. It's just
no,
distracting.
it's entirely the topic, because
No, it's not. You're bringing
Can
up
I-
another case and another
Can
victim.
I translate the lady that's responding to Ewok?
No, good luck.
Oh,
Yeah, good
it's
luck with
real-
that because she don't
no.
fucking listen. It goes in one ear and
Oh.
out the other, bruh.
No. I'm just going to translate what she's saying so everybody else can see. What she's saying is, "Holy shit, Ewok's calling me out. What are you're confused? No, you know what? We're getting away from the side. Let's go back to this guy here. Here,
Yep.
let's talk about Frank. Oh shit, that was close. That's a translation for what really happened right there.
Dude, what I would love to get the two of you up on a panel together. Holy fuck.
No. See, because then I'd have a third lawsuit on my hands.
Well, you know what? That's okay because she's threatened lawsuits for like, well, I don't know, 2 weeks already. I mean,
We're all being sued, okay?
we're all going to
Everybody,
court.
all you in chat are going with this, okay?
Yeah.
Get the best court attire.
Yeah. Yep. That's all right.
You when it's your opportunity to go at Eve.
Well,
it
then
suits
just
you then.
we can. I already addressed that on my last
Unlike
live
you,
on my main
crime
channel.
sleuthing, I have
Unlike
been
you,
here
crime
the
sleuthing.
entire duration of Michael's case. Unlike you,
You
I have
have
been here, love.
no idea. If you're going to sit there and say that, then you haven't watched my live in which I addressed that. So
Your
I would
live
just
in which you addressed
everything related to Sebastian. So you
right,
can
but
go and watch
you're
that.
flip flopping. So we were talking
Flip
about
flopping. I'm
Yes.
directing you to the correct information, ma'am.
Please do carry on.
What I was going to say before I got pushed
Why are you talking,
is
Frank?
that I mean, arguments are part of true crime, right? I mean, it's all about debunking each other, but making like a big deal out of it. I mean,
Dude,
of course, we're all going to make statements. I mean, we all have our personal feelings based on, I don't know, trauma, history, whatever.
what?
But making a big deal out of it,
What?
I don't understand that. Like, just do like a 2-part episode about that and just leave it.
This-
Frank, respectfully, but do you have the context of what's going on here?
I do.
You do?
There seems to be like a pattern, and I know.
Do you, okay, what are my issues with crime sleuthing?
I do not know.
Okay, that's the problem. You know,
What was this?
I love it.
Oh, get your mic fixed before you come up here trying to defend somebody. Get your mic fixed. What was this? This was the weakest, lamest argument I have ever. We all say things. We all make mistakes. What did he think? What? Oh my God.
But
Can't we
Sue,
all-
he absolutely knew everything that was going on until he was asked if he knew what the issues between the two were. And then he had to say, well, I don't know what's going on between
He
us.
had to say,
Maybe
I
he
absolutely do not know.
Yeah.
Meaning
Maybe he
he's
should have made
very
a 2-part episode
uncomfortable.
and left it alone.
Right, and the lady that was just speaking, the lady that just said that was Melissa Jade. Even if Frank had only watched Dietz' content and nobody else, he would have at least some very basic knowledge, even if he'd watched an hour of the live that he was currently on, he would have some very basic knowledge. But it's
Hold
the
on.
fact that, quite right, as he says yes, then it goes,
Ewok.
well, no.
Ewok.
Yeah.
Frank just sent me a text message. I
Oh,
printed
shit.
it out.
Oh God.
I printed it out. This is his official statement after being reviewed by these lovely panel guests here. That's his message. He says, the algorithm made me do it. Love, Frank. And
Hold on.
as you can see, I had to print it out onto printer paper because the brightness from my phone would shine out too much. It was a very it was a very expensive text message because he's from the Netherlands and all. But I just want to let you know.
A mic.
He has
yourself coming up on panel to try to check somebody in your mic. You're whispering to me. Why are you whispering?
Right, two things. One, I love that Angelo went with the full vision there of the ink overlay. Love that. Beautiful. Nice touch. Perfect.
I try.
Tip my little hat towards you, sir.
Yep.
And the other thing is, Soup, he does have a great mic.
Oh, hell.
This Frank guy has a mic that works very clearly. And
He has a blue snowball.
He's oh, what in the AB? No, he does have a mic that actually works, and he's choosing not to use it. And that itself
pisses me off.
I feel like he's doing that on purpose.
Yeah.
You can hear the audio levels of everyone else, and even if he has his headphones turned up full whack, he would be able to hear that his audio is a lot lower. You can see people in the chat who are saying that I can't hear, and he does nothing. It's only much, much later when directly challenged that he puts on the good mic. He was using that, I feel like, as a tactic to get people to listen to what he was saying. So we would all have to be quiet.
No,
I
that ain't
believe.
working. So, okay, I see what you're saying. So people had to challenge him on his sound. But so he does get louder later on.
Yes.
Yeah, towards the end of the interview.
Hold on 1 second, guys. I just got something from my source.
At the interrogation stage of the interview.
Yeah, he came up there to save Crime Sleuthen, and instead he was Sloan. Sloan? Is it Sloan?
That's unfortunate.
You call her whatever you want. I don't give a fuck at this point anymore.
He was Slooneth. Slooneth.
But yeah, it was a lot. I was like, what are you doing up here, dude? Why do you keep... It's as soon as anybody directly asks Crime Sleuthen something, he starts to speak. Which, that was the reason I went up. I'm like, you what now? What are you doing?
Wait, Frosty just cutting him off good. He deserves it.
I'm not normally quite so rude. I know people think I am, but I do have better manners than that. Don't all chip in when at once.
Oh, no, you do. It's me that don't. Yeah. I would have came through there like a wrecking ball. You little bastard. Where is your mic? Up on my panel whispering. What the hell? Yeah, it'd have been a mess.
She came in like a wrecking ball.
Yeah, seriously.
You tried to talk to her on a shitty mic.
Hate that.
Am I seeing a review here? And I don't know, sometime soon by Stinson the Soup?
I think I might have to because I'm just so annoyed by it. I have so much commentary.
Right? There really is so much to take apart. There is so much.
It's
I think it's worthwhile.
Yeah. I would believe nothing.
Hey, honey, what you
3
doing?
thumbs up.
He
What's
did,
up,
Jay
dude?
Marie.
USA. USA.
USA.
Kick her
USA.
from the panel immediately.
I did, Eve. I did. If you want to go ahead and say something, you can. If you don't, that's fine. It's totally
Oh,
up to you.
really, Lisa?
Is this
Oh, no,
this
I'm
the
just here
Eve
for the-
channel that gets called out by Crime Sleuthin?
Shit. She ain't
Aw,
calling
come
out
on.
nobody.
Fuck
No,
that.
is it? So let me ask you a question. Did Crime Sleuthin call out Frank?
No.
Did Crime Sleuthin call out that other chick that showed the autopsy photos of that kid? What the hell was her
That
name?
girl?
Zab.
Yeah, Zab
I
girl.
don't. I don't
Did you
know.
call her out? Yeah.
Don't
Oh,
know.
It's good.
I can add to
Convenient.
that for you,
Okay.
Angelo.
We can.
There are, even recently, the very thing that, even if we just take one of the points, one of the things that Crime Sleuthing is very upset about is that Eve transacted money in any form to
Be still my heart. No.
I know, a shocking, I know. Money, the thing that we all need. To a named suspect in a crime case. Now, that would be shocking and abhorrent, right? Shocking, she says.
Horrible.
Now, that's great, apart from the fact that several other people had done the same prior to Eve. And that has never been mentioned once by little Crime Sleuthing. She doesn't have a problem with them doing it.
So here's how I'm gonna navigate it. Crime Sleuthing, have you shown any photos of autopsies? Insert long pause.
Have you been in discords with people who have?
Oh.
Nope, I haven't. But I'm also
No,
Not me.
Crime Sleuthing.
I'm also not a crime channel.
I'm not a crime channel either. And I would never, ever,
I've
ever.
seen some of Eve's. If it's the same Eve, I've seen some of her stuff, and it's actually well put together. She's not simping off of the backs of deceased individuals or missing individuals. She presents evidence as it appears to be. Has an opinion here and there. Other than that, she's not doing what most of the other crime channels are doing, which is inserting herself into the case, interrupting investigators, showing up at crime scenes, and pretending to go on scavenger hunts.
Right.
She's not doing any of that stuff.
Considering that Angelo has said he has worked in military intelligence.
Loosely termed.
Right, but even as loose as that would be, if you were to gain knowledge, do you go to one source or all of the sources?
You have to go to all the sources because every source has a piece of the puzzle, and the puzzle doesn't get put together by one place.
Right? That seems to make sense to me.
Especially when we're interrogating terrorists. The one terrorist that we investigate is not going to give us the information on the entire cell of terrorism. It's going to give us a piece, which leads to another piece, which leads to another piece, which leads to an internet, which leads to a page, which leads to a Discord, which leads to a chat room. All of those things create a puzzle piece and then a picture for you to put together. And then you present it to people who still have to analyze what you've put together to determine what is fact and what is fiction, what is legitimate, what is illegitimate. And then you create a plan of action from that material, much like how investigators do crime. Real investigators investigate crime from all angles.
Right, all angles, not just the ones they like, not the ones that they choose. You literally have to gain information from people that you wouldn't choose to be hanging out with, but you have to gain information from them. They might not know they're providing that information, but that's a little bit like Frank there on the panel. He didn't know he was providing half of what he was doing, but he was still giving information.
Mm-hmm. Well, give me time, Mr. Eve. I can have you hate me in at least 24 hours.
Yeah, he would. He would trust me. Trust and
But no,
believe.
I try to stand on principles. Like I understand the I do understand the need for crime channels. I get it. I get the value that it can bring, social media and the visibility it gives to the victims, and I'm 100% for that. I'm 100% for that. What I'm not for is when you say it's your opinion, but you're presenting it as a fact. That bothers me because that dilutes the physical and verbal evidence that contradicts your opinion. You can have opinions all day long, but when you're presenting it as a fact or you're getting some sort of a thrill out of uh, skating that line of what is ethical and what is not ethical, I have a huge problem with that because murder of children, the exploitation of children is not an entertainment thing, and nobody should be looking at it as such. Our role as human beings, whether we're in this country or in another country, should be to circumvent and stop the exploitation of children. And the only way we can do that is if we stand on a principal hill and are willing to die upon that hill, because that's the only way shit's going to change. The fact that YouTube took this guy's channel down is a flux at best, because we've seen them fail numerous times before and continue to fail these victims that are no longer on this earth for the exploitation that some of these channels are doing. So that's just where I stand.
Before I put this back on, see if I have a present for you.
While Earth does that, I really want to burst into song right now of I found my thrill on Principal Hill. Thank you. Carry on.
No. You got to sing the whole song. You can't just state the song. Them's the rules. That's the algorithm, Ewok. That's the algorithm.
She didn't specify on mute or not, so there's that.
Damn it! What? Why are you helping her?
You know the rules up here. You got
I
to be
have
specific.
to look at all sides.
That's true too.
All right. If she sings it, I'll read a poem.
You got to do better than that. What are you talking about?
I wrote the poem. That's awesome.
Okay, that's even better. Okay. All right, Saper, you ready for your present?
Let's get it.
I don't know. Okay. All right, she'll be back in a minute. So we'll just sit up here.
Wait, I'm still right here. Wait, hold on. What?
Here's your present.
Oh, okay.
Meet Dolly Vision.
Oh, I remember this.
Yeah. This is at the crime scene. This is at the crime scene of a missing exploited child.
Yep.
Put a 1 in the chat if this is the guy you want looking for your missing child. Put a 2 in the chat if this is the guy you want the Loch Ness Monster to eat.
What was the purpose of the sign?
He was trying to get her to talk to him.
With that?
Yeah, pretty much. And he still had that sign a year later too. In the background.
Was he successful?
No, he just thought it was great.
Lord.
Fucking loser.
And what would he have done if she actually came out and said, "All right, let's do it"?
Right.
You think he would have married her?
Hell yeah. Well, no, but he would have gone out to dinner.
Okay, I'll be right back, Earth. I gotta get something done. I'll be right back, y'all.
Go ahead, babe. No, but he would. I think she would have gone out to dinner. Yeah. I think they would have both gone. Why not? Hey, Tony. Hey, Sticky. But still, it didn't. You know, when he got criticized for that, what was the one thing that he said about it? The spelling. That was it. Lonnie. It didn't matter if it was the spelling or whatever. It's the fact that he asked her, "Will you marry me?" That is what was creepy in itself. That's what was sick.
Would this be a good time to mention that when Crime Sleuthing came to YouTube and was doing her little PR tour of, "Hey everybody, I'm a channel called Fueled by Coffee and True Crime." Hey. that she was on every panel known to man. That's not a new thing. People do that. It's not unusual. Cue Tom Jones. But whenever she was doing that, she look. That's why my brain works. I'm sorry.
Sorry, there was a delay there.
Uh,
It's funny.
but whenever she was doing that, Dolly's panel was one of the places that she would frequent until she got semi-called out up there for some misstatements, shall we say. And
Lord.
that was way, way back when. Way back when.
Yeah.
And then she moved on to, Betty, etc., etc. after that. And then she wonders why people know who she is. Well, if you're doing a PR tour so that people recognize who you are, you've already given them the first step. You can't expect them to forget that afterwards. You chose that.
Then she wanders up on Savages, and when Savage started to ask her if she was gonna go, if she wanted to go down there, she started sniffling and tearing up, which I call bullshit because we saw how that worked last night when they
I
tried
am
to vote
working.
me. Well, no, they tried to vote me off the panel last night because she was a little sniffly and a little bit, teary eyed, crying. And then when she said, "I vote Earth off panel," and her highs and her lows, like her low tone, that was her little sniffling and crying. But when then she says, "I vote Earth off panel," man, she went straight high, and I'm like, "Girl, that went straight up." Like, girl, don't fuck with mental illness. Okay, you sitting there trying to act like you're crying. It brought me back to Savage.
The sad
I am.
point
She was up
was
there.
she could have made that slightly funny if she hadn't have
Mhm.
been sort of on the mid tier, having a sad moment. She could have made that actually funny, and I think that would have made people warm to her a little. But because she has a very low level of social engagement, she didn't understand, and she sure as heck did not realize that after that she was super confident. Then the tears, as Earth rightly says, dried right up. She was all blazing after that. Not a tear to be seen or heard. None of it. It was a miracle cure. Perfect.
It was crazy. I mean, it's just this woman has no freaking emotion whatsoever. Oh, but yeah, we're all going to court. We're all getting sued. We're all being called harassers. We're all being called doxers. Now, Angela, let me ask you a question. I got something
didn't
for
do it.
you, bro.
I didn't do it. That's all I know.
Why be guilty conscience?
I don't know.
All
Probably
right,
because I did.
I have a question for you, bro. Now, how about doxing? Now, this bitch keeps going around claiming that she's being doxed, but see, she drops her first name on panels and she drops where she lives on panels. Now, if anybody else does it, she cries out doxing. Please tell me what the true definition of doxing is, even when she's come to this platform with her actual name. But it's okay for herself to call herself by her name and drop the state where she lives. But it's not okay for anybody else to do it, though.
For me, doxing is a little different, I guess. Like you can't be doxed more than once. So once you're doxed, unless you move and then that new place is doxed. But like
I'm the same with you.
Like my name is Angelo. I mean, I can't say I've been doxed. My address has been put out by Corey and several other people on the platform. So like now I live in an RV, so it's a little bit easier. If I get doxed, I just
Down by the river.
Yeah. You find yourself smoking the doobie, find yourself living in a van down by the river. But so I could just pack up and move, like go to a new campsite, But for the most part, if you're putting your name and your location out, you're not doxxed because your name and location are out from your own militia. So yeah, it is what it is.
I think she premeditates giving you just enough to make it look like you're hanging yourself through her false claims. So she's very covert in her predatory behavior
Yeah.
of other people's content, ideas, and making a mockery of true crime. That's just where I'm at.
And that's true. See, I am with Angelo because I've been hearing it for years.
And years. And years. Oh, yes. I do have a wonderful toilet personality.
I have a supplementary personality to Angelo's toilet personality. We'll have to do that someday. That will be hilarious.
Oh, that would be funny.
You just broke me.
I'm down. I'm down.
I can't do it on my normal one because that person and I are currently in a different battle, so I have to behave myself on that one.
Y'all need to
But I-
stop breaking me.
But I could definitely change the name.
We'll do it. We'll do it.
True, but that's how I've followed it for years. Once you're out there, you're out there. If you come to this platform and you use your real name on your channel, that's the name that you go by. Even if you change it later on to something else, everybody's going to know you from the name that you used on your channel the very first day.
Right.
Look at Jonathan Lee Riches. That's his name. Just because we say it up here, does that mean we're doxing him? No.
Right. If anything, he turned what could be a really negative thing for most people.
Mm-hmm.
And whether you like the guy or not, he managed to turn that into a positive where his recognizable name became a marketing tool. Most people wouldn't choose that for many reasons, but it worked for him. You can't deny that.
Mm-hmm. Even Bullhorn put herself out here. Nobody put her out here. I mean, even though she claims it, but Bullhorn put herself out here using her real name. Nobody doxed her. I mean, she can claim it all day, every day, but the facts are the facts. She put herself out here in the discussion.
And if you attach yourself to any personality on YouTube or any other platform, and especially if they're within either as an individual or as a group, any sort of controversy, people will pay attention. Not just the people who support them, but the people who dislike them also. And this is important because Crime Sleuthing had went and sort of ingratiated herself within the Heels on the Ground group and was messaging back and forth on Facebook. They were tagging each other, having a great time, doing all the things, living their best life. The problem being that she was using her real name to do so. Now, Dates shared those messages publicly, but she had removed her actual name from the messages. But anybody who was around then, who was paying attention to, say, Betty, for example, at that time, will have also seen those messages. Many thousands of people saw those messages. She wants to blame this current situation of people knowing her name. Crime Sleuthing wants to blame this situation on voices, and I don't have any personal love for voices, but that is categorically untrue. I knew your name, Crime Sleuthing. Many people knew your name. It's just because we do have good character and morals that we chose not to put it out there and have continued with that by not doing it. So please stop saying that people are doxing you when they are clearly not.
Yeah. Stop. And if you really want, I mean, if you're really, you want to claim this, okay, fuck, claim it. I really don't give a fuck. If you want it to stop, how about you just zip your lips closed? Quit dropping your first name. Quit dropping the state you live in. Stop it. Oh my God, you see how easy that is? So easy. But if that's not what you want to do, then you know what? Don't cry when people start dropping it too. Because at the end of the day, you're the one that opened your mouth. It's nobody's fault. Remember, I said that in the beginning. You are the one at fault. You are doing this because you want it to happen. You want it. You're tasting it.
Yes, this makes it okay for her to misbehave. That's exactly why she only gave her first name in her state, because it was going to give the opportunity for her to behave badly when someone either retaliates or calls her out, that they know who she is.
Oh yeah, yeah. Angela, can you believe that we're called harassers and doxers? Can you believe that?
I've been called worse.
So have I.
Me too.
We all have. But that's just, us being called that, that's just the tip of the iceberg. But see, this woman doesn't understand that we've been called worse. I mean, for fuck's sake. I mean, if you're going to call us that, at least call us something that we haven't been called before. If you can find something in the book. I mean, for fuck's sake, come on. Oh, and didn't you know that all clip channels are shit channels too? Go figure. But yeah, I digress. It don't really matter. At the end of the day, it is what it is. I'm fine with who I am. Are you, Crime Sleuthing? I think you are. You're fine with who you are. What are you doing over there? Do I even want to ask?
I'm just messing around.
Yeah, I don't want to ask. I'm not even going to ask. But I'm going to go check. I want to check something out while we wait for Sid to come back. I'm going to check out a certain individuals. And I mean individuals. Hopefully my screen ain't so big when I tap into another tab. Okay. Now this one comes directly from one of the best clip channels out here. Because I'm gonna let you guys see what Crime Sleuthing is all about. And this goes back to when they were going after Eve.
Dev brings up something important in the chat though.
I see it.
And look, Crime Sleuthing, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what you think anybody has offered you at some point that you feel the need to make commentary on someone's sexuality. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Pretty clear though that neither Earth nor anyone else has offered you shit. So shut up.
Mm-hmm. All right, here we go.
Grabs chloroform-soaked rag. Who's being disrespectful?
Hey, Shadow Wolf.
Shadow Wolf, you need a list?
Crime Sleuthing. Picks up pen and paper. Carrie, I support my girls. Awesome. I'm not trying to piss anyone off. I'm here for Michael Vaughn, his family, and to tell jokes. Eve is mad about various content creators posting her husband's info on YouTube. But it is okay for her to have posted.
You muted on purpose?
That's my fault. Dude, I'm sitting talking to myself. God bless it. See, this is right here. Eve is mad about various content creators posting her husband's info on YouTube. How about that?
Right, but the context of this being for anybody who hasn't followed along, that this person, this YouTube user, Shadow Wolf, came to some minor level of prominence because he is connected, albeit very, very loosely, to the Michael Vaughan case. He is the ex-husband of Sarah Wandra, one half of Stacey and Sarah Wandra. He is her first husband. They have no problem hanging out with this dude. I mean, I don't know what they think they know about this guy and his actions, but apparently it's okay to hang out with him. And you're only going to see a few of the very questionable comments that are made here. But yeah, this is their chosen person. They're picking this guy.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
My information even after I've asked her to take it down.
Eve's looking dumb AF again. 100.
She's being petty because I had the interview with Josh on the lab.
Shadow Wolf. That sounds about right. 100.
Eve is playing a victim. Just know, Eve, you should have never played
That voice always gets me, I swear.
victim.
Shadow Wolf. Oh, so you're Sarah's ex.
Buckeye Mama. Yes, ma'am. I thought everyone here knew that.
Yes, Buckeye. I thought you knew.
Yeah, bring it on, Eve. Please poke the bear.
The bear is already poked. Anybody that thought she is a victim, please watch this week.
Level-headed. 100.
Petty, like her name.
Crime sleuthin'. Absolutely. 100.
I would enjoy every minute with my bat. Just saying.
This is the one that I worry about with the bat in her hand. I really do. This one worries me.
Petty, weak, insecure psycho.
Play stupid games. Win stupid prizes.
A hard head makes for a soft behind.
Sav, my mama used to say that. LOL. To me. In her live today, she went straight back to pointing fingers at the fam. Bug her. She's vile and ignorant. Repugnant.
Crime sleuthin'. Brandy is like my little sister, and I don't even call him that. It's always been Monkey. I promise you all will see why this week.
Level-headed. I've got bells on. Ready. Level-headed. Be sure to let me know. Text. Her little bestie, the lead named suspect, called me a bitch and C via text today. Sickos. Him and Eve.
Crime sleuthin'. Oh, wow.
Crime sleuthin'. Are you serious? That's gross AF. 100. Harm is a bitch. Just wait. 100.
Crime sleuthin'. I wouldn't be surprised if they were doing the nasty. Just saying.
Does
Wow.
anybody in the chat know what happened within that week that they kept referring to? Levitt in particular, level-headed, larval-headed, whatever the heck you want to call him. What happened in that week that they were so excited to release? Anyone? Do you know? What happened? What was the big splash? Was it anything to do with the case?
Yeah, man.
No, ma'am. What was it, Eve?
Nothing.
Correct, Eliza. They released Mr. Eve's private information. That's what they were so excited about. And so Crime Sleuthin has literally said on panel recently that she knew nothing about that, wasn't part of it. Yet the whole, yeah, let me know, text me. But she knew nothing. She just happened to end up on panel with the person who was doing the doxing of that information. Just happened. That was a pure coincidence. Just happened to be there. Whoopsie. She just fell into it. She just did a whole live stream with that person, a live stream that is now privated by that person. Why don't you get them to put it back up, Crime Sleuthin? Why don't you show us what you said if you had nothing to do with it?
Yeah, how about that?
Well, I gotta get going, but it's been a privilege to be up here with y'all.
All right,
Glad
honey.
to
Thank
have
you.
you, Angelo.
Be safe and keep calling them out.
All right. Talk to you soon.
Be safe, everybody.
Be good. All right. Seems we got one more because let me ask you guys a question. When you guys were growing up, did you guys used to make prank calls just for, shits and giggles? I mean, I did. I made prank calls just for shits and giggles.
Once upon a time, yes.
Okay. Once upon a time for me, I did. I'm not gonna lie about it. I did. But what was one thing that you guys never did? Did you guys prank call a prime suspect in a missing child's case?
No.
Neither have I. But you know who did?
Who?
You want to know?
Tell me.
All right, let's watch it. Here we go.
Oh, should I call him on the phone, you guys?
If you want to.
I'll do it.
Do it.
Do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. He won't answer because he's watching you guys. You know that.
Who could that be? Who could that be?
Somebody keeps messaging me.
Uh-oh.
Hang on, I think that's... Okay. I was making sure that wasn't him on Messenger. Okie dokie. Should I do it?
Sure.
Okay.
Want to? You see one come up? Just asking why he was at those parks.
Sorry, you do not have... Oh, dang it. Hang on. I got to do it on Messenger. I have the outgoing blocked on that. Hang on. Here we go. He's too chicken to answer, probably.
No, he's not. He'll answer. No, he's got it off. It's not ringing. Yeah, that's what I want to know about the parks.
I want to know why he was taking pictures of Brandon's mom's house.
For real. Aw, chick, chick, chick. He's a chicken. Nope, he's not going to answer.
Oh,
Let's see if he calls back. Yeah. Okay. So when I talked to him yesterday evening, this is a direct quote, you guys. He told me, he said, he's calling. He's calling. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
Hello?
Did you call?
Yeah. So I didn't hear back from you after you said you were going to call me right back.
I know. I'm getting slammed with work. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, do you feel up to answering some questions?
Again?
Well, I mean, when we talked last night, we only got to get to a couple of them about.
I'm not going.
Let me ask you guys a question. When she asked him, are you up for answering a couple of questions? What does that sound like to you? Does that sound like an interview or just simply asking a couple of questions? I don't know.
Well, also, why has she not told him? As you would, I mean, if there were anybody else on the planet, you would say, by the way, your call is currently being broadcast live on YouTube. Because that's what was happening at this time. She was on a panel and she was playing this call as it was happening. She didn't give this person a heads up. And again, I don't care whether you're a suspect or not. That's right. The fact that you would need to be told anything about that, never mind have the ability to think for yourself and think, yeah, this is not a good idea.
Right.
So who's wanting who to think what about this case, crime sleuthing? Who's trying to lead the public to a different perception of the case? Curious.
Okay. Hold on one second. So y'all got messed up my shit.
He literally says here, and you'll see as it carries on, I'm not going on panel. Now, at that moment, again, any normal individual would have thought, oh shit, maybe this is time to take this call off speaker and either end the call or at least tell the person, by the way, you're currently on a live stream. No, didn't do either of those things. No.
Right. And y'all were so proud of what you did to this man and to everybody else. But hey, that's okay, right? Yeah, that's good to know. But you just want to prank call a prime suspect. See, y'all have no morals. Seriously. And you know what? How about this? Y'all gonna call the wrong suspect one of these days? You gonna prank call him? You know what will happen, right? I don't think I need to tell you. But go on, keep doing it. Because some nasty shit will happen. Trust and believe. You don't want to call prime suspects and just prank call them and act like you're fucking in high school. You don't want to do that.
And before anybody turns that
Angela.
into some kind of threat, that's not what she's saying here. What she
No,
is
I'm
saying
not.
is it would probably be better not to repeat this behavior. That's
Oh,
what she's saying.
I wasn't.
She's not trying to threaten anybody with anybody or any future actions. Just to be super clear for those who want to threaten everybody with court and legal action and reports and such like.
No, I wasn't finished yet.
Right, but that's look, you know me, I get nervous.
I know. But see, that's the thing around here. People roll up on everybody. See, I don't condone the whole rolling up on people's homes. Okay, I don't. I've seen it a lot of times. Okay, you don't want to do that. You don't want to do this. What you guys are in true crime? You guys watch these shows. You guys see what happens. Don't do it. Don't. Go back and rewatch these shows that you guys claim that you guys watch and see what happens. Okay? It's nasty. It is. Look at those people. Do you want that to happen? I don't. Nobody does. But calling a suspect, that was just dumb. You guys know that. Crime sleuthing, of all people, you should know that. It was just dumb. I mean, yeah, what Lenny said. What if someone prank called and say Chris was back in the day? I'm just saying.
Maybe she
Y'all need
just
to be
wanted,
careful.
maybe she wanted to share her vision of this call. Maybe that's what was happening.
Y'all just need to be careful with this shit. I get that you guys want answers. I get that. I do. Is it really that important? Is it really that important to you? Sometimes, yeah, with some creators, with some people, yeah, it's that important. But here's the thing. You have to let the legal system take it from here. Yeah, it might take a while. It might take years. I get that. I do. I know patience is not really a big thing when it comes to cases like this, but you just have to let the legal system just let them take care of it. But calling a suspect, that's really, come on, grow up, think, okay? Y'all got brains. Just think about it.
Even if you play devil's advocate, imagine if all her Christmases had come at once and this man confesses to a crime on a call on live stream. Then what? How do you think that's going to pan out after that?
And that's what scares me when people do shit like this. It scares me because, okay, look, I may not like you, but I want nothing to happen to you. I don't wish any harm or ill will towards anybody. I don't. But this is the kind of shit that does scare me when people do stupid shit like this. You think this ain't gonna happen? What happens on these shows, you think that ain't gonna happen in real life? Okay. All right. If that's what you think, that's on you. But I don't want anything bad to happen to anybody. Okay, like you, Crimson, I don't want nothing to happen to you. Nothing bad to happen. I don't want anything bad to happen to you. So you got to think. This kind of shit here, no. I hope you never do this shit again. I really do. Just think for once in your life.
Oh, yeah,
Okay, well, we can just do it on the phone.
I'm not going to be recorded.
At least you're smart about it.
And why is that? I mean, you've done so many interviews.
I already explained this to you.
About the attorney?
Yep.
Can you take the message off the screen?
Well, okay.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Well,
I'm not going to risk losing my attorney.
All right, well, Stacey, TikTok.
Yeah, he's so full of shit.
Oh, yeah, totally. He's
So
watching
full of
right now.
shit. He's so full of shit.
Yeah, that was the last thing that he told me earlier because we had it set for the time that my live started. He was totally good, and then I wouldn't send him any money for the interview.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, he asked for money like 15 times, and
You can.
Yeah, she seems to get into trouble when she's setting up interviews with people. It's again, repeated behaviors.
Hey, Fox.
It's curious.
Yeah, it is. See, even if I was still doing true crime, I wouldn't be contacting family members or any of that sort. I'm not like that. I sure as fuck wouldn't be even interviewing or talking to a prime suspect. That's just me. I'd just be following the facts of the case and what is put out. That is it. And I sure as fuck wouldn't be using Facebook groups to get my information. Brittany J. You moron. Okay, I can't with her either. Oh, Syndicate, well, that's just how it is. That's the real crime sleuthing. That's what she does. Now, again, do I want someone to get hurt? No, I don't. But you doing something like that, that will get somebody hurt. You got to think. You got to be more careful. You have to.
Right, even if you take hurt away from the equation there, if you're invested in anything, in finding out about a case, and you're going to put that case at risk in the way that you're doing, you're being at best very careless. Law enforcement tend not to enjoy that level of interaction from the public. And it's why, as a community, we sort of have to hold each other accountable a little bit, because it shouldn't have to wait until somebody oversteps so severely that they have committed a crime. But apparently some people don't see that.
No. Well, again, I don't believe in the whole rolling up thing. I don't believe in any of that, okay? I don't. That is some messy ass shit. That can get somebody really hurt. Or worse. Now, this one, I will put the overlay up, and it has been taken care of. The voice has been changed. This overlay will stay up. Because I'm curious. I want Wee's opinion on this.
Oh Lord, we're all in trouble now.
All right. And this is covered under fair use. And remember, Crime Safe, and you said we could clip it. Remember that. I did make it squeak a little bit.
Okay, I just wanted to take a look at something real quick. That is it, y'all. This woman is absolutely obsessed with me, and she needs to stop.
Okay, right here, she's talking about voices being obsessed with her. Now, like I said before, Crime Sleuthing, and I mean this in the most genuine way, you aren't nothing to be obsessed over. You're not. I'm sorry, but you're not. I don't know why you would feel the need to believe that anybody's obsessed with you. Now, voices, you can think that, but anybody else, nobody's obsessed with you.
And it doesn't matter that her doxing is being removed from the live. It still happened. It's still recorded. It's still timestamped. And it's still on YouTube servers. So, still a TOS violation.
Okay, it's against TOS violation? Yeah, okay. Do I condone what she did? No, I don't. But why do you keep going after? I don't know. I think I just lost my train of thought.
Voices said your name. She said your name and the state that you're from. That's what she did. Now, the people that Crime Sleuthing chooses to associate with, they have done exactly that also. They didn't term that as doxing. We tried to tell them that it was, and they cared not a jot about it. They didn't give a shit. They were happy to do it. Proud of it, in fact. And yet, now that Crime Sleuthing has had her little taste of it, it's not so funny anymore. And Earth is quite right. None of us support that. We've all known her name. We don't need to put it out there. We haven't, and we won't.
Mm-mm.
I don't care whether I like you or whether I don't. We don't play that way. You might dislike what I say, but that's as far as it goes. That's it.
You can dislike me for what I say. You can dislike me for my opinions. You can dislike me for the things I say. But the one thing you'll never hear me say is your name and the state that you live in, because I don't give fuck all about that. Your personal life ain't none of my concern. I don't give two shits about it. You just need to remember one thing. You're the one that keeps putting it out.
Right? If you put your own information out there, people are going to listen to it.
There you
They
go.
are. It's just that simple.
And the only person at fault for that, you. Nobody else. You're the one that keeps bringing it up.
You need to quit. Leave my name out of your mouth. Leave me alone. I don't know for sure if the email thing was her, but if it was not.
Okay, so she says she doesn't know for sure if the email thing was her, meaning voices. But she spent this live saying that, okay, she has spent time, she has said that voices have done it. Well, why would she blame voices for it? But then she's not sure.
All right. When you're saying done the email thing, Voices had said that she was going to take the email address that had been provided to her as part of the counterclaim against the strike and sign Crime Sleuthing up to some mailing lists. That's what she said. She was probably being facetious at the time, probably a bit of anger, probably a bit of upset. Usually people calm down. But either way, she said that. But somehow, Crime Sleuthing has taken that, and then somebody trying to gain access to her account, she has now decided definitively was voices. She has no proof. Nobody has saw any evidence. You see, she has since shown a redacted version of the attempts to request a one-time only code to get into her Google account.
Bingo.
But one of the benefits of being on YouTube is Google forces you to set up two-factor authentication before you can have a YouTube channel. Doesn't matter what you do on it. YouTube makes you do that. So again, it's a little bit of a bait and switch move here of that could be anybody. It could be just chronically bad timing. People try to get into accounts on a consistent basis. There are entire industries of people who do this. It could be just bad timing. It could be. But to be honest, I have seen nothing that connects voices to that.
And I've never heard anybody say that voices has tried to hack their emails, ever. I've heard people say a lot of shit about voices, but never about an email or emails. Never heard that claim ever be made. And that's just me saying that too. Never heard anybody accuse her of that. Everything else on the table, yeah, I've heard.
I know somebody connected to Crime Sleuthing and her friend group who does that exact thing. Is known for it. But it's just a coincidence, Crime Sleuthing. It's definitely just a coincidence.
Yeah. Coincidences, I guess, right? Well, I don't know. I mean, coincidences, I don't know, what do you think the percentage is about coincidences? Are they about 50% right, 50% wrong? Do you think there's a percentage on it, on how right some coincidence can be, or no? There's no coincidence. I mean, like my gut tells me, my gut gives me about, like, it depends on what the person, like what Crime Sleuthing is saying about her email thing. My gut tells me no, voices do not hack her emails. So I'm going to call bullshit on it. I am. But you want to accuse her of everything else? Okay. Accuse her. Go for it. I ain't with the doxing, okay? I'm against it. Then I wait day one. But the hacking, no, I don't believe she hacked you.
Well, we have no evidence. We have none. We're meant to be evidence-based, right? Where's the proof?
No, she won't show. I mean, she did redact it. She did redact the portion that she did show. She redacted some of that. She redacted what I think it was 14 that she said.
You know who does have access to that information, though? And that would be Google. I mean, you can submit a request to them for various follow-up services. That would have been a better idea than keeping running your mouth on YouTube if you really thought that that was an actual thing. It really would have stood you in good stead. Did you make a police report? I have lots of questions.
Very many. I have very many questions. I re-uploaded this so everybody could hear it better. I forgot to upload the volume a little bit better.
Is being removed from the live. It's says you need to quit. Leave my name out of your mouth. But if it wasn't her, it was somebody else that got my information. Who else would it be that just threatened to fuck with my email? I have a right to that opinion.
Okay, she has the right to her own opinion, and her opinion is voices did it. But she doesn't know for sure, though. So you're just going to place the blame on voices because she did the most to you? Is that what you're going to do? That's your opinion? She did it? But you don't know 100% sure.
But we have to take Crime Sleuthing's re- her redaction of her own claim now of it's her opinion. Yet when Voices walked back her claim, and she did do that,
Mm-hmm.
the claim where she stated on this channel that her grandmother's address had had police called to it and that she knew it was crime sleuthing that had made that call. She did not have the evidence to back that up, and I expect the same proof, whether it's from Voices, crime sleuthing, Earth, anybody else. I don't care who you are. Show your proof if you're going to make a claim like that. And she didn't. Crime Sleuthing was very upset that we did not challenge her while she was rattling all this stuff out. Now, I still haven't got to what I would consider my understanding of whatever the heck happened there, but that's up to Voices to handle. But she did walk it back. She did. So either we give them both the grace of, well, Voices walked her claim back, and here we hear Crime Sleuthing walking her claim back a little also, or they're still making the claim. Which one is it?
Right. So that's where I have a little bit of an issue with her story about the whole email thing.
Right, they had already done that by the time that was put up. That was already done by the time that was how she let me know that it was done. And that was wrong as well. My husband thought it was hilarious. He went and
Now, there was a question in here, and I found it kind of funny because it was brought up about Michael Long case, about her Facebook being found by a group of people. Now, I heard that on another panel about 2 years ago, it was. Now, I can't play the stream. I was told not to. Now, the comment was said, wasn't your Facebook found by a group of people during the Michael Long case? And yeah, apparently it was. Now, I wasn't here for it. I don't know anything about the Michael Long case. The only thing I know about it was watching it when a lawyer was, what was his name? Nick Ricada was covering Michael Long, had him on the show. That's all I ever watched of his. Other than that, never followed the case closely because that was a rabbit hole I didn't want to go down. I did watch some videos of what is, still up, but I know that a lot of it was taken down. But other than that, okay, so what has she been doing this whole entire time? Prancing around, claiming that she's been doxxed how many times by the same people? Now, here, I have a question. I have a question for all of you. If you were doxxed by a certain creator, right, would you sit up on a panel with that very creator that doxed you? Yes or no? Put a 1 in the chat for yes and a 2 for no.
All right, and while you're all thinking about that, about whether you would be on panel, again, what people do in this space is always amazing to me. But what I would do and what they do are usually two very different things. But Crime Sleuthing had stated back when she was involved in the Sophie Long case, and many times since, that she had been part of many Facebook groups, again, not unusual, but many Facebook groups attached to the Sophie Long case, and then, in fact, was setting up new groups. But she wants to claim that she was doxxed. Now, I don't know what to tell you at this point if you haven't learned to set up a professional or business or anonymous, whatever word you want to use, Facebook account that doesn't have your name on it in order to do those things. That's your responsibility. If you're out there saying things, other people are going to read it. The other people who are in that group. That's a whole lot of assumption that people are going to keep your name private. People get nosy. People will go and look. That's been true since man has ever existed on the planet. People are nosy. Especially if you irritate them. They'll go and find out things. And you made it real easy for them to do that, crime sleuthing. Real easy. And now you wonder how people got that information. That's why Queen Bee asked you very directly. It was asked to you, rather, on her panel. Did you set up a group? And even that you were a little bit slippery about.
Yep. And okay, so you say it was all taken down. Okay, great. But still, you're gonna sit up on a panel with the very people that you claim for a long time doxed you. I call bullshit. I'm gonna call bullshit on that because I wouldn't go near those people if I were in your shoes. Absolutely not.
Well, to be fair, we know there are people who, again, not what I would choose personally, but people who like choose to have entire working relationships, if not more, with people who physically threatened them, you know, shown around private information, private pictures, etc. And then they claim to work together and be besties afterwards. And it amazes me, to be honest. So what we would do and what they choose to do,
Right.
very different things.
Yeah, and I said it before. I will stand up for Queen Bee and Captain Napton because I can assure you they never dox you, crime sleuth. Because I was around. I was. Queen Bee's channel was the very first channel I came to when I came to this side. And she never went after you. Not like that. No way, shape, or form. But you have, however, called her a scammer. You sure did. It's on my live stream, February 14th of this year. You forget that, right? Yeah, I know you did. But that's two things that you have accused her of. Well, that's completely up to her what she wants to do with that. But I have watched countless hours of her live streams from 2 years ago when you did accuse her of doxing you. It never happened. So quit telling people that she did that.
Somebody messaged him, get your wife off YouTube. He went and just bought me a new mic instead. You can't give to my husband. You can give him back.
See, what kind of gets to me is that, you know, she cried about this, but then when somebody brings it up in her chat about the whole Facebook thing and then calling her, you know, someone close to her, I guess, she laughs about it, but then cries about it later on other panels. She's got some issues. I gotta leave it at that. She's got some issues. I'm not gonna sit there and laugh about it. Oh yeah, he went and got me a new microphone. Ha ha ha. I'm not gonna laugh about it.
Oh my goodness. I started channel, the second channel, not for anything like that, but for read the description of this channel. I've changed it. Read what that description says. I'm glad I have it now. Because I don't want any of this drama on my channel. So it stops when she stops.
Well, what about for everybody else, crime sleuthing? You say that this stops when she stops, but see, we all want you to stop. So if we stop, are you going to stop? Does that go for everybody else too? Because I'm done after this. Are you? Are you going to back off everybody and leave everyone alone? You know, the whole group that you've looped in together. That's my question to you. Are you going to do that? Yes or no? I mean, you can't just go for one. You should go for all of it. Everybody that you have looped in together. So.
Period. Yes. All right. Well, unfortunate events. Because I will find out. I'm done.
So are we. We're done.
Yeah, it's getting bad, honeybees. It's really getting bad. It's like doxing and going real life used to be completely like, if you did that, you were shunned. Now?
Really? Well, see, it is still that way, but you know what? You've accused multiple people of doxing you. But in reality, what we're trying to get through that thick skull of yours is that you are doxing yourself. Maybe you should go back to the streams that you've been on, the panels, and listen to how many times you keep dropping your first name and the state that you live in. And I'm not going to say maybe you'll come to the realization that you are doxing yourself, because no, that'll never get through your skull. Maybe count how many times that you have said your name and the state that you live in. Count the ways. Count how many times. Just go do it. Maybe one day you'll realize that you are the actual person that's doxing yourself.
Oh, I did it. Oh, well, I did it. And then this morning she went on Queen Bees and completely lied about it. Said we were up there talking shit about her, and that's why she came up on panel. Fucking liar. You're a goddamn liar. Exactly what you are, voices. You're a liar. Nobody was talking about you. We were talking.
Well, not for nothing. You're a liar too. You're a liar. You deflect. You project. It's always you. We're the bad guys. But you're the good guy, right? What was it that you set up on Deets? We're always trying to debunk you, but when you're trying to debunk us, what are you trying to debunk when it comes to us? I have yet to see it. Where's all this debunking that you're supposed to do on everybody? Is it because there is nothing to debunk? Because we're the ones with all the receipts, right? Yeah. We'll still bring the receipts no matter what.
About all kinds of cool stuff. You came and derailed everything for a few minutes, and then we went right back to what we were doing. So, you fly, don't bother me. Yep.
Oh my God, not that song. That reminds me.
The live will be up. She's clipping out that little.
That song, "Shoe Fly, Don't Bother Me." That reminds me of the movie Encino Man. I haven't seen that movie in 15 years.
Section where she doxed me, and then it'll be back up. You'll be able to watch the whole thing. We never fucking talked about voices until she showed up. So that's all that's needed to be played right now, and she did give me permission to do it. So, guys, I'm going to go back to my real life, and I want to stop. Needs to be
Now, there's a question in this chat. I was very interested in this question. I was very intrigued, actually. It was a good question to be asked. Didn't you interview the prime suspect in a missing child's case? Now, I'm not going to mention the name. Now, that was a very interesting question. Very interesting. Maybe I'll wait for we to come back. Because it was a very interesting question. I actually like the question. Let's see. She is reminding me of the song "Everyone Hates Me, Nobody Likes Me, I'm Going to Eat Some More." Not sure why, but there it is. Stuck in my head now. Thanks for Wendy. Let's see. I was on panel with those two, and I'll state that for the chat. Stated that earlier for the chat. I know you would, Mr. Eve. I know you would. If only that would be agreed on, if that would ever happen. I don't think that'll ever happen. I really don't. Okay, so we have a couple of lives going on in just a little bit. I need you guys to go sub up to this man. He's awesome. He's amazing. He's wonderful. He's a sweetheart. JBT. He's going live in about 45 minutes from now. So y'all go sub up. You'll hit that notification. Down goes the first one, goes the second one. One boy, how it goes. Never again, because I love to go fishing with a pub. After I realized it. Yeah. Alright. Let's get back to a little bit of this.
She sure. Why are you saying she sure did? Yep. I did not interview him at all. Anything else? Yeah, she is. So yeah, I have to wait for the And she got up on Queen Bee's this morning and lied and said we, meaning me and TT and the other girl, were talking about her. And that's why she went up there. But that was a lie. That was an absolute lie. No discussions were had about nothing to do with her. And we were talking about like current events and cool other stuff. So she's the one that showed up in chat, started talking shit the entire, and we didn't talk about her. Yeah, it's just on a few people, and I would never share that out. Never. It's stopped in my email. Because it's wrong. It's wrong to dox anybody. So.
I'm really getting sick of that word dox.
Well, does that mean then that she is going to disavow, and what was the word she said? Shun. Is she going to shun those creators that she knows have taken part in doxing while she has been present for that?
I didn't think about that.
That's curious to me. Again, lead by your actions. Go ahead, crime sleuthing. Be our moral leader. Show us that you mean what you say and shun those creators. Do it. They did a lot worse than saying a name and a state. A whole lot worse. A whole lot more.
And don't say you never seen it before, because girl.
You were on panel.
There you go.
You were on panel with the person doing the doxing at the time. He was literally talking about it. You and he were talking about it. So how you don't know is kind of amazing. But again, if you get him to put that live stream back up before you shun him, we would all be able to see that. That would be wonderful. Please do that.
Please do. Please do. Oh, that's true, Ron. She wouldn't have any friends left. Now, like I said, there was a good question in here. Didn't you interview
what I said was...
didn't you interview the prime suspect in a missing child case? That was a good question in here.
The emails that I was getting was somebody trying to get a reset code into my email. That's what I
think I might have skipped it.
Yeah, it's just.
Yeah, I heard it a wee minute ago. And
Yeah,
she
I
says,
think he showed up in chats or talking shit. We were talking about all kinds of other stuff.
All right, sorry. Go ahead.
she said that she didn't interview him. The
Yeah.
person she's referring to here, just for clarity's sake, because Lord knows crime sleuthing is involving herself in many, many cases, so it's hard to keep track of who she's talking to at what time. So that's why I'm being very specific.
Yeah.
When you say prime suspect, he is not. He is one of 4 named suspects. One of 4. But she had conversations with that person. That's the person that she was prank calling on a live stream with those other creators, Justin, Purple, the lab. You know, they were prank calling then, because that's the level of respect that they offer a case. But while that was all going on, she then said that she did not interview him because he asked for money. But she has stated multiple times she asked him questions. Like she says, she has shown us the questions she asked and the responses. How do we know? Do we just take her on her word? What value do you put on crime sleuthing's word at this point?
I want to give somebody some. I want to leave you guys with some food for thought. Okay, because see, this was a good thing. I want this to be a good thing for you guys to think about when we leave here. It's not doxing to say anything that the person has already said. Let that sink in for a minute. I'm going to leave that up. Let it sink in. I want you guys in the chat to tell me what you think of that comment, what it means, in your opinion.
Well, without ruining it for everybody else, I know that that would mean then, by this definition, this means that voices only doxed one word. Not a record, not an address, not any of the other. One word. I mean, if that's what we're going by.
Okay, we'll go by that. But what about in general? With her parading around saying that people are doxing her, what would possess a person who claims to be doxed all the frickin' time say that? What would possess someone to say that?
I don't know if I quite have the answer to that question.
Mm-hmm.
Her current friend group also seem to support that general plan of thought that they can say all the things, but if anybody pays attention to any of it, if anybody remembers any of it, apparently that's, what did they term it? Oh, stalking. Stalking. That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
You're not allowed
Well,
to remember any of the things. After you all leave here, if you remember a single thing we have said, even one word, you're stalking us. You crazy people.
yeah, don't stalk us. We got plenty of those. No, I'm just joking. We don't. Okay. Because you know what? Here's what this is what Deets kind of took from this is this is what Deets took from this screenshot that I showed, that I got up on the screen right now before we go. Now, mind you, I've seen this account before, the one that she's referring to. I have. I'm not a fan of this channel. I'm not a fan. I am a fan of Deets, yes, but not the anyway. All right. Here's what she took from this.
It out themselves because that's true.
Okay.
we'll show it.
I
Because
would never in my life participate in a doxing or condone it in any
Really?
way.
there you go. That's what
Okay,
she said
there
in
you go.
Purple Phoenix's chat.
Okay,
So
that's
that
true.
right there.
So it's true.
That is true.
Okay, so if you say you're doxed,
But
and
you
with
put it
me,
out.
I can put it out now. It's cool for me to do that to you. Is
Since
that
it's
what you
already been
want?
said. Since it's already been said.
The person has already said, "Are you dense?"
That's you.
But
you
you-
are
So
the
you're
person.
So you're saying
We
that
weren't talking
Eve-
about me in this conversation.
Hang on.
You're-
So
oh
you're
my God.
saying that Eve and her husband doxed him themselves?
I don't remember what we. Do you have the whole context of the conversation? I was defining doxing in this chat.
But crime sleuthing, right? Like a little bit ago,
Now, mind you, this is not
you,
the definition
you admitted
of
that you had used your full name and that it's been shown, and now whatever you may have not known and then decided to change it, but by that argument you put it out, right? So then it would not be
No,
doxing.
this is way out of context, and no, I'm not
Oh,
doing that.
can you explain?
This,
I'm
this
genuinely
chat,
asking.
no, they're going to have to explain. We're going to go back to this and explain what they're talking about in this chat.
Well, just your comment right there, right? By
No,
your
no,
own-
you're not going to do that. You're not going to. You give me the context of what I was
Do you
simply
see how
defining
your
doxing.
attitude is to me, even when I'm being
Because you're
calm
twisting
and
it.
respectful? You see
You're
how you
not
speak
even
to me?
you're not even letting her get it out fully before.
No, she says she was defying doxing. Okay, so it's defying doxing. So, are we allowed to go and say anything now because the person's already said it? Are we allowed to do that now since you've already defined it and it's okay? Is that what I'm
But-
taking from it, we?
Well, I can say that, but she's not defining doxing. She's defining what is not doxing. She claims, literally claims this. It's not doxing. So, it leaves a lot that is unsaid here. And then she thinks that gives her enough wiggle room to be able to foxtrot around the entire community. And Lord knows Melissa Jade sees it. I see it. Dates is being kind still. It's one of Dates' most beautiful qualities.
Absolutely.
She maintains kindness when the rest of us have more than lost the plot at this point. But I don't think it does her, as in Crime Sleuthing, a service at this moment, because I think if Crime Sleuthing had directly answered the question, it would have helped her. But she didn't. She chooses to do everything else but answer the question.
Right. And a lot of us on this panel have been around for a long time. And so we know what we're talking about. Crime symptom? Nah. She just wants to dance around it. There's no context needed for this comment. You wrote it. You know what the context is. You know why you wrote it.
Or you're claiming she's twisting it.
Because she's
what is it?
changing the. I want to know what this was right here. What
Just
was
let
we
her
talking
get
about.
out what she's trying to state to you, and then
I
I'm
was
sure
already asked the
Eve-
question. We're already on this
Okay.
question right here. You just showed this screenshot.
Okay. We're gonna let her finish her question. Then Earth and Eve, they can retain it for a few minutes, and then they're gonna address that question you had. Go ahead, MJ.
Thank you. I don't, and I do agree context matters, but with that statement, it seems pretty, you don't really need context with it, right? You're saying that if the person has put it out themselves, then they could shove it, right? It's not a dox, but you've already admitted that, yes, there was a point where I used my full name, but then I realized quickly, like, I shouldn't have, and I pulled it back. But with that argument, you already put it out.
Wow.
Never mind.
Thank you. Yeah, never mind. Because you're connecting things that are not connectable. It's like apples
Was
and
that
oranges.
not a valid question to everybody else on panel?
It was.
It
It
was
pertains to the,
valid.
the topic and the situation.
It was the entire topic. The thing she is upset about is that her name, her first name, her second name, was used on YouTube, and she claims
Mhm.
that other people have done that maliciously.
Yeah.
When
Crazy.
really, she is the one that put it out there. She did that. Nobody had to dig for it. Nobody had to do a background check. Nobody had to follow her around. And thousands of people were already aware of it and still did nothing about it. Nobody did anything. It's only because it's important now because crime sleuthing took part in the doxing of a YouTube channel holder's husband in order because she couldn't argue with them. So that's why she did that. But wants to clutch her pearls now that anybody remembers anything. You are very lucky, crime sleuthing, that most people in this community do have a better standard of morals than you give them credit for. We are not putting out all the information that we could. And that's not a threat.
Nope.
It's just a statement. We're not, period, not doing it. Not even if you call me every name under the sun.
And I'll repeat, I can give fuck all about your personal life. Means nothing. What I give a shit about is the shit that you're doing on this platform. What you're doing to people, victims, their families. That's what I give a shit about. And the people that are looped into this that you have brought together. That's what I give a shit about. Other than that, your personal life, I can give a fuck about.
I
So,
enjoyed the little sound effect there. It was beautiful.
thank you. But just keep your personal life away from other people's panels. Do that. Just start with that first, and then just move on from there. Just leave everybody else the fuck alone. End of discussion. Okay? Okay. Will that register with you? Probably not. But you know what will register with us? The fact that we're walking away. What you do, well, I don't know. Don't care. What I do care about is that if you keep coming for the rest of us, well, we're just going to sit back and watch you completely embarrass yourself. That's it. Because I'm not going to react to it. I mean, hell, she already called me a shit channel anyway. My clips are shit.
I'm
That's okay.
currently reserving my right to reply because what crime sleuthing does from here on out will be the deciding factor on whether I have to talk about her again. It's that simple. That's my bottom line. Other people have chosen differently. The people from Decipher podcast made an immense effort.
Yes, they did.
To bury the hatchet, to come to resolution, to find a way forward, any of the things. And we're met by a brick wall every single time. Now they are choosing their own path, and I respect them for it. But that doesn't mean that we all have to do the same thing. So what crime sleuthing does next? Time will tell.
Well, thank you, Mystery. I just got it, honey. Thank you again. Well, now, I'm in agreement with we. It just depends if I have to talk about you again. And that's if my name is brought up or looped in with anybody else, for that matter. You see, you don't name drop. But see, I can tell just by the way you talk who you're talking about. It's that simple. I mean, Some of you people around here, you don't bring up names, but damn it, you guys make it too easy to figure out who the hell you're talking about. I swear. You're not very skilled at this shit. So, therefore, I will not. Okay, I'm going to backtrack a little bit. I'm going to say I'm not completely done. If I have to speak about you again, it's because you keep coming after the rest of us and you keep looping us in. Other than that, I'm just going to simply walk away.
One thing I'm looking forward to, though, is that whole discussion that will happen at Queen Bee's in order to address the accusations that Queen Bee held the right to reschedule the accusations that Crime Sleuthing had made about her and her fellow panelists being scammers.
Right.
I look forward to that. That'll be exciting.
Me too. I'll be waiting for that one. Because again, Crime Sleuthing, you showed that on my panel. You sure did. Now, I did feel bad about how I went about that, about trolling my own chat. I did. I trolled the shit out of you guys. But I got you right where I wanted you. I got you to show what I wanted you to show that day. And you showed exactly what you had claimed before, that Queen Bee was a scammer. She scammed with Billy Joe. Oh, good Lord. So you're not very smart.
Yeah.
You're what we call troll food.
I hope you have proof, Crime Sleuthing.
Yeah.
I hope for your sake that you have oodles of documentation. I look forward to it. Yeah.
Because one thing Queen Bee does, she's got receipts. Do you? How are you going to backtrack and say that you never called her a scammer? Because that's exactly what the first words that are going to come out of your mouth. You know how I know that? Because that's what you've been doing with the rest of us until we showed you the proof. And you can't even say, oh, well, yeah, I did say that. I'm sorry. You can't muster that up. The only thing you can say is, I don't recall. I don't remember. But then when someone shows you the proof, you'll just say, well, I've already discussed that in my live. What live stream?
I was told.
That's
Somebody said. I read it in the tea leaves. I mean, what? No, you're going to need to do a lot better than that. You've been very lucky so far that most people have chosen not to. But whenever you make accusations like that about people, you got to be ready to prove it. You got to be ready. And I'm with Rhiannon. I was there too, and it's going to be entertaining for us. I mean, it's not entertaining for Queen Bee.
No.
When people get accused of such things, again, it doesn't matter whether you like them or not. We should be held to a standard where you've got to be able to prove it. Prove it.
And like I always say, be ready. When you get your ass up on that panel in that backstage, you better have that shit right in front of your face and ready to show. Don't sit there and pussyfoot around and say, hold on, let me go get it. Oh, hold on, let me look at my notes.
Yeah.
Don't pussyfoot around. Have that shit fucking ready.
What date was that? Whose life was that on? Where was that? No, you're going to have to be ready to come out swinging because it's not going to go well for you otherwise. It's just not.
Absolutely not. Because, see, I was there for that case all the way. All the way.
Sunny is making me laugh. She's like, I have no idea who this person is. No idea who this person is. And then we get to Queen Bee and she's like, I know who she is. Oh, shit.
All right, there's the rest of Deets Live. I suggest go finish watching the rest of it. Start from the beginning.
Yes.
She's wonderful. She's amazing. She's the sweetest, most creator on this platform. She's so
If
sweet.
you missed it, or even if you've already seen it, go back and watch it. I rewatched it today before we went live because I wanted to make sure I am that level of weird nerd that I want to be sure before I open my mouth. And it tells you a
Honey.
lot. That whole panel is so interesting. So interesting. Sonny,
And-
God bless your little
Yeah.
sore butt cheeks.
Yes, honey, and I appreciate it too. I appreciate your support, honey. You're so sweet. And this bucket of joy, JBT, the outlaw, is going to be going live here in just under 20 minutes. So y'all go sub up, go give him an earth and we raid in his chat.
Yeah, JBT, if you haven't been there before, you will have a great time. If you have been
Absolutely.
there before, you will also have a great time.
Mm-hmm.
JBT is a very intelligent young man, very
Absolutely.
articulate, very funny. You will have a wonderful time. You will not regret it.
He is absolutely amazing. And he puts on one of the best streams you'll ever watch in your lifetime. He is great. I suggest sub him up, share it out on your community wall, let your friends know to go head over there. Everybody in chat is so amazing. And everybody here is a wonderful group of people. So go sub them up.
They're all right. They're all right. Don't tell them they're wonderful. They get all carried away with themselves.
Thank you, Mr. Eve. And give Eve our love. And we send you hugs. You behave yourselves, both of you. All right, guys, we're going to end it here. I told Madison, don't let me go over 3 hours. She's lacking on the job. I'm going to have to take her wrench.
Right. Although I would like to refer you all to the start of this stream whenever Earth was saying, it'll not be 6.5 hours, it'll not be 7.5 hours. And I'm
Right. And I got the messages to prove that I told Madison, don't let me go over 3.5 hours. And you know what? She's lacking on the job. So I'll talk to her later. I'm going to have to put we in charge this time.
Oh, Lord, bless us all. We're all in trouble now. I don't know how many times I have to tell you that.
Okay, fine.
That's not me being self-deprecating. That's just
all
true
right.
talk.
I'll put Eliza in charge this time, okay? I'll put Eliza in charge. Eliza will make
shit.
sure I shut down after 3.5 hours. Watch, Eliza will pop right in here right before I shut this off. All right, guys. Head on over to JBT's and we'll see y'all there. Thank you for being here, guys. Y'all have been wonderful.
Bye.
Love you guys. And I salute you with this. Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye.